Okay, everyone. Hey, you know what? There wasn't a lot of people that watched Antonio's hangout. I think there was like 20 at most. When he went to a campus, he went to ISU, and I don't know what the I was. It know what the I was? Illinois
He's in
State University.
Illinois.
Was
He's
it?
in
Was
Illinois.
Illinois
Yeah.
State University? And I thought it was a cool concept. Actually, I got to give Antonio a little applause for it. I thought about doing something similar numerous times. I have a lot of colleges around me, and I would have liked. I like that style to go in and just talk to kids, talk to instructors, and get some real dynamic feedback on the fly like that. Unfortunately, I don't have the system to do it, the camera or the software to really do that. But I've definitely considered it. But he actually went out to do it, and I got to give him props for that. What really made the damn thing really fall apart was he invited Gman along. And Gman was running, when you have a bad argument to begin with, it's hard enough to understand what's going on. But when you're these college kids and you just hear Gman's rant and babbling, they don't even know where to go with it. They think he's just some kind of batshit loon. And so that's
And they're
what he
wrong
go to.
how? And
Yeah,
they're
no,
wrong
yeah,
how?
yeah, no, they're very astute. In fact, these kids were very astute. They actually give very good answers. And I was actually surprised. I was like, yeah, these kids got it going on. And of course, he just couldn't have the type of argumentation that he was going for. And yet still, I'm not lying. I'm not trying to be, mean here. I don't know what his argument is to begin with. The only argument I've ever heard him say something about this is something along the lines of atheists don't exist, but if they did exist, they couldn't be atheist because something in the Bible. But anyways, Hawkeye was a brave man, was going there talking to them, and I guess he wanted to have a final say. Said something real quick to wrap up, and before you even had a chance to say it, G-Man unceremoniously kicked you out for some strange reason because he's G-Man. What did you want to finish up? Because I was kind of curious what your final.
Oh, there was nothing. It was literally just say good night, and it was good chat with you guys. Got to feed the kids. So thanks again. Have a good night. But G-Man, he's funny. He cannot let you leave. He decides early on he's got to kick you, and when you say, yeah, I'm just going to say my good nights, he's like, oh, where's the button to eject this? I got to eject this guy. He just has to do it. And one of his beefs about people going into other people's hangouts is you gotta respect the moderator. You gotta follow the moderator's rules, and that seems to apply to everybody but G-Man. If he goes into a hangout that isn't one of his fellow evangelicals, he's allowed to overtalk and to shout and to mute other people and to block other people and do whatever he wants. And then if it's a brother in Christ, he's not going to totally disrupt the hangout. But he insists on getting mod controls, and he insists on being allowed to abuse them. And you heard Antonio, like after G-Man kicked me, Antonio was like, "What? You kicked him? Like what?"
Yeah, even it surprised him, right? I mean, Antonio was actually modding okay. He was being fair. He had a good initial hangout. I mean, I give credit to due. I mean, the Clown Car Posse don't always fuck things up. I mean, let's be realistic here. Nobody can be completely 100% fucked up all the time, except for maybe Ronnie. But in general, they're not. And so when Antonio, any of them, do something good, we should give him praise. I see nothing wrong with that. And I thought Antonio had a really good idea, didn't you?
Well, yeah, it was a neat idea. I mean, what I find funny about Antonio is, I think I'm gonna back up a step. I like his sincerity, right? I know that when you talk to him about abortion, he's actually very disciplined in not just tearing a strip out of people because he has such strong feelings about it. But he sincerely wants to engage people on the topic. He wants to hold these hangouts. His view seems to be that the truth rises to the surface, the truth bubbles to the surface. And if only we could get people talking the truth of his message about abortion, the truth about the message of salvation through Christ, these things would come out if only we could have some good conversation. And he tries to create a climate where he does that. The thing I find that's funny, though, is that he can't seem to like he recognizes the craziness of the Darwin's deity and the G-Man, but he can't, he will say, like, I mean, I applaud that he'll kind of stand up to them in the sense of he won't hide it when he thinks G-Man made a mistake like that, like just I'm going to start kicking people. He won't hide it. He'll say, look, man, you didn't need to do that. But by the same token, he won't put his foot down. He won't just say, like, look, like G-Man, like 4 times during that broadcast, hid me while I was muted. He was like, I can't say this if you're going to be talking. I'm muted, and he hides me from broadcast.
Yeah, he lets G-Man have his way. We know that, right? I mean, he doesn't really want to step on his brother's toes, so he kind of gives him rein. By the way, we got a new person I want to invite, Silly Sampson. He was in the live feed, and he wasn't familiar with any of us really per se, but he was definitely familiar with G-Man, it seems. But I don't know. This is your first hangout, by the way, Silly?
No, I've been on a few before.
Okay.
I'll just try not to be boring here.
I'll go nuts, man. We're generally often boring, so but I think we've got your live feed on. I can hear it. But anyways, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue, please, Hogtie.
Well, I'll tell you my favorite thing about that, and this is my favorite thing about talking with Gman, is that he never clues in. Like some people, like if conversation is like a chess game, you want to play it close to the vest. You don't want to tell somebody what you're going to do. My favorite thing about Gman is that you can tell him. You can be like, look, I'm going to do this. That's going to cause you to move your pawn out, and then I'm going to move my rook in or my knight in, and you're going to lose your rook.
He'll argue against it.
And then he'll just boom, out comes the pawn. He's going to do exactly. So in this case, what my favorite thing was there was the illustration, and I was trying to make this point. He kept interrupting me. I counted it was 8 times he interrupted this point, and he would interrupt, and then he would just like run out off the sidelines. I think he got what I was getting at when I was making the point. Remember, their point is that atheists stick their fingers in their ears. Atheists demand evidence, but they stick their fingers in their ears because atheists are so married to the idea, oh, God doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. They do, And I say, well, look, you guys hold this belief that atheists already believe in God, but they don't want his judgment. They just don't want the world to be that way. So atheists stick their fingers in their ears. The thing is, when somebody tries to argue this point and say, like, let's pick a simple thing, just a short phrase: atheists hate God. If I say, no, I don't hate God. Well, no, there's no curiosity. There's no attempt to find out whether that's true or not. So at one point, I'm asking Gman, I say, well, look, do you want to know the truth about whether or not I hate God? He says, I already know the truth. You do hate God. And then, okay, but here's my question, Gman. Do you want to know the truth about whether I hate God? Well, I already know the truth, and I can prove it to you. Let me go get my Bible. I'll say, okay, you can get your Bible, but I want to know the answer to this question. Do you want to know the truth about whether or not I hate God? Yes or no? Do you wish to know the truth of that matter? Well, I can prove to you right now. No, I mean, by about the 4th or 5th time somebody asks that question, when a person asks a question repeatedly, your radar starts to go off, right? You start going, why does he keep asking that question? Oh my God, I'm screwing up here, right? Like my point was so obvious to people. I didn't even need to say, hey, look at how Gman is dodging the question. I did say it, but I mean, there's no need to even point out, like, look how Gman won't answer this question. All he had to do was say, well, yes, I want to know the truth, and conveniently I already know the truth. He wouldn't even say yes to it. Anybody else would have realized, like, oh, I'm kind of screwing up here, given that the whole topic is about people being married to a particular belief and refusing to entertain opposing ideas or information or evidence. I'm doing exactly that, or at least I'm appearing to do exactly that to the audience. So I better smarten up and actually answer the question. But Gman never, and you would say yes then, right? You would actually answer the question. But Gman never figures it out. It doesn't matter. At one point he's like, well, I can prove it to you. You prove to me that you don't hate God. And I say, yes, I'll go ahead and I'll do that. But first I want you to answer this question. So Gman, do you want to know the truth about whether or not I hate God? And he's even like the 6th time I asked him, he didn't answer the question.
Here's
and
the
it's
thing
perfectly
that's weird.
obvious to everyone in the audience. And he's just like, dude, he never catches on.
What's really weird is when you say you can demonstrate something and prove, I agree, there are different ways of doing them. One of them is to do an interlocutory and say, okay, I'm going to show you by asking questions to you a certain thing. I don't have a problem with that ahead of time. Somebody says, look, I'm going to answer you a bunch of questions and show you that way. If somebody wants to play that game, right? But if somebody just makes a claim, I got to say, hey, Hogtie, you hate God. Okay, at that point, you can shut up and not say a damn word. You can sit there and look pretty, right? And the obligation, the onus is upon me to fill my claim, to show you that you hate God, right? You don't have any onus whatsoever. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to answer any questions. It would be like you don't exist. I have to demonstrate that. And Vekl did the same thing with me in the live feed at the same time that was going on. He's like, well, Steve, you're an atheist. And I'm like, well, you need to demonstrate that. And he brought up something about the universe being sneezed into existence. And it was really strange because what level of reality does that have to do with being an atheist or not? And I'm like, no, I don't believe that. But okay, can we move on? And can you now give me evidence of why I'm an atheist? And again, asking me more questions. I'm like, Vekl, you don't need to ask me anything to demonstrate your own claim. And that's what I see Gman doing to you, right? He has to demonstrate that you hate God. And all you got to say is, well, I don't believe in God. Therefore, I can't hate something that doesn't exist. Conceptually, maybe.
He does claim to have proof that I hate God and that other atheists hate God. and eventually he'll get around to showing this proof. Now I know what the proof is, and he did sort of dip his toes in the water on this point tonight, and I kind of want to address that because I found a really, really interesting irony in that. You notice too that when he gives this proof, he has to hide me from broadcast. He absolutely cannot have me able to talk while he's doing this proof. Now his proof is he's asked his question. Okay, if you love somebody, you would not slander them. You would not say bad things about them, kind of a thing, right? And then he goes on to say, well, Hogtie has said these bad things about God. He badmouths God's representatives here on earth, and he lists all these awful things that I've done, including lying about true empiricism is one of Gman's claims. Now here's what I find interesting about this, and it's going to sound a little bit far afield at first, but trust me, I'll bring this in for a landing. For a long time now, I've been mentioning this notion that evangelicals, now I want to be super clear about this, I am not talking about Christians, I'm talking about evangelicals. Evangelicalism is a religion based on hate. And they will deny this outright because they have to redefine the words love and hate. But I've been making the case, I say evangelicals hate certain people. There are a lot of people that they genuinely hate. And they'll say, well, no, we don't hate people. We don't hate people. That's an unfounded claim. They don't use those words, but they would accuse me of saying it's an unfounded claim. So, and part of how I've been demonstrating to people that evangelicals are very, very hateful people, just look at the way they treat trans people, for example. They intentionally look for the most insulting things they can say, and those are the things they say. Like when Brenda was in True Empiricism's room, once it was clear to people that Brenda was trans, they immediately start saying he and her. Right? Brenda will express a preference for the pronouns she and her. What, did I screw that up? What is he and his? I meant to say. Did I screw that up? But they will use the male pronouns and accentuate the male pronouns. Right? They really enunciate it. They really well he came in to do this and do that. And if they're going to talk to Brenda, they'll say dude, stop interrupting. Like they simply can't extend that common courtesy. And
I don't mind using those pronouns. I don't like them and them and they, and some people like that. I don't. It doesn't flow right to me grammatically. Now it is proper.
Well, it's incorrect. Yeah.
I can't. I don't like. Yeah, but they refer to them as they. They like to be referred to as they or them, and I'd rather just use he or she. You want to be called she? I'll call you she. I'm fine with it.
Well,
okay, go ahead, Hogtie. You're she now.
Yeah, well, this isn't even my best example of an example of hatred, because I mean, what I'm saying is they do things that are intentionally insulting, which I would consider a little bit hateful. Mm-hmm. But some of the other things that evangelicals will do, like when they talk about homosexuals, for example, they will make mention of the fact that they're generally speaking all pedophiles, right? They'll just throw it out there like that's a real fact, and I mean they're even quick to. Now, Gman hasn't done this. I don't want to accuse this. This is not related to Gman. They will accuse specific non-believers of being pedophiles. This is a very, very common thing in my time on YouTube. I recently took stock and went to sort of mentally remember, like, oh, remember the time that Venom Fang X called TPR Jones a pedophile? And I sort of made this list. There are 12 times to my memory, just from memory, that I know of evangelicals calling either atheists or Catholics pedophiles, completely unfounded. That's not what you do when you love somebody. So that's my point, is that they claim to love, but they don't. I'm sorry, one second, I got someone at the door here.
Go ahead.
It's kind of a special type of love they have.
But sorry, I'm actually gonna have to wrap up on this point. But sorry about that, guys. So they okay. So they I'm bringing it for a landing. I sort of went too far with that hate thing. This is an example I've been using about if you claim to not hate somebody, you better not at the same time be bearing false witness against them. And this was G-Man's example tonight, was to say, well, this is how we know that atheists hate God and whatnot, because they say bad things about God, right? And I'm sorry, I'm so distracted.
That's right. Well, we get what you're saying. It's definitely not when I think of Christianity, right? I don't think of people being like that. I can't imagine Christ, if they want to claim they're Christian, Christ going, you know what? I'm going to dramatically emphasize the fact that you're he. I don't see Christ doing that. Christ, and what I read from Christian literature, is that Christ promoted love and understanding and passion and empathy, something that they don't espouse at all. They don't even remotely remind me of anybody who have those kind of things. I don't think they know what it is. I mean, in fact, was it Gman or Antonio that did not even know what entropy means, to be empathetic towards somebody? I think it was Gman, wasn't it?
Yeah, he definitely struggles with it. Yeah, but yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go now that I see this is all going on here. But yeah, I'm going to apologize to the audience because I did sort of meander around there. I just want to make a point that G-Man had made these comments about how he can prove that atheists hate, and then he has to hide me so that I can't address this, and then he has to go and make all these false accusations about how I'm lying and I argue against God and I do all these other things, and he can't find a single video clip where any of that stuff happens. Right? It's just completely in his head. But
he doesn't get called out for it. That's what I find is funny. It's like Antonio doesn't say, hey, where is this case to be made, G-Man? Because he doesn't want to demonstrate that what G-Man's saying is incorrect. Right? They have a script they have to go by. They have a position that involves making atheists look to be like they either hate God or just evil, irrational people. And they'll do whatever it takes to make that happen.
Yeah, and there are some things that Antonio does disagree with G-Man about, but
minimally.
This is minimally, but this is one point that I'm pretty sure Antonio agrees with him about, is that it is true that atheists do believe in God, but they hate God, and they what's the expression they use about atheists can't find God for the same reason a thief can't find a policeman. That's part of what they all believe.
New. I haven't heard that one before.
Oh yeah, well they use it quite a bit. They find the phrase very appealing, and I think it's very helpful to us because it helps capture that notion where they think that we really can't find God because we're hiding from his judgment. We just so much don't want it to happen. We put our fingers in our ears. And I just find it so ironic that when you even discuss the idea with them, even if you say to them, look, that particular view that you hold might not be right, they cannot pull their fingers from their ears. As soon as you tell them that this may be a mistaken belief you hold, and by the way, I mean, I know lots of atheists. I know what goes on in my own head. I can help you come to understand that we don't hate God, or that we don't hate Christians or whatever else. They never say, well, really, I would like you to explain that to me. Instead, they just immediately tell you, no, you're wrong. You do hate God. I can prove it. And they're completely incurious about it. It's the irony. I find the irony very thick.
Yeah, but we need to emphasize though that not all Christians are like that, and nobody's ever going to think that of most of the Christians we know. This is a very small group of Christians that we're referring to, and it's definitely not all Christians by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, hey, I mean, Wyatt, I didn't know. I thought, did I give out the link? No, you're always invited, Wyatt. I just didn't know how you got the link.
Do you think he's going to snipe us? This was the other thing. Did you notice that before he gave out, he's like, oh, well, I'm going to invite Vekl, and I'm going to invite, he starts listing some Christians, and he's like, oh, I suppose we could have multiple personality and hogtie. Oh, but you better tell them not to share the link. And if we get sniped, you know who did it. And then you notice that after he kicked me, the very next thing he said was, we're about to get sniped. That is, G-Man announced to the audience that if you give Hogtie the link to your Hangout, Hogtie will snipe you, or at the very least, Hogtie will give the link to somebody that he knows will snipe your Hangout. So I wonder if G-Man ever listens to this subsequently. What was your point about what people do when they hate people? Spread lies about them, right? So G-Man, and this is not the only time he's done that, G-Man has announced to people that I snipe Hangouts, that I give the link to Hangouts to other people who will snipe your Hangouts. This is something G-Man tells people about me. It's never happened.
Bearing false witness. But
they're fine with breaking the ninth commandment and spitefully and making these claims, and they know they're not true. I mean, if God himself came down to G-Man and said, "Hey, do you really think that Hogtie Champ has sniped your Hangout or given the link to somebody who has?" I think even G-Man would look at Jesus and say, "No, I was wrong on that. I lied or whatever." There's no way that they
actually think he would say he had lied.
I think, well, if Jesus is standing in front of you, I think you probably would be like, yeah, I lied on that.
No, but he's going to be lying his butt off, saying, no, I never said such a thing. No, there's no way.
You may be right.
For you, Jesus, all the time. There's no problem.
He was pretty arrogant.
All the way.
That would be
what did he
challenge.
Say?
What did he say?
Well, hang on. He is arrogant enough because what did he say? If you insult G-Man or the Clown Car Posse, you're insulting God. That is pretty much exactly
Yeah.
what he said, did he not?
Yeah.
I mean, whatever phrasing he used, but the connotation was that if you insult him, Vekl, Antonio, any member of the CCP, you are therefore de facto insulting God. And I'm like, the arrogance and the narcissism of that is beyond anything I've ever seen.
You haven't gotten out much, have you, Steve?
I never, no, I don't, but that's beside the point.
It is stunning how they wear that. Everything, I've used the example of if Vekl parked his car diagonally across 3 handicapped parking spots, and you went up to him and said, "Hey, Vekl, you shouldn't park your car like that. There's a perfectly good spot over there." That Gman and true empiricism would immediately go, "Look at how they're attacking Christians. Look at how those people hate God."
I thought that was the Christians in the Lion's Den was what's the phrase used when debunked?
Oh yeah, that's not true. Yeah, that's the
and anybody anybody who comes in this room, yeah, we have Christians. We have a lot. Well, at least 3 Christians in here. I can see right off the bat. 1, 2, 3, at least 3. Yeah, Christians are more than welcome to come in this room, as in with any other theological position. We don't.
But there's
attack
atheists in there.
Religions. Yeah, well, there's atheists too. Yeah, we don't attack people for believing what they believe. We attack people for making stupid claims and having bad science and making accusations like they did with Hogtie, saying, "Oh well, Hogtie's clearly going to snipe now that I ejected him. Just watch,"
Oh, he was even before he ejected me. He accused me of sniping before he even ejected me.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that. Well, what he said was, if you let these people in, be careful because they may give the link out to, start sniping. I'm like, what the hell is
terrible
it?
People, terrible people.
When does we ever do that? I've been in his room how many times? I've been in Antonio's and True's and all of them. I've never sniped them. I've never given the link out. It's never even crossed my mind to even do so. I would be impaled from the from everybody.
Goes along with their imagination.
Shit. It would be non-conducive to me to start sniping them. And by the way, I do want to clarify something on sniping. And this is just my personal opinion. I'll weigh in with you guys in a second here. But when I'm talking about sniping, yes, removing somebody without mods is sniping, okay? Do with it what you will. But when I say that I'm not going to allow snipers in my room, that's not what I'm referring to, though. I'm referring to people that will snipe a hangout to destroy the hangout. You take out the channel operator. You take out, the whole thing, and the thing has to start over again.
Takes it right down, basically.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you get angry, you get pissed off, and somebody is like just not letting you speak or whatever the hell it is, and you snipe somebody, you know what? You guys deal with it, right? If somebody snipes something in my hangout, I just invite them back, right? And that's what the channel operator at that point should step in and say, look, either that's fine, it's not fine, do what you want, eject the person who sniped or keep them. It's up to you. Invite the other person back in and moderate how you want. But that's not what I'm considering to be sniping when I mean that people sniping a hangout to destroy it. That's just me. That's what I've distilled my position to be because it's rampant now and I don't want to have to deal with it. Now, if you guys want a different thing, it's completely up to you. But this is how I run mine. So, you guys agree or disagree?
Just present what.
I don't see anything wrong with that definition at all.
Okay, I got one person who agrees.
What the fuck? What is he doing up on the... What? Is he yelling at people from up on top of the podium?
Who?
What?
I forgot what this pastor's name. He's pretty famous. He does shit with Border Patrol.
What are you watching? I don't know what the hell you're seeing that I'm not seeing.
I think it's somebody's icon here that's sitting on...
Anderson, that's what it is. Pastor Anderson. Like, he likes to...
Kevin Anderson? Steven Anderson?
Yeah, he likes to tempt Border Patrol.
Oh, this clown.
Where do you see Steven Anderson at? On whose icon? I'm sorry, John. Yeah. He's a clown. He's the one that preaches that gays should be all executed, and he actually got Ken Hovind to agree with that. So him and Ken Hovind actually agree that gays should be executed.
What if he just fell right then and there?
How Christian of
Actually, Ken Hovind and him aren't
it would be
friends.
funny. What's that? Wait, Wyatt?
Ken Hovind and him aren't friends anymore. So.
Well, I don't care if they're friends or not. I mean, both of them have advocated that the life of a homosexual be terminated because they're gay. I mean,
Wait, when did that happen when they weren't friends anymore? That used to be a big thing. Anderson would defend Ken Hovind having getting remarried and shit. He'd go after pretty hard too.
By the way, General, hang on. You know what? Don't play videos in here. I just got another copy strike because somebody played a video. So Now, and again, it doesn't affect my channel. They're not that kind of copy strike. It just gives you a warning, and it says this isn't affecting your channel, but all monetization is going to this other person now. So don't play anything. I don't want to take any chances.
I just noticed something is wrong with my icon. Oh my gosh, I'm so slow. What kind of atom has this many different
Electrons.
Yeah.
Well,
What's that?
I've been ignoring it. It's the principle of the matter.
Hey, did you?
So do you guys agree on the definitions? I mean, Skeptic did, but I mean, how about you? You do?
I missed it.
Okay.
I forgot what you said.
I basically said in a nutshell that to me, sniping is ruining the hangout, so you got to start over again. Removing the channel operator. It's not just getting pissed off and saying, you know what, I'm going to snipe Wyatt because, whatever.
There's another word for it, kicking them out or something?
Yeah, it's technically a sniping because if you don't have mod control, then you shouldn't be removing people. You have other options to you.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Like if you do, if I was to kick General out just because he said something that I didn't like, I think that would be considered sniping.
Yeah. And and we have the ability to ignore it. And like in not in Hannah's, in Nadia's Hangouts, the way she used to do it, that if you muted somebody, you got ejected. I'm not sure if I'm going to follow that. Nobody's ever had to mute anybody in my Hangout before, so I don't know. We've never had that happen, and nobody's ever sniped anybody in my Hangout besides who was it?
Josiah
McLean. So I mean, and he was a theist. So I haven't had to deal with it much since then. Well, no, I mean, there has been other people sniped. I'm sorry, there has been flat earthers that did. So my bad. And outbound and down corner.
The list keeps getting longer.
But yeah, well, they weren't really. Yeah, they really. When I was thinking of people that are in my panel usually, right? Joseph McLean was normally in my panel a lot. These other guys that sniped basically came in and sniped. So I didn't mean to say that I've never been sniped. I meant to be in my head thinking that usually the people in my panel that are invited often, they haven't sniped. It just doesn't really happen.
I don't see the reasoning behind being sniped. If somebody disagrees with you, I can see kicking somebody who's irritating. Or being unreasonable in his efforts.
Yeah, but I mean, there is times controversy comes down, right? And you know what, Gman isn't allowed in my Hangouts anymore. But if he was, there are times things get pretty elevated and escalated. And I don't want Gman sitting there, sniping people and kicking them out. And I certainly don't want him kicked out if we're trying to have a dialogue with him.
Why would he have mods in the first place?
He won't. But sniping doesn't require mods. That's the problem.
Okay, the sniping that I'm aware of is the one where if a person comes in and completely kicks everyone in the Hangout out, basically.
Right, and that's kind of how I'm using it, but it's still right to say that if you, for example, right now, you could snipe Wyatt and kick him out even though you don't have channel ops or mods, right?
Okay.
I don't know why I keep using Wyatt example. You're just the closest person on my film.
He doesn't like you, Wyatt. Face the facts.
Yeah, he's like, God, there's all this animosity to me. What did I do?
That'll teach you from breathing in here.
I'm jealous of his boyish good looks. That's what it is.
You know what? Just for that.
You are forever on my troll list.
Oh, speaking of Darwin, something happened with Darwin's too. What was it? I don't remember.
MK.
But somebody needs to make an Encyclopedia Dramatica of Darwin's deity and true. I don't have the skill set to do it, but I don't know how to go about it because you got to petition them for an entry, then you got to submit it and do a lot of research. Obviously,
you have to be well drunk. Classic articles
yeah, no, I can help write for it. I come up with some pretty creative stuff. I just don't know the procedures. I could do a collab with somebody if somebody knows how to do it and gets wants to do it in an Encyclopedia Dramatica. I am happy to collab with that. I can write some pretty scathing satirical stuff if I want to. So yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. I just don't have the
stuff I see on there is just the imagination.
Funny shit. Yeah, and I like I said, I've written scathing stuff before when it comes down to that. So, But I think they do need a channel or at least an entry at this point. But who knows?
Make them the center of attention.
Well, I mean, people are going to run into these guys for a while. I don't think G-Man's going anywhere. It's not G-Man. I don't think Darwin's going anywhere for a while. Now, they're not as prolific as Neffy. I mean, Neffy's been around for, 8 years? He's the quintessential Earth creationist nut job.
Yeah, but he's kind of run his gamut, and everybody's pretty kind of like, eh.
He's burned. Yeah, he's burned his thing. He's burned his.
I'm
his
just
flames
wondering. When Antonio went into that university classroom, was that meant to be a lecture that they were giving to each other, or?
I think it was an after-school event, like an atheist after-school event of some kind. He didn't clarify very well what it was, did he?
Because he already had like a PowerPoint slide open or something, and he was ready to give a talk. And that went on for about an hour, or maybe 40 minutes.
Who was this, and what was it?
The event that just took place, Antonio Gman and that debating those atheists.
Okay, I started off with seeing Drag complain about Gman.
Yeah, that was funny, by the way. And because Gman said something really strange. He said something about using ammonia in vaccines, and I looked into it.
He was referring to mercury, not
no. I think it was ammonium sulfate. And then Jade did a little research, and she came up to the same conclusion. And same with Fiona. But I had already messaged him like right after he did it. I put a message on the second video, and I messaged to him. I think he means ammonium sulfide. I think it was, which is a salt that helps to precipitate the proteins out, and it's like NH+4 rather than NH3, which is ammonia. Ammonia's NH3. So it's not the same as ammonia.
I wouldn't get too technical about it. He's not going that far down the rabbit hole.
But they don't. They didn't even. G-Man didn't even understand. It's not ammonia, right? You don't want to put ammonia in your veins of any kind. I think that would be really, really bad.
Yeah, he obviously read it wrong if that's the case.
Or just doesn't understand the difference between ammonium and ammonia. The suffix there determines the state of the ion, right? I mean, if it's going to be a neutral particle as ionization, whatever.
The science behind it. Yeah, I agree. But it just look at his terms of what he's looking at. What did he actually read? That would be the case.
Probably something that said ammonia, and he thought it said something else. But Bade wants to be pronounced aluminum. Yes, I know. Okay, look it. I get the fact that it should probably be pronounced aluminium. Okay, I get this, right? I understand. I'm not going to argue that point because I'd come out losing. It should be pronounced aluminium. However, I'm fucking American. Aluminum.
For the longest time, when I was a kid, I probably pronounced it the correct way until somebody tried correcting me about it when I was young. Say it, aluminum. Okay, well, I mean, aluminum. So you got used to saying it.
They call it aluminum foil.
It's aluminium. Okay, well, damn it.
Dude, hang on. If you walk into a supermarket and you said, "Can you please show me where the aluminium foil is?" They go, "Look, you like you're a fucking idiot." Okay, I'm telling you.
Okay, now Steve, I've only got like 50, well, I'll try and stretch it to about 20, 25 minutes. But would you like to discuss that?
What?
No, would you like to discuss the Young Earth's debate that's going to take place?
Not this second. I was going to actually do another hangout. So, okay, people have been saying they want smaller hangouts, right? Like 2-3 hours, so they can digest all the good shit we have to offer. And so I was going to have like this really kind of be just on the topic of G-Man and Antonio's trip to the college thing, because I think that's interesting. Now, for people that don't know, there was a debate coming up on not this Friday but next Friday. It's going to be General Han Solo and the Rumpus versus a guy named Paul. What is his last name?
Troy. Paul.
Humber. Yeah, and then Troy, a guy named Troy. He's a chiropractor who thinks he understands science. And I got to tell you, I don't want to go too much into this, but I've been corresponding with Paul for a while now.
Did you verbally correspond, or did you just
both?
talk?
Both. I've been in a hangout with him too. Him and I went in a hangout the other day, just two of us talking. A nice guy, very nice guy, but definitely almost a fruit on the ground, not quite. I mean, because he does go into hangouts and he's not completely inept, but he has a lot of conceptual errors. And I kept explaining to him, look, I don't want this to be about definitions. I don't want this to be about how you use these words and how people in science use these words. I want the discussions to be about the actual science. And I'm finding out the young creationists, in order to have an actual debate or discussion, they have to use their own vernacular. And I don't grant them that. So what do I do?
Force them to use the actual definition as to how scientists use it. Because there's a reason why.
But then they can say, "Oh, you're being rigged,"
Sorry?
Rigged?
But then, well, then they're like, oh, well, you know, why can't we? For example, I mean, this is a very simple analogy.
There's only
obviously,
one
not
way
the
to
only.
explain general relativity. There's no like 5 different versions of it.
But they do use things like kind, which I don't have much of an problem with, but that's a quick example I can think of, right? But how they redefine, we try to redefine things like historical science, how to redefine things like, what's some other words he was using? Just how methodology is done in general was completely flawed. The word hypothesis, he got that wrong.
Right.
What that is, yeah, it's just kind of odd.
But again, the thing with kind, again, like I've always argued, they're not sophisticated in their like, so for example, the word kind, it's a translation of a word which actually does mean species, the way scientists use species. It doesn't mean kind the way Ken Hovind links it with kind, like as if it's some genie out of a bottle miraculously creating a specific set of creatures that have no evolutionary connection. That's not how the word is used.
Right, and I mean, I don't care. I mean, I don't care if they bring that up that much. But the other stuff he was talking about, you know, for example, even the word evolution, I kept explaining to him, look, when we're going to use the word evolution in this debate, it's going to be biological evolution to mean the modern evolutionary synthesis. Okay, yeah. And that's, I think everybody would agree upon that. He wants to use the word evolution to talk about cosmogony and cosmology, and I'm like, look, that's going to throw a wrench in everything, right? Because it's going to people are going to misunderstand what the word evolution means. Right, so I was like, okay, forget even the word evolution. Just use modern evolutionary synthesis every time you want to talk about the process of evolution. But that's going to be cumbersome. But yeah, he made a lot of weird statements. I mean, he talked about Piltdown Man and Nebraska Man. It's like, come on, we don't want to talk about this crap, dude. Seriously.
Okay, so what area of science are you thinking of? Like, if they go down the evolutionary, like the biological evolutionary path, then I'm more of a physics, cosmology, that side. I can discuss some evolutionary, but I'm not an expert in that. Unlike Fiona or Jade.
Rumpus has got a decent handle on it, I guess.
You think Rumpus is all right?
Better than they do.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was a chiropractor, but you read his material. His physics was flawed. You saw it as well as I did. It was comical, and I'm like, where's this guy getting this stuff from? So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun debate. Don't get me wrong, and like I said, they seem like decent guys, and I want this to happen.
I read that other book that you sent, the one that Paul wrote, and I saw what you were saying. I was just like, yeah.
Oh, the pamphlet. Well, he didn't write it. He was the editor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just the same old younger creationist stuff that I've seen
honestly,
numerous times.
I think that's. I mean, ask Paul again if you can before the debate starts. Be like, look, this pamphlet that you've edited has got a nice structure to it. It's got pretty much every young claim in it. Maybe we can discuss what's in this pamphlet. So basically, how's this debate structured? Like, are there openings?
That's what we're trying to figure out. And I just saw that Jade, who, by the way, there's something in the live feed there, Jade, that shouldn't be in the live feed. Can you take care of that for me? And you automatically know who it is. They're not welcome in my live feed. They've already been blocked numerous times. So can you take care of that? His name starts with a Mark and ends with Thomas.
Not naming any names.
Yeah, but I'm not naming any names. But just if there was somebody named Mark Thomas, he's never issued an apology, so he's just not welcome back. But anyways, how the debate's structured is going to be probably more open forum with Q&A. Now, I saw that Jade wants to like get in on it, and they want it to be 2-on-2, right? They want it to be the two younger creationists against two other people.
Now, this is where it gets a little bit interesting, and for me, it gets a little bit frustrating. Because I'm thinking about the great debate community and your audience. So I don't want it to turn into a theological discussion.
Yeah, no, I don't either. It's about the science.
And
I explained it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you could talk about Genesis a little bit because I think it's naturally to come up. But
because
it's not going to be a theological argument.
I mean, then I wouldn't mind going down that route, but I'm respecting your audience and you guys.
And I'm telling Rumpus, we're all going to go on the assumption God exists. I don't care. Let's start with that assumption. It makes no difference, right? This is not whether God exists or does not exist.
That's true. It doesn't make any difference.
Okay, so it should make any bit of difference because I don't want them to delve into going into, okay, well, if you accept God, therefore you can't, understand evolution or accept evolution. So I'm going to tell Rumpus, just, you know what, just for the sake of the debate, you're going to be a theist, okay? And I've already told him this, right? I told Paul this.
You're making history, right?
I don't think Rumpus will have a problem with it. I don't think he knows the debate is not about atheism, theism. So I don't want it to be about atheism and theism. So for the sake of the argument, he'll be like, yeah, okay, I'll pretend I'm a theist. Fine, let's go from there and still work in the science. Explain to us
It's going to be the one time I'm going to use Rumpus as a authority, atheist. Rooting for God.
Well, I mean, I'll give you a brief overview of some of his arguments real quick. I have asked him if I can make these emails up for discussion because he does have a lot of interesting things in here. But he said something along the lines of like guesswork in science and methodology. And I was talking about forensics, and I'm like, well, how is forensics guesswork? I mean, any of us who ever done a titration knows there's no guesswork in titration, maybe to find the meniscus. But other than that, I mean, it's a very precise thing, right? And hard sciences deal with how things are done methodologically speaking, right? And he's using the term hard science in a way I've never even seen before. He doesn't understand hard science versus soft sciences and how they're methodologically different. And he thinks that paleontology can't be a hard science, or biology dealing with evolution isn't a hard science because it's quote-unquote historical science. And it's a fundamental misunderstanding that I don't want to dwell in when we get to the debate, right? Because I want it to be about the science.
So has that become a real thing now? People calling it historical science? Wasn't that something that a debate had included?
Yeah, Ken Ham did. Now, there is something colloquially understood as historical science as compared to operational science. But when creationists take it, they tend to mean that any science that is in history that we have to have an inference from is historical science and therefore unreliable. And that's not how it works, because we can draw inferences from things. Science wants to explain, and everything we explain is observations that have happened in the past, are they not? Nothing happens instantaneously. We're always looking in the past. Always.
Yeah, we're always looking in the past. Yeah. Now, next question. So let's just say 30 or 40 minutes into the debate, because I like more of a discussion format rather than just making opening talks and stuff like that. So say I'm just saying theoretically that they are cornered in regards to the science. So the only basis and foundation for the young Earth position is basically now the Bible. And now what happens?
Well, I mean, first of all, you guys are all cool that we moved topics on this, right? Not that it matters.
I'm okay with whatever's going on as long as. Otherwise, I'll just shut up and stay in the.
Oh yeah.
Here.
No, join in. It's fine. But it's obviously off topic. But this is going to happen anyways.
Sorry for dragging it.
No, that's cool.
He just sniped the conversation.
Yeah, you see that? See how he changed the subjects? See how he does that? Damn you, General. Again, this is where it's going to be touchy, right? I don't want it to be based upon the Bible, because the Bible is not a scientific documentation. The Bible is not set up to give scientific arguments. I understand you're a concordance person. I get that. Right. Yeah. But that's not what it's going to be. Okay. Yeah. And I think you're okay with that. And I don't think you really need to make it a concordance.
No, but that's why I asked that question, because now, like, theoretically, let's just say they concede, oh wow, then the only position now is, what the text says from that perspective.
You can maybe do the Yam thing. Yam is okay, maybe. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but Yam is a good argument.
But then ultimately they've lost the debate anyway if they've conceded.
Well, yeah, and
their argument.
I want to make it very clear that this is supposed to be based upon science, and he knows, he understands scientific methodology. He does grasp that there is a methodological restraints of methodological naturalism on science. He does understand it. I don't think he fully does, but he kind of understands why a little bit.
Okay. So then what we can do is we could technically end the debate and say, look, if you want another debate on the Bible, then let's do another one.
You could try,
a follow-up on that.
You could try. I mean, he asked how long it should be. I said maybe 2 hours. But
how are you going to follow that up with the Bible?
Well, you got to remember they're all theists, right? So they do argue from a theological point of view from the old creationism.
So because I want it to be strictly science, so not to Well, you could very slightly include the Bible, but I wanted science, mostly science. So
the amount of the Bible you're going to include in that is going to be quite minimal.
If they're cornered, where their only foundation now is their interpretation of the Bible, then we can do another debate on that, and not include that into, the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to have an argument against young creationism from a biblical standpoint. That's fine. I don't really get into those, but you can do that, right? Because I mean, if you're for Christians and all of you are debating whether old Earth Christianity or old Earth creationism versus young, then yeah, between the four of them, they're perfectly fine to use the Bible to do that.
Make it the big. I'll touch on it, but I don't want it to be the main focus.
Okay. Yeah, I've asked about them if they want to talk about the Ark. And how speciation occurs from that. I asked them if they want to go over Tompkins' work a little bit. They all said fine. Troy hasn't talked to me too much, but you read his table of contents from his book and some of his first excerpts. I don't. I think he. Okay, first of all, and I'm going to ask this to the panel so we get them involved. I'm going to play the part of a younger creationist for a second. Okay, so I have.
You're wrong.
I got this box of Sweet and Low. Okay, it's sweet meat, right? Good stuff. Pretend this is a fossil of a dinosaur. Okay, this is my dinosaur fossil. I want to have it carbon dated to demonstrate that this fossil is only, 3,000 years old or whatever. Because most carbon dating, sometimes when they get all messed up, they get about 30,000 years, and most of the time it's been because of the shellac that's been on the coating of the fossil. But if I say, hey, you know what? Why don't you carbon date this fossil? What's the argument against it?
Is carbon dating the proper procedure?
Well, I mean, okay, why isn't it the proper procedure?
I believe the expression you're looking for is, and I won't do the accent, but there is no fucking carbon in it.
Okay, and you know what?
Is that the phrase you're looking for?
Well, that's brilliant. Yes. Well, yeah, but follow up on that though. Follow 54. Yeah. There's no fucking carbon in it. But still, does it matter? How do we know there's no fucking carbon in it? How can we just can't test it and say, you know what? You're scared to test this because you're afraid there might be carbon-14 in it, and that you're going to get a result that's going to violate deep time, and therefore evolution cannot be happening.
Well, they could say something like, how do you know the ratio of parent to daughter isotope of carbon-14 and carbon-12? Like,
well, it's one in every 12 billion, I think it is, right?
Yeah, and so what I would have responded back with, just look at differential calculus, and with calculus you can just.
But that's not the argument. Why don't you just test it? Here. I'm giving you this with my camera. I'm giving this to you, General, and I say stick it in your little AMS machine, and do a carbon date on it. I know we all got AMS sitting around, right?
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, everybody's got one. So why won't you do an experiment on it? Why won't you test it for carbon? Even if you think it has no carbon in it, you're just making a claim. You're stating it has no carbon in it. How do you know that without testing it?
They'd come back and saying, oh, the rate project did it, but then the rate project affirmed the scientific consensus that the decay rates are constant.
Did it? I didn't even know that. I read parts of the rates program. In fact, I even talked to Safadi about the rates.
No, Hugh Ross was actually in dialogue with them recently, and they actually did affirm it. So the only thing now they concede is what John Hartnett says, and that is it changed in the distant past, but now it's constant. Well, we can look at the distant past in astronomy and see that it's still the same everywhere in quasars.
No, but you said the rates project determined that.
Yeah.
I haven't.
The rates.
Can you find me? Yeah, please do, because when I talked to Safadi about that, and one of the things I had pointed out to him that the types of date frames they were getting with the frames were magnitudes more of what young Earth creationists would be. Okay, I mean hundreds of percent more. Definitely. Yeah. And so even if they were trying to use that to debunk deep time, it didn't support their model either, right? It just didn't, because if you're saying something is 7,000 years old or 10,000 years old, and you're getting 30,000, that's a factor of 200 more. Okay, that's well outside the realm of standard deviation, right? Your model is busted at that point. You can't say, well, yeah, we're trying to get a range between 7,000 and 10,000, and we're getting something that's 200 times greater, and then say it supports your hypothesis. I mean, Octai knows probably stats better than any of us, and I don't think he would say that would not be a severe outliner that wouldn't that doesn't fit in your model, right? So he had to agree with that. So Friday did agree with that.
I'll just be right back, Steve. I'll just be right back.
Okay. But I think that's what the argument that they're going to have is, well, why did she just carbon date it? And, you can say all you want that there's no carbon in it, because we know there's no carbon-14 in it. And if there is, it's very minimal, and it's probably came from non-primordial sources, non-proteogenic, or whatever. What is it when they're first formed? But we're not going to test it because it's so not going to have that much carbon in it that even when we got a result, it would be anomalous. It would be, we have the background radiation, it'd be uncalibrated. We have no way to calibrate it to even detect what time frame this is from, right? And there's ways to calibrate carbon-14 from what I understand, dating methods. And it does require at least a peripheral understanding of what time frame you're looking at, right? If you have something that's 3,000 years old, it's going to require a different calibration than something that is 50,000 or 100,000 years old. Okay, so they need to have at least a time frame in their head of where something is, and that's because of atmospheric concentrations of carbon-14. Now, I could be wrong on that, but that's how I'm understanding it. But if somebody really has done carbon dating before, I'm welcome to have throw their say into it. But you can't say it takes something that's pretty much, we think, to be 65 million years old, do a carbon dating on it, get a wildly anomalous result of 30,000 years, and go, oh, look, this is only 30,000 years old. That's not how it works. And even if we did, it surely does not correspond to a model that says the Earth is only 7,000 to 10,000 years old. Now, anybody disagree with that? It's curious. Oh my God, I killed you guys. What?
I won't lie, man. This is a little bit over my head. I'm just listening and learning right now.
Well, you know what? You can just go, yes, Steve, yes. Yes, we hear and obey. We like that.
That sounded really wrong.
Yeah. Oh, yes, Steve. Yeah, well, I don't judge, right? but does anybody else? I mean, I have to take issue with that, though. I mean, this is one of the things they're going to try to say, and this is the problem with the young Earth creationist arguments, is that I so want it to be talking about the science that nobody ever talks about that I don't want it to be on methodology per se. I don't want it to be on why don't we carbon date it. I want to be, okay, show us the evidence that you have that why the carbon dating is wrong. Because if you think that you can carbon date this, I'm sure you'll get somebody to fund it. I mean, the Discovery Institute would love to pay for that. The CRI, AIG, somebody would pay for it if they thought this would show conclusively that deep time doesn't happen, right? I mean, somebody would fund this if there was a viability to do these experiments, don't you think?
Yeah.
God, everybody's quiet. Where'd everybody go? Does anybody else want in? By the way, we got open seats. But shit! I totally forgot to. Did I ask Drag? Oh my God, silly me. Let me get Dragon here. Yeah, he had a couple good videos today. And get Reds too, maybe.
Are you gonna do Red?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on at late recently.
Yeah, let me just do a couple quick invites while we're just having
I haven't seen Drag on, but I wanted to
he had two
him out for
today.
those two videos because I wasn't into Gman for the longest time, and then he brought Gman's name back into
he sucked you back
my
in.
world again, and I despise him for that.
Well, Gman has to have his weekly his attention, right? His weekly attention. He likes to be in the limelight, good, bad, or indifferent, and if he doesn't get it every so often, he just starts to lose it. So. But
I'm talking about Drag's involvement in it.
Oh, Drag's always been involved in it some way or another. But I mean, he's busy with school, as people have been saying. He's working on two associate degrees.
There are people who mutilate themselves that have a better time than watching G-Man's videos.
Yeah. Speaking of having a better time and mutilating. Okay, everybody, strap in. Look at the prime flat Earth mutilator is here. Mr. Red's rhetoric.
Oh, no, you let Red in here? Oh,
yeah, I have very little standards for a hangout. I mean, seriously, it's not that
hi, Red. I didn't know you were here.
The fuck you all want?
You always bitch when I don't give you a hangout invite, so... I know you never invite me anymore to yours. I always find out yours on in like a half hour after it started.
I usually send them to my Skype peeps, so you need to add me to Skype, asshole.
I can do that.
So I'm still going to blame you, and I'm going to base that blame on absolutely nothing, just so you know.
I accept that. I think you've actually mentioned that before. I think I do have your Skype somewhere.
Somewhere, motherfucker, I gave that to you weeks ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Somewhere I have it. I'll look through my thread.
Yeah, I'm buried in the closet somewhere. So,
but I'm not. Yeah, I know you've been buried in a closet a long time. You heard it. You heard it here. Reg is buried in the closet.
On some piece of paper he left in a dusty drawer in his wanking closet.
Just send it to me again, just in case. But then again, I don't use Skype.
He doesn't want to look for it.
I don't know where it would be. I mean, it's probably an instant message, but but again, why would it matter? I don't usually use Skype, and so I wouldn't get the message anyways.
Well,
yeah, it's okay. I don't want to be in your freaking hangouts anyways.
I guess it's
yes,
all
I do.
your fault.
Yes, I do. As long as I get a reserved seat for the dumb fuck of the year, I'm happy. I'm going to be on that motherfucking panel. I'm advocating, baby. I'm advocating.
Well, you apparently have some competition because one person said that they're going to make an infinite number of sock accounts to make sure Antonio Subarats wins. So,
what the fuck is that?
That's devotion.
Yeah.
I will hunt that person down. Give me the name.
Antonio Subarats is a guy that doesn't know how to compass and doesn't know what the word reference means.
Is that the guy that was talking about the tower that was like 11 miles away instead of like 20?
No. That was the guy that confused.
Because that guy was dumb. Like, really dumb.
No, that's the guy that was confusing a picture looking south for a picture looking north, even though anyone with fucking Google Earth or Maps.
Oh, with the ISS?
No. It was for the stars. And that was also the guy that asked me the question, does the sun move? And he was confused by my response of relative to what?
Well, yeah, it moves relative to a lot of things. It moves relative to just everything, actually. It also has a directional radial velocity toward Virgo, I think, too, doesn't it?
Yep. So, anyway, I'm just here doing some homeworks, and that's where you called me. So
you're learning some stuff.
Yes, I am. I is learning some stuff.
You and Drag.
If I hit a snag, I'll ask for your help, and I'll probably be often.
Well, what homework are you doing? Can I ask?
Yeah, it's just the basic shit. If you guys want to help me out, okay.
1 + 1 is 2.
Well, no. Well, here's what happens: as soon as we start talking about math, everything goes to shit. Because people like completely lose interest. What was it the other day? We were talking about. Oh my God! It wasn't quadratics. What the hell was it?
No, we were talking about factorial.
Factorial. Was it factorial? And it's like 5 factorial, which is 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1s, and 0 factorial, y that equals 1. And then I was going to get into the gamma function, and then we kind of lost it, right? Because I don't remember the integral for gamma function. I can look it up. But
all right, so if you guys want to help me out,
you asked what your homework is on right now? Gamma functions?
Yeah. Well, you asked. I'm gonna.
Fuck, I don't remember gamma function, dude.
Here's the question. Grab some paper, motherfuckers. You assholes.
You guys work. Yeah, go ahead. We'll do one math problem, but I'm probably gonna leave it up to you guys.
Don't worry. I'm
Hogtie is the math guy.
-7u times x to 6 over -2u to the second x to the 5 plus the product of 12u to the second x to the 5th over -2u to the second x to the 5th. Good luck, fuckers.
Yeah, first of all, I didn't copy any of that down. And are you just doing algebraic rearrangement, or are you doing like differentials on it? Like when you say u, do you mean actually just like you're not using UV product?
It's dividing equations with unknown exponents.
That was English, right? You were talking about English?
It's kind of English.
Yeah, if it's just algebra, it'd be probably easy, but I'd have to see it. But we lost people when we started getting to it was fractional exponents, because I mean, when somebody says like, what is x to the 1/2?
I used to like math.
It confuses people. And then when you say what is the x to the -1/2, it confuses people anymore, right? Hogtie must be okay because he'd be all on this stuff, but he likes math. Are you going to watch the debate on Friday? Not this Friday, but next Friday?
There's a debate next Friday?
Yeah, it's going to be the Rumpus and General Han Solo with this guy named Paul and another guy named Troy. He's a doctor, a chiropractor. And they're both young Earth creationists, and it's going to be interesting. Slaughter probably, but interesting. And I'm gonna moderate, but we haven't really got over the format yet because General stepped away. But I want to ask both sides questions and then maybe get the responses and then have kind of a back and forth. I don't want to be like, 15 minutes of these guys, 15 minutes of these guys. I don't like time debates. I think they're stupid. They don't allow for any dialogue or back and forth, right? They want. I mean, if they want the Neffy style debate, then this isn't going to work too well. But I don't think they do.
Yeah. I honestly.
Well, Neffy style debate is more schedule a debate than run away from it and then claim victory. But whatever.
I thought that was a G-Man tactic. Never mind.
All I gotta say is good luck with that.
Well, it's gonna be more like your style that you do with your flat earthers. I think more freeform. But God, you get the dumbest of the dumb. I mean, that guy with the tower was really kind of. I mean, just fucking stupid, dude.
Well, thanks.
You do get the dumbest of the dumb. What do you want? I mean, how much more dumber can you get than the people you get? I'm like looking at them going,
wow.
I'm like, are you
serious? That was an insult. That was truly an insult right there. What's the matter, Red? You can't find smart people for your thing?
No, I can't. Obviously, I can't find any smart people. Fuck all of you.
You can't find anybody with a half a brain to go in there that talk about flat Earth. Well, it's not Red's fault. I just don't know they exist. I'm gonna blame Reds on
that right out there.
That's not fair. Hey, Reds, man, you can't find any smart people. What's wrong with you?
Well.
Just the way it was laid out, like Steve just insulted you right there, Brad. It was
of course.
Amazing.
Like the jackass that he is, asshole.
Yeah, he takes the easy ones, right? He takes the like pop-up flies, you know.
Come on, Brad.
It's a flat earther. Let me debunk them. Oh, it's so hard. Oh.
Imagine this. Flat earthers are like that annoying crotch rash that you can't get rid of.
Well,
you okay? Wait, back up the truck before you say anything, Steve. You had crotch rash there, Red.
Anybody who's ever played a sport or been in the military has suffered from jockish at one time. Everybody. It's just everybody. No guy on earth has ever played a sport or been in the military that didn't suffer from jock itch and athlete's foot at least some point in their life. It's just the way it is. I mean, when you live with 100 other guys, it's going to happen. But you take steps to alleviate it, right? Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, if you have it for a very, very long time, there's probably a problem. But if you just initially get it, then you take care of it, right?
Yeah, you can take care of it with powder and stuff.
Yeah, you just keep it dry. And
Gold Bond or something.
Yeah, but the worst is actually athlete's foot. I mean, you get that right between your toes. Oh my God, it's horrible. Luckily, I only had like 1 or 2 major bouts with that when I was in the military, because you're running around in heavy socks and boots, right? So it's a moist environment. So the fungus there is going to really be exacerbated, and it just rips your flesh up from between your toes.
Oh.
Yeah. Seriously, raw. I mean, it's red. It's so bad. So yeah, if you join the military, you learn really easy to take care of your feet. So I have really good feet, actually. I gotta admit. But I'm not into a foot fetish. I don't get this whole sexual thing with women's feet.
If you're starting to get turned on by your own feet, you got issues.
No, I do not. I'm like the opposite of having a foot fetish. I just say I've got good feet. I take care of my feet. Wow. Here's a toe. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, she got a toe. Yes. Score.
He's looking down his feet going, yeah, baby, you and me.
Baby, you look great in them sandals. Oh.
What is this, 1778 pornography? What the fuck?
It's Amish porn.
Look, he's showing his knuckles. Oh.
Yeah, here's an ankle. You're Muslim. Here you go.
Off with his toe.
Well, I think it isn't. Isn't in some Arab countries you can't show ankle?
Yeah, you have to be completely covered. Which is a benefit, because if you break up with your girlfriend, you get to still keep the picture.
Well, I want to know is, how do you ever know what they look like? It's like on your wedding night, you're like, yes, I got a good one. Or, what do you mean? It's like, what do you do? I mean, how do you know? I don't get it.
Leave the lights off. Leave the lights off. Leave the lights off.
Mm-hmm. I've been married 20 years. I still don't know what the fuck my wife looks like. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I really don't. But I can just tell you now, we've lost the entire audience, so whatever.
I'm just trying to think of that comedian who was talking about that. He says, how are you gonna know what she's like? He says, look at that. That's the one over there. Oh yeah, she's a real cracker.
Well, it's kind of like people say, well, how do you know what they're like in bed before you get married? So, I mean, do you test drive them first?
There is actually
some
okay.
people are
Now
just
that
not
you
sexually
brought that up-
compatible. Let's be realistic.
Wait.
It's just a fact.
Wait. Now that you've brought that up, there actually is a way of getting a temporary license, temporary marriage license.
In the eyes of the church?
In the eyes of the mosque, yeah.
You know what?
If I remember correctly,
I don't think
there
that's
is
a bad
something
idea.
in reference to that. There's a temporary marriage license that allows a couple to try out to be married for a short period of time.
I wonder if B knows about this. I never heard of that before.
I remember watching some video and they were talking about that there is a temporary marriage license.
Wow. Yeah, but if you try him out, you're still no longer a virgin. I mean, if it doesn't work out, what do you do the next time? You can't. You're not a virgin. Right?
I said temporarily married. I didn't say that, there was any sex involved at that point.
Oh, I thought you get to try him out. If you're temporarily married, you get to at least figure out if you're sexually compatible.
I don't know the exact details. It was just something that passed. I think, if I remember correctly, I think it was the Pharaoh was discussing that.
Poor silly Samson's like, I could have gone my whole life without hearing about foot flesh ripping. Oh no, you can't. You trust me. If you've never had foot flesh ripping before, you haven't experienced life.
Dude, I don't need to experience that life.
Yeah.
I'm good.
You just get a thing of flesh
take
that
your
comes
word
off
for it.
between your toes. And it's like, okay, baby, go pond. Yeah. Military is not fun. Military, you have to deal with a lot of stuff. But Veterans Day is coming up, and I think this Veterans Day, I'm actually going to wear my medals, and then go out for dinner somewhere, which is my version of McDonald's. But yeah, I'm going to wear my medals just for once. I've never ever worn my medals for Veterans Day. Although I found out I'm missing one. I mentioned it before. We were eligible for the Kuwaiti Liberation Medal, and it's retroactive, so we can wear it. So.
Yay, I was right.
You figured it out, your math problem?
I got an answer right. Only 49 more to go.
Yay, that's where we have Wolfram Alpha.
Fuck.
Yeah, see, we know how to solve these things. We don't do them. We've been there, done that. College algebra, calculus. We use Wolfram Alpha. That's
So, hang on. Here's a good one that should be easy. Factor the following: 6u to the 8, w to the 9, plus 24u to second, w6, y to the 7.
Write it down. Uology will do it for you.
You can't. It's a prime. Plus.
Ooh.
Plus.
Oh, okay. I got two questions for you. Okay. First one, I'm going to ask this really quick because MB May channel wanted to ask a question. I don't know what its relevancy is, but she just wants to know: can a king be a god?
No.
Honestly, no. But I mean, if you say like the fairies and the kings were gods, it doesn't mean supernatural gods. So in that, just no. So when somebody says a king is a god, they don't, unless they visually think of them as a supernatural being, like for example the emperor in Japan, then that's their belief. But do I think so? No. They're men. They're not gods. Okay. So the other question is, and Hogtie tried to get me on this and he couldn't do it. But is 1 a prime number? Yes or no?
What?
Is 1 a prime number? Hogtie asked me this question the other day. I think he was going to stump me, little fucker.
I thought it was.
So we get 1 yes.
I'll go yes because
I'm
yes. Stupid.
I'm gonna say no because I'm a rebel.
You gotta go against the grain, don't you, silly? Damn, I like you already. He's new here and he's going to be a rebel. That's good. We're going to ask Uology. What about Uology? Matt, he's probably the one of the more knowledgeable guys on math. So is 1 a prime number? Uology in the live feed. Maybe he's not listening anymore.
Why
Does anybody else want to answer this?
Come on, douchebags.
Come on, Uology. Get back. Oh, here comes Hogtie.
Stop being assholes.
I wasn't even so much trying to stump you with it. I was going to block you if you got it wrong.
Yeah, he did. He's not even lying. He's like, if you get this wrong, I am so not ever talking to you again.
Yeah, I had my finger poised over the button. What was the phrase I was going to type? You're on my permanent troll list.
Yeah, you can pull a Darwin's.
Blocked.
Uology is correct. No, it's not a prime.
Yeah, 1 is not a prime number.
Yeah.
Come on.
There's a lot of different reasons for it. I mean, 1 is a unit. It actually is the unit of. But a prime number requires to be divisible by 2 numbers itself and 1.
I thought it was like the 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, Fuck, I don't know the rest of it, but
Well, you don't.
okay, but I thought that after that it was either one or itself, and I thought one was included because of that reason.
No, it's any number n is greater than 1, or z is any. Z is greater than 1.
It has to be greater than 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's not even a required part of the definition. What you have to do
It is some in real analysis.
any-
I believe it is. I actually saw something where it actually gave the definition for prime numbers being an element of z where n is greater than 1.
Well, the more tidy definition would be any natural with precisely 2 factors.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the reason I'd raised it with you is I can't remember what the heck we were arguing about, but I said it's kind of like the argument over whether or not 1 is a prime number, because what are prime numbers? I mean, who really cares, right? But what was happening was for people that would define primes as being anything that is just divisible by 1 in itself, therefore it would include 1, is that there are many different mathematical proofs or mathematical principles where you're making a demonstration somewhere where 1 doesn't fit in the example. So they would always have to say, well, those prime numbers except for 1. And they realized, well, that's really dumb. That's a dumb long phrase. So let's just define the word, prime naturals to refer to those naturals that do have 2 factors.
And by the way, I do know
it's because it's just a definition.
I do know it's eulogy. I just call them eulogy. I know it's eulogy, guys. I do know how to pronounce it.
Isn't there a big difference between eulogy and eulogy?
It's eulogy, but whatever. Who was the other question? Oh, hey, why don't you ask your other question, Hogtie? Which at first I was like, well, how can they not? But then I was like, yes, you're right. So I'm agreeing with Hogtie on this one too. But I don't think a lot of people are going to agree with you on this one. But I definitely think you're right, 100%. But with the notes.
This is
a great question, and I totally agree with you. But I guarantee if people are going to disagree, but don't give them the answer. But what do you know?
Yeah, is D sharp the same note as E flat?
No.
No.
No. Wait. Did you say D sharp? Oh, E sharp. Oh, okay. That's a different question than you asked me. Okay.
Well, you can say is C sharp and D flat.
Right. That's what I thought you were going to say. Then I heard E. So yes. Okay. So that's which question are you going to go with? Which one?
Well, let's do C sharp.
Same thing, but say it again though.
Is C sharp the same note as
D flat?
D flat.
Okay. So that's the question. Here's the question, guys. Is C sharp the same note as D flat? Do. Oh wait, if I sing that, do I have to give royalties? So I have the first person to answer is Chris.
Honestly, I
yes.
don't know the notes, so I'm actually going to take a pass on this one. For all I know, they could be different or the same.
I'm going to say yes.
Eulogy says they are inharmonically the same, which is absolutely true, but is used differently. Okay, but they are inharmonically the same. Yes. So
I don't know.
The answer is clearly yes.
Sokka says yes.
Sokka.
Okay, and the answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is clearly no.
Clearly
I think
no.
Eulogies got it exactly right.
They did. Eulogy exactly spot on. Yes.
Yeah, they produce the same pitch, but the 2 notes function differently in music.
Because you got to remember you're working with a key, right? And if you're working with a key, C sharp and D flat are not the same note. They're the same pitch, the same frequency, but they're not a note because a note was within the parameters of your key signature. Right? If you're doing a C major, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or A, B, C, D, E, F, G, that is the note in there. Okay? And if you say, okay, well, C flat is a B, you don't say A, B flat, or say A, C flat, D. It doesn't go in the scale, right? So it's not the same note within the scale of the key you're in.
I knew that. Well, not really.
How about what is the 7th note of the major diatonic scale of C sharp?
Okay. First of all, did you see the site that I gave you, Hogtie? You didn't.
Yeah, I did.
It's good, isn't it?
It's quite cool. Yeah.
Well, that tells you the answer, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I have no idea when it comes to music. I listen to it. I don't know anything about it though.
F.
I sing it in the shower, and my neighbors still complain.
And you said it was a harmonic.
Eulogy. Now I'm more curious about Eulogy's background. There's no way Eulogy would have picked that out of a bag. Eulogy says B sharp. and everyone's going to laugh because they think that's a joke.
Well, I'm actually looking.
Maybe he's just really really quick at Google.
Yeah, well, I'm looking in the. Okay, so you said the C major scale or the diatonic?
C sharp. So you're in the scale. You're in
the
C
seventh
sharp
note.
major is your key. The seventh note.
Yeah, the seventh C sharp major seventh is B sharp.
Is B sharp? Yes.
Yeah, that's what it says here.
Yeah, and what color is the B sharp key on a piano keyboard?
Black.
It's white.
Black.
I took a
It's
guess.
white. Yeah.
I have no.
B sharp
Okay.
is equivalent.
Can we talk about something
harmonically to
else?
C.
Let's just talk about something else now, please.
But anyways, we'll move on. But if you guys want to see this place that I found called Basic Music Theory, very, very good site on learning scales. It was well thought out. Whoever did it actually did a good job. It's pretty cool. Okay, now the last question though: do triangles exist?
No.
I'm going to start blocking people, except for Sasha. We're on the same team.
I'm gonna plead the fifth.
That's never gonna. That's
I'm
never gonna
Canadian,
be figured
but I'm
out. I
gonna
don't
plead
think.
the fifth.
Malpass and I got into it a couple days ago again.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, we were actually talking about a different issue. We were into the thing about. Do we want to touch on this? Does people know about this in public? I guess.
Go nuts.
Yeah.
Better than music theory, I guess.
Just hesitate how much I want to say about this out loud, but I guess so Alex Malpass and Matt Slick had a very good conversation. Just the two of them sit and talk, sort of revisiting some of the issues of the argument, plus of Matt Slick's sort of famous / infamous argument. But they also talked about a couple issues from theology and philosophy, and it was the gentlemen treated each other very well. And then that was Saturday, and then Sunday evening they had Bible thumping wingnut, and there was some conduct that some people, I didn't see the whole episode, so don't take this as if it's coming from me, but some people have used words like deplorable to describe Slick's conduct on the Bible thumping wingnut show. Again, just sort of is just like, oh, well, how do you know there's anything wrong with the argument? And
broke the computer.
Yeah, it was pretty awful.
By the way, Bert Pohl's 3 or 4 videos that he had on that, love them, Bert. You were
really good.
So good. Go watch them. If you guys haven't seen it, go watch Bert Pohl's Matt Slick videos on how he just KOs himself. It's Matt Slick versus Matt Slick. And the 4th one's my favorite, I think. The last one he did. It was so good.
In a world where Matt Slick faces against Matt Slick.
He just
clusterfuck, not seen for ages.
He doesn't get simple. Everybody else seems to understand what Alex and everybody else is talking about. For some reason, it's just right over Matt's head, and he's supposed to be the logician and the great philosophical guru.
I laughed at the Walking Dead way I saw Steve's photo on the.
I was thrilled. That was awesome. Yeah, I mean that's a high honor. I mean, come on.
And then Gman suddenly noticing there's a zombie.
And it's still. I mean, I love the fact that at the very end, Ozzy saying that cult revolver, what the hell it is. I mean, that was just epic. But for this argument, okay, and somebody put in the live feed, your argument is something along the lines that things can be triangles, but triangles themselves don't exist.
Wow, god damn it.
Hogtie?
I just didn't ask who you're asking that because I'm curious to see what other people think about it. No, I don't think triangles exist. Things can be triangular in the sense that they share this property where a triangle, the concept of a triangle is a good description.
Are you treating it as a universal?
I don't know what
a universal be a property that doesn't have any real tangible assets to it. Like, for example, the universal of green. Things can be green, but green doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, it's like the number 2. I mean, remember actually when Alex and Matt Slick were talking about the number 2, for example, is that I mean, my chair. We talk about the concept of chairness. I mean, there's some properties that are essential to it, or it simply wouldn't be a chair. It would be a tennis shoe or something else. But the fact that my chair is green or blue, or has 4 legs or 7 legs, I mean, those things are not essential to the chair. Those are accidental or incidental properties of the real world chair, because a chair is a thing that exists with both ideal or essential properties and with accidental properties. The number 2, though, every property to the number 2 is essential. You don't find a blue number 2 and you say, well, yeah, this is a number 2. It just happens to be one that's blue. There are other number 2s out there that aren't blue. Right, that doesn't make sense when you talk about number 2.
Yeah,
and triangles are the same way. They're. Oh, I shouldn't say that because they're acute and isosceles. Fuck, I got to rethink this.
There's right triangle.
Yeah,
there's
I'm not
wrong,
sure you're
there's
going
wrong
right direction
triangles.
with that.
Does anybody know what a wrong triangle is? Because there's something called a wrong triangle too, which is pretty. You can have a right triangle, but you can also have a wrong triangle. There is such a thing. People think I'm kidding on that. I say that before. It's actually true.
It's got 4 sides.
No.
Got 4 sides.
A wrong triangle is a triangle that has a greater than 190. Yeah, a triangle is a triangle with greater than 90, and it's kind of like this, and then it has a hypotenuse that goes across it.
Well, you've got a hypotenuse then, but wasn't that just called a obtuse triangle?
It is a type of obtuse, but if you look up wrong triangle, there is such a thing. Yeah, it's not a non-right triangle. I know it's kind of a weird thing, but I've seen people call them a wrong triangle. But I don't know what you. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to weigh in on this one, whether triangles exist or not, because again, that's like saying these properties like green. Does green exist? Well, we know the concepts exist. Obviously, green doesn't have any kind of concrete substance to it. It doesn't. It's not like a platonic form.
Isn't that, but that's an applied name, is all that is. Just like a chair. Just like a chair.
It's an interesting argument.
It's an applied name. It's not distinct in its properties. It's just what we've applied a name to the object.
I'm sorry, but when I look up wrong triangle and I'm taking to Uncyclopedia, I'm starting to suspect Steve's got something wrong.
Well, I mean, it's a very loosely thing. It's basically an obtuse thing. I mean, it's not it's not a real thing in mathematics. Okay, I'm not trying to say it's a real.
Oh, I thought you were.
Mathematical concept. No, it's not a real mathematical concept.
Look at him backtrack. Look at him.
Yeah.
No, but people do call it people do call it a wrong triangle because it's not a right triangle, right? Well, it's no different than saying, okay, well, do triangles exist? Well, maybe, I don't know.
Well, we are still supposed to be having this debate. I mean, initially it was sort of me versus Ozzy. And then
on triangles' existence?
Yeah, do triangles exist? There's real traction on this topic because it actually has implications into these sort of Platonic things. I mean, all the stuff that Alex Malpass and Matt Slick were talking about. There's a whole segment they were doing in that conversation that really touched on these issues about these conceptual things. What does it mean to say that they exist, or what does it mean to say that it doesn't exist? Mm-hmm. And this whole area has real traction in philosophy, and people kind of take up camps, and it actually affects the great debate community in the way that we often have these conversations about, well, does God exist? Does morality exist? And then. Really, we don't ever discuss what it means for something to exist. So at some point, Ozzy and I mean, initially we had what was a ridiculous accidental on-air argument about it, where I was telling him, well, you can't prove triangles exist. And he goes, yes, I can. There's one there right now. And he starts waving his fingers around like a mental patient. He goes, there are a whole bunch of triangles. And I'm like, what? Like, you hide? Like, there's triangles all around me. You can see them, can't you? And it just got weird. So we agreed.
I remember that. It was weird. Because most people are going, what the hell are they even arguing about?
I don't. I'm sure he's going to say I'm sure he's going to say I'm mischaracterizing that conversation. He didn't come across quite as crazy as I'm characterizing what he actually said. But we talked about it later, and he said, well, no, we should do this, and that maybe Alex could contribute something to it. And I think Floyd jumped in. And at one point, Rumpus came in with one opinion, and then I think he swung over and he sides with me now. And so he's ready to lace up and do it.
Let me ask you, are you using it similar to like numbers, literally like numbers? For example, the number 2. The number 2 only exists as a concept. Okay, we have a numeral 2 that we can write that represents that abstract concept, right? Yeah. Are you using it similar to that there is no number 2 that exists?
Well, this is it. Yeah. Okay.
We can have representation of it, but
number 2 is a real number.
That doesn't mean it exists in reality, though.
7 times the square root of -1 is an imaginary number, but neither of those numbers exist. The number, 7 times the square root of -1 is just as imaginary or made up or non-existent as the number 2. I think it's a totally.
I agree that neither one of them exist, in physicality. Sure.
Yeah, they just don't.
But imaginary just means it doesn't exist on the real number line.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is the thing that sort of set it off. Is that my assertion that there's nothing unique about the imaginary numbers. They are just as bullshit and imaginary as the things that we call the real numbers. The square root of -1 doesn't exist, number 2 doesn't exist, 7 doesn't exist, triangles don't exist, and spheres don't exist.
So what does exist?
Well, if he's using it that regard, I mean, he has a valid. I would say there's a valid argument because I don't think you.
Oh, me, yeah.
Because if you're using it going that line of reasoning, I can see your argument. Because real numbers don't exist either, just like imaginary numbers don't. Although I have tried to explain to people that all real numbers are complex numbers, and they don't get that. Because real numbers are a subset of complex numbers. So
I don't.
3 is a complex number. All you do is just take when it has a plus bi, you just make b equals 0. Eliminates the imaginary portion of the complex conjugate. The complex part of that number, so not the conjugate, but it just leaves a real number 3 left. So you have 3 plus 0i, that imaginary part goes away, leaving 3. So all numbers can be represented as complex numbers. They just don't have an imaginary part.
But
so
I think,
numbers are a subset of complex.
The difference between triangles and numbers in this one is that I agree, like that numbers don't exist in that way where you could point to that and say that's whatever a 2. That's you might be pointing to 2 things that are 2, or the physical representation of what we write on paper as a 2, but it's not actually a 2. A 2 is just a concept. But with triangles, we can have a triangle. A triangle could, if you define it as just any shape with 3 sides, then we could have a subset of things that actually exist that fall under the categories of triangles. Like a Dorito would be an example of a triangle because it possesses the characteristics of having 3 sides. So anything that would fall under that subset of things with 3 sides would be considered a triangle by that definition.
But I think they're arguing that it just has a property of being a triangle, right? Triangle itself is not
something with 3 sides has the properties of being triangular. And something with the properties of being triangular is a triangle.
But Hogtie, when you get a chance, look into what's called the universals for property.
Steve just totally dismissed me there.
I'm not. I thought Hogtie was going to answer that. I didn't follow you, to be honest.
No, I don't know what to say. Because I was just making the point that we set this up a while ago when we just did scheduling. I mean, I'm fine. I plan these hangouts and I never actually do them. But we revisited the issue lately, and I'm totally prepared to have my ass kicked. Like I know that when these guys. Because I take a position on these things not existing, and I said this, and people are like, "No, you're wrong about that." And I was like, "Oh yeah, well I'll take you on." I get in all Gman WWE style and challenging Ozzy to a
well,
debate.
I mean, I just think I think if you go that route, you have a better argument. I mean, Ozzy is Ozzy, right? I mean, I've only got him to capitulate one time that he was incorrect on something, and I actually was correct on it. But he for the most part, he's extremely knowledgeable, right? And I wouldn't go against him on something of this nature. I had to get my ass handed to him,
Yeah, and Malpass I think is the wild card here. I think he did tell me once which way he sided. I mean, he asked me a bunch of questions about what I thought Ozzy's position was, and then what mine was, and he had specific questions about I don't remember what it was now. And then he came back and he's like, "Oh well, so and so is the Platonist," and the other one. And then he had another word for these, because he knows the history of these areas of debate. So therefore, there's labels for different positions they take. So he seemed to know these things, but he was playing it pretty close to the vest. What he thinks is actually the case.
Mm-hmm. So you don't think he's really explained his entire reasoning yet?
No, I think what he's doing, he's going to wait till we do this hangout, and he's going to sucker punch me. Exactly. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Well, I thought he was going to do that with me too. When I was discussing,
agree with me.
When we were
do it, he's going to sucker punch me.
We were going to have it. We had our little thing on remember back in a while ago, whether sound is energy, right? And I thought he was going to sucker punch me too, and his argument was actually what I thought it was going to be. Then I explained why his argument was wrong with a few other people, and he finally, agreed. Yes, energy is sound, because I know where he was going. His argument was not wrong per se. It was just not looking from a physics standpoint. He was looking from more of a philosophical. And so I don't think he's going to try to sucker you, but he's going to go from a philosophical point of view, hardcore, right? So you're going to have to look at how you think he's going to be looking at it, because obviously he does have an argument. It doesn't mean it's going to be right, because sound is energy. There's no question about that, and that's why I was like, I'll go against anybody on that one, because I can definitely show that sound is energy. But you might have a chance, because I think if you use your argument like you're using that like numbers do not exist, you might have a shot. Theology is like it's trivial. Yeah, of course it's trivial. That's what we do here. We love this kind of trivial bullshit, though. That's just great.
Go up a couple lines, though. Eulogy saying, like, not sure what's the debate. You know, a triangle's just an enclosed polygon with 3 straight sides. Not sure what's the debate. Well, triangles exist in the real world. Like, where's that coming from? Unless you're referring to, like, the musical percussion instrument. Ding! Like, no, they don't. Like, I don't understand how eulogy would show up with, like knowing things. Like, you know, that B sharp is the 7th note of the scale. And then comes up with this bullshit that triangles are real. Like, I don't... You tell me next the Earth is flat? Like, I don't...
Oh, speaking of that, did you see that? I think you got tagged in that post for that by Bo Coop Fish, I think is the guy's name. Who wants to have a debate over how we pronounce Southern?
Southern, yeah, Southern. They say Southern. Yeah, it is true. Yeah, the Canadians will say Southern, and I've always said Southern. I don't know, and that's actually not even a regional difference. That's coast to coast.
You know, yeah, that's how it's spelled. It's Southern. It's not Southern. That doesn't make sense.
All I know is if this becomes the debate of the century, that triangles exist or not, yeah, I'm done with the entire great debate community. I just don't.
Hands up. That's it.
That's it. We're done. Forget it. You know. Which reminds me,
I want to have this Southern debate though. So
it's pretty good. Southern.
Yeah, we'll have a 2-on-2 debate. Me and Hogtie debate people over the correct pronunciation of Southern.
Yeah. Well, speaking of,
go ahead.
Oh, it's a slight topic change, but and I imagine it's going to be brief because there actually wasn't that much interest in this thread. But just speaking of Canadian quirks, I had posted publicly, but tagging only the rumpus, something I'd seen. Somebody had linked to me a documentary that explained how the measurements of the Eratosthenes geodesy problem. There's another solution to it that actually proves the Earth is flat, not round. And I watched like 2 minutes of this video, and then I linked it to rumpus, saying, well, you just need this explained to you properly. Well, then I watched the rest of this 26-minute documentary, this flat Earth documentary, and it was awesome. Like, I was mesmerized about this thing. It's called The Search for the Edge, and it's an investigation into the mysterious disappearance of Andrea Barnes. And she's from Ontario, and it's a hell of an interesting documentary. It's only 26 minutes long, and it's great. And yeah, I really got hooked into it, and then I learned the sort of the truth behind this documentary. I don't know how many people were following that thread, but it's apparently no one in this room, because I'm waiting for someone to go, yeah, I saw that. That was awesome.
So I must have missed it. Can we have the what's it called? The spoiler?
I probably know what you're talking about. What about the Eratosthenes thing that they had an issue with?
Oh, well, the Eratosthenes thing was, I mean, that's the thing that got me hooked on it, but it turns out to be the least interesting feature of the story. If the sun is directly overhead of Cyrene, but there's a 7.2 degree shadow angle in Alexandria, and they're 530 miles apart, that just proves that the Earth is flat and the sun is 4,000 miles above the surface.
Except that it doesn't.
Well, you know, go argue with the Berries. There's 2 brothers, I think they're brothers, that produced this movie.
Yeah, I did see that, and I was able to debunk that within 2.5 seconds. If the sun were that close, we would expect to see the angular size of the sun change throughout the day by 3.5 times. So the fact that we don't see that kind of shows it to be bullshit.
Well, it's weirder than that, because the story interviews the documentary interviews these 3 experts, and interspersed with telling the story of this disappearance of Andrea Barnes. And so she was born in 1898 and disappeared in 1961 on her 3rd expedition to Antarctica. Her effort was to prove that the Earth was flat by bringing back evidence of the edge. And when she disappeared, at 63 years old, she's out in Antarctica. She disappears. Well, they later, 20 years later, I think it was, find the skidoo. And there's a camera and a note that says, the debate is over. I've seen it. Like, I have I've seen it myself. The debate is over. And unfortunately, the person that found the skidoo and the camera and the note had opened the camera and exposed the film, so the pictures actually aren't available. And
appropriate.
But the Eureka note is actually fairly famous amongst flat earthers. You see, you got nothing against that, do you, Reds?
I do. There was actually a smudged off part that says, Eureka, I have seen it. The debate is over. I have seen that the earth is round.
Yeah.
That part was smudged off a bit.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, real quick, I put on the side to you. Look at that Wikipedia article on what's called the problem of universals, because I think that's what he's going to come after you about. Yeah, and you said you hadn't heard of him before, so.
All right, well, I'll take a look at that, and I guess in the meantime, I'm going to actually ruin. Spoiler alert. I mean, okay, actually, you know what? Just don't listen the next 40 seconds. I'm going to tell you the spoiler. It turns out that this documentary, some people when watched it, they've noticed some really weird things, like there was, I think her second expedition was ruined because of this bad weather. There's a snowstorm in Antarctica, and when they show like scenes of this snowstorm, there's a very brief shot of some cattle out in the snow, like actual livestock, right? I was like, what the hell is going on? And there's a couple of weird things in the movie that just go like, what is going on here, you know? So some people have detected that it's a mockumentary, but it's weirder than that. It's not even a mockumentary. Sokka's going to appreciate this. This was a movie that was made in 1990. It was a intentionally faked documentary arguing just plainly that the earth is flat and the whole round earth thing is just a fad or just a fashion that was, you know, propagated by the Catholic Church or whatever their story is. And the whole thing was made and paid for. It was made in Ontario and was paid for under a National Film Board of Canada grant.
Ouch.
And
Wow.
paid for
They
it.
weren't paying attention to what they were giving money to, did they?
No, they weren't. It was on purpose.
Was it just to show that flat earthers would believe anything?
No, I think it's more along the lines of
How
showing
can we
that
waste national money?
the National Film Board. There's a lot of programs in Canada that will sponsor and support art programs that will just do the most. Yeah, the most ludicrous thing. Yeah, I mean, that's what you're getting at there, right, Hogtie?
Worse, this was educational.
Yeah.
This was
Wow. That was under educational.
No. Okay, but you know what? It all comes together if you get the study guide for the movie. It's a study guide for teachers. The movie was produced at NFB expense as a government-funded, intentionally fake documentary for teachers to show to their classroom, to their students, as a critical thinking exercise.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
That's actually a good way around that.
Yeah,
that's actually pretty genius if you think about it. You know.
Okay,
that's pretty genius.
Yeah, so this
to have get money that way.
Yeah. So and of course this is what National Film Board of Canada is like when the Barrys went to NFB and said we're going to pitch this thing, and they're like, well, how is this going to be even slightly convincing? And they're like, well, we've got Leo.
Did
Ferrari.
anybody ever show it? I'm wondering. Did any class actually ever show it?
Oh yeah, no, it was quite popular. It was quite popular at the time.
Seriously?
I mean, 10 years before they do this once in a while. They show Canadians. There's a lot of critical thinking, the stuff that goes on. I remember one of the exercises we had.
The dust rhinos.
Yes. Oh, and did you see there's also a brief commercial one that is a brief spot that was on TV, the hippos?
Yep. The hippo,
yeah, that's what it is. The dust hippos. Sorry, the dust hippos, not rhinos.
I thought it was house hippos, wasn't that what it was called?
House hippos, yeah.
Yeah.
Not dust hippos. House hippos.
Yeah. That was paid for by tax dollars. I mean, the thing's only like 45 seconds long or a minute and a half long or something, but that was paid for.
Was that in reference to something else? That was just a byproduct of another point they were trying to get across?
Well, yeah, it was it was the same thing. It was like, you know, use some critical thinking. Don't believe everything you see on TV.
Don't believe everything you see on TV. And they're able to put this on Canadian channels. They don't pay for the airtime, right? It's all funded, right? So these guys produce, actually, when I was in school, our critical thinking thing, they made a phony news story about a law that was passed by Parliament. And the task was you had to write a letter to your member of Parliament to give your thoughts about this law. And of course, only some of the kids would detect that this was actually a phony news story. But that was part of the challenge, right? And they gave you little clues in it, like part of how this law was passed actually wasn't consistent with how laws are passed in Canada. And of course, you're supposed to be learning about these things. So when they made In Search of the Edge, they sat and they said, well, we need to choose an example of something that is so ludicrous, so stupid. But because what we're trying to show children is that you can take the stupid, like most obviously wrong idea in the world, for example, flat Earth, And if you put it in documentary format, suddenly it looks good. And that was the effort. So they said, well, which idea should we use? And they're like, well, let's go with the flat earth thing. So they made an intentionally faked, government-funded documentary as a critical thinking exercise for children in Canadian public schools. And if you're wondering how this sort of circles around to, and why I recently saw this video, because flat earthers in the United States have now seen this documentary and they're like, this is fucking awesome. The story of Andrea Barnes. I'm putting this on my YouTube channel.
So they have less critical thinking skills than children do.
Than children.
Canadian children, you heard it right here. Canadian children are smarter than American flat earthers. There you go.
Are you smarter than a Canadian fifth grader? Yeah, and it's so. But the thing is, if you do a search for "In Search of the Edge" on YouTube, you will find like 30 copies of this phony documentary on people's YouTube channels. And if you do searches on the internet, you'll find people who'll be like, how did I not know the story of Andrea Barnes? She's such an amazing and courageous woman. And there are people, they're just like these like Andrea Barnes fans. I mean, and the flat earthers absolutely love it.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That is a pretty good story, actually.
Trying to think what because I would have been probably would have been about junior high, maybe a little later than that when this movie came out, and it's like I was trying to remember if I ever heard or seen anything like that.
I've never heard it before, so
it's
like
the best troll.
Yeah, I know that's kind of a good troll, though. I find that to be interesting.
Well, the National Film Board of Canada produced these Poe films before the term Poe was ever invented. Mm-hmm. And the thing I find ironic about it was that when they produced the movie, as they had produced the one about the fake news stories, there was another one they produced in the early 80s that was about a country in the Middle East that didn't exist. They were producing these things as these critical thinking exercises, and again, tax dollars paid for it. And they were distributing them on VHS cassette. Totally not anticipating that someday there would be an internet and there would be YouTube and there'd be a bunch of dumb dinks that would copy these things and distribute them on YouTube.
Well, I've seen people use science fiction shows as evidence before. That's happened.
Like Scientology? Is that what you're referring to?
Blame Canada.
Blame Canada.
This is called trolling, Canadian trolling.
Canadians seem to have highfalutin trolling, it looks like, though. I mean, they're not your amateur trolls. They're going to be your,
mess you up bad trolling.
What's the name of the troll in South Park? What is his name?
You talking about Cartman or?
No. Kyle's dad. He's Pussy Seeker 42. Is that what it was? Anybody nobody's watching South Park this season? You guys have not watched South Park this season?
I like South Park, but I can't keep up.
Oh, his no, it's like Skink. Is it Skink Hunter 42? He's like the most ultimate troll, and the whole season so far has been about trolling. It's really good. People like the kids, instead of committing suicide, right, because they're being pressured, they throw away like their phones and they get off Instagram and Twitter, and like everybody treats them like they're dead. They miss them so much. Like they're crying that their friend is no longer around, and they're standing right next to them because they're no longer a part of the network. Skink Hunt 42. Skink Hunt 42.
Be careful when you say that.
Skink Hunt 42. It's a great season right now. I think it's actually one of my favorites so far. But I love South Park, so.
It's great.
Those guys.
I don't know. I don't know. I got Pussy Hunter out of Skink Hunt, but whatever. I'm just giving somebody a new troll name. Hey, Infinity 730. Why don't you change your name to Pussy Hunter 42? Sounds like something you would find on OkCupid, doesn't it? Speaking of OkCupid, did you guys see MK do his OkCupid page on air? Well, he did offline, but they talked about it on air.
Well, MK, the running gag.
Yeah, he actually made an OkCupid while we were offline, and it was just fucking hilarious. Anything what anybody said, that's what he put down as an answer to their questions.
I don't know what to think of MK anymore. All of the stories, all I hear are him
Well, he says the debate's over, and I you know what? I haven't listened to what his arguments are, but I kind of agree with him in a way that there's not much of a debate to be had anymore on atheism versus theism. It's boring to me. That's why I'm an apatheist on that.
You say that now. You say that now, but then MK's going to say something stupid, and
well, that's daily occurrence. But I mean, I never really liked the whole theological arguments to begin with because I never see them ever get anywhere. Who's calling? Oh, anyways, but we're never going to resolve anything. And right now, it's just a matter of who's a better debater or who's better at argumentation or who wants to have one-upmanship when it comes to theism and atheism. And that's all it is anymore. It's just a specter, a spectrum.
Spectre?
A specter, yeah. So I mean, it's not worth watching to me. I don't like those kind of debates very much. Yeah, I mean, and yes, and Tyler points out the great debate of sarcasm. Yes, I understood that the great debate was supposedly started by Agent of Doubt started it, I believe, to kind of mock the whole thing. But I don't know. Did he come up with the great debate community? Somebody said Agent. I thought I heard Agent of Doubt say that he started the great debate community. I have to ask him.
There's going to be a lot of claims to that, I'm sure.
He watches my stuff. Well, he actually has a video out there saying that he actually was the originator and coined the term "great debate community." So I don't know, but how often do we have theological discussions? That often? It's not that much. I don't see them very often. All you have is Gman and Antonio thinking some vast atheistic conspiracy out there. I don't see many atheistic hangouts. The only person I can think of off the top of my head that has atheistic hangouts anymore since Nadia disappeared is Sidney Wilson, Ask an Atheist. And I disagree with him on atheism a lot, but he's the only person out there really even talking about atheism.
Wait. Who disappeared?
Nadia.
She's gone finally?
She's been off the scene for several weeks now, if not a month or more.
Really?
Oh, about time.
Yeah.
What happened? See, I'm not the only one. Good. I don't feel bad.
Did she finally get a job, or is she in the hospital again?
No. People basically, I don't want to get into too much of the drama, but basically they pointed out that everything she's been saying is complete bullshit for a very long time, and go watch some stuff on Tom Rabbit's channel or ask Nevin Noor. But basically what happened was they were trying to get her help. She didn't want the help because she was getting too much money from people paying her lots of money. People paying her rent. I mean, literally $1,000 a month people were paying. And then they realized that she wasn't trying to be self-sufficient at all. She wasn't trying to get a job. And it just, for 2-3 years, she's just been saying, I'm too transsexual to get a job or whatever. She's using this as an excuse. And I think people just got sick of it because they try to help her out. And who spends $1,000 a month on somebody? I mean, yes, Patreon is great. We all should have Patreons if you're a contract provider. But I mean, you get $200, $300, $400, even $500 a month from Patreon. You're doing exceptionally well. But for one person to give you $1,000 a month, that's a lot. I mean, I just can't imagine.
Well, hello, Earth to fucking everybody. I offered to give that bitch a job.
I know you did.
And she fucking called me a rapist after the fact. It was clear to everyone, to me, to Gus, to all the other people who have been, what's her name, Deidre or some shit like that. We all said that she wasn't trying to get a job. She wasn't trying to help herself. She wasn't trying to better her life any way, shape, or form. She was perfectly content with having everybody else pay for her rent, her cigarettes, and her fucking pizza Mountain Dew. And it never got any better. And keep in mind that the whole transsexual thing wasn't a valid excuse because she turned down job offers multiple times because, quote, she didn't have money to travel. When other people offered to pay that travel expense, oh no, I can't possibly take your money. All of a sudden, it's an issue. All of a sudden, I'm not gonna take the grab when I've been taking the grab this entire time. At one point, she missed her flight because she was too busy on a fucking Google Hangout, and people had to pay for her flight ticket, another flight ticket, Otherwise, she was going to be stranded at the fucking airport.
Yeah, see, that's so bullshit. So much. I mean, first of all, if you're, I mean, I've had assistance, no question about it. I'm not going to use that money for cigarettes, right? And I'm glad I stopped smoking in December because I wouldn't feel comfortable. I mean, I mean, her whole life was like you said. How many Mountain Dews and I don't even drink soda anymore, right? I don't go out and buy soda anything. I am so thrifty. It's not even ridiculous, you know. I mean, I make tea. That's why I've got this. I have actual tea, and then I make tea, or I drink water.
Why do you have that right beside your desk?
Oh, because I went to the store the other day and got this for $1, and it was in a bag. And my roommate was over here going, "Hey, by the way, this is yours." And he handed it to me rather than putting it in my little shelf. He handed it to me instead. I'm like, "Okay, well, when I get a chance, I'll put it away."
Okay.
Ooh, you guys getting calls too?
No.
Who is it?
Yeah. This is video call from Chris. He's trying to get the link.
Oh, can I request a voice link? Oh, who is he? I mean, who Chris is?
No.
Chris who?
Chris Scott.
Nope.
Never heard of him.
Let's check it out. He's got how many? Do you have any followers?
Completely blank profile.
Yeah, I don't like that. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, I got the call too. I don't know who this is.
Yeah, I don't know who he is.
Oh,
he's in the live feed too.
I'm
trying to remember. Chris says he dropped in before. Chris Scott. I dropped in once.
Anyway, to get back in on it, I think for her at least, she just didn't want to work. She was perfectly happy living off the backs of others, as long as she can be lazy and on Google Hangouts all the time. Fuck work.
Yeah, well, she didn't even try to take care of herself.
I think the more interesting conversation there, though, is where we started there, where we're talking about the usefulness of these discussions and whether or not there is a point or a purpose, or even whether it's entertaining to do this whole great debate community type thing. And I know that Hogtie's spoken about this several times before in the past.
Yeah, and like I said, a lot of us have Patreons, and we do rely on that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think that any content creator, and I think I supported Nadia. I donated her as well when I had the ability to. So, and we have no problem with that. But when I found out the massive amount she was making, this was a business to her. This was like, a lot of fucking money. We're talking enough for, good God, thousands of dollars for streaming.
Being a professional victim was very lucrative to her.
And that's what kills me, professional victimism. It's like, good fucking grief. We all have issues. Everybody knows I've not been feeling well either.
The same reason.
Jesus Christ, I'm not going to fucking take $3,000 goddamn dollars. Fucking that's just ridiculous.
The very reason I hate the shit that she was doing is the same exact reason I can't stand the shit that you see fucking the feminists doing, where they're all just professional fucking victims. Just look at the fucking, who's that one bitch? The one that did the tropes versus women video games.
Sarkeesian.
Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she's doing. Oh, I'm such a victim. Oh, I'm such a victim. And here she is raking in $1 million.
Yeah. Well, there's some channels out there I like watching that are like, I think Wrecked, Feminism Wrecked I think that's the name of the channel. But it's so funny. Ever since I said I was anti-feminist, things have been a little different. But they never asked me what I mean by anti-feminist, right? And I think I should clarify that and I'm sure that you're the same way when you say you're an anti-feminist or you don't like feminism. We're not talking about egalitarianism. We're not talking about second-wave feminism. We're not talking about gay and lesbian rights. Everybody that I know supports these things, right? Everybody who has, a sincerity and wants, humanity to all get along. I am fine with all those things. I am talking about the jiggly fucking chick kind of thing. What is it, Triggly-poof? That kind of feminism shit? Oh, my God.
Triggly-puff. Boy, that's
Triggly-puff.
a great Triggly-puff.
I love that.
Great. Oh my God! I had to have it explained.
The look on that poor woman's face. I can't remember her name, but she's just like, you can't. You just priceless. She's like, what the fuck is going on here? Just some kind of report or something like that.
It's funny because I was actually hoping to talk about this on Talking Shit Tuesday, but unfortunately, Gus kind of went after me for some weird reason.
I like Gus, but Gus takes over TST far too often.
It was weird because it's like he tried to conflate what I was doing to what I'd said Gman was doing earlier, and I was like, okay, well, no, because I'm not limiting this definition when I'm using the term social justice warrior, for the sake of this conversation. Like, so in the one that we're having right now, I'm using it as pejorative. He's like, well, I don't think it's a pejorative, and I'm like, well, I don't always think it's
pejorative.
And I said to him too, it's like, well, I don't always see it as pejorative as well. But I mean, for the sake of this conversation, this is how I'm using this word. This is the context that I'm using it, and I'm letting you know exactly what I mean by this. And you don't have to hold to my definitions, but this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Wikipedia says that's the definition. Social warrior, justice warrior is a pejorative term. So
right,
why can't somebody use it that way? That's how generally it's used. Now,
yeah, it was a useless objection to bring up there. It's a lot different than saying, like, for example, Gman saying, "Hey, this is how I'm using the word, and you can't use any other ways to use this word." It is completely different. But
what's funny is I know more.
The point was with all this, and it came up actually in the comment thread because I linked that little thing with all the little quotes there from the woman that you were arguing with. And people were just like, well, what's the context of this? And I was like, what context do you need? I mean, like, what context would make what she said okay? And nobody really answered that at all. But I mean, the reason why I wanted to bring that up, and what I want to bring up in Talking Shit Tuesday, was actually an objection to one of the things that you had said, which you're talking about, the whole anti-feminist movement, which is like this new thing where there's people out there that are men's right advocates,
MRA.
Yeah, MRAs, and but they're not all MRAs are necessarily anti-feminist. Anti-feminist is its own little subgroup out there as well. Sure. And I think that the problem with the anti-feminist label is, you're right, because it's actually really kind of unclear. What do you mean by anti-feminist? Mm-hmm. And like what Hillary put in those comments wasn't feminist. This isn't, she wasn't hitting on feminist talking points, because there was nothing in those points that were that would go along with the progressive movement that most people would link in with feminism. It was just pure hate speech, essentially.
Well, but hate speech is also entwined with it. That's why. I mean, they do use the same buzzwords. That's all.
Not all the time, because there's a lot of
not all the time. No, not all the time.
There are feminist issues that that I do sympathize with. There's also men's right issues that I sympathize with. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I don't even think that I take the label egalitarian on this either, or I don't think I take the label men's right advocate, or even take the label feminist, because these are all socially progressive activist type labels. I'm not an activist for any of this stuff.
I don't think you have to be an activist to have a label, though. I mean, I don't mind becoming an egalitarian. I have no issue with that. I think labels are just something we use to facilitate conversation. So if I need to get a quick snapshot of what your positions are, if you just give me some labels, I kind of get an idea of where you're at. That's all. I think it's to save us a lot of conversational time. Rather than sussing it out later on. That's how I'm using labels. I mean,
you think that, but then you come up with people that say that I am a feminist. Like Jade would be an example of someone who's a feminist, and her brand of feminism, on the most part, I can probably agree with.
She has the British type. See, feminism in Britain and stuff like that, I think the terms doesn't have the exact same connotation as it does over here.
She's not British.
No, I know that. I never said she was. She lives in, say, California. But the way she uses the term is very similar to how I think British people would use the term of feminist, because I don't think it's the same thing. She's talking more like the second wave type feminism.
Yeah, that I can agree with. I mean, but the third wave feminism that we see here is all around the world.
What do you mean by British feminism? I mean, I've never heard that distinction.
Well, it's an arbitrary distinction. I'm saying egalitarianism.
Well, I mean,
the politics are a little bit different,
though. I mean, most feminists that are actually activists are, ostensibly egalitarians. Like most of them,
I would think so.
Some of them do some silly shit. I even know some that do mostly good things, and then they do some silly shit as well. But I mean, most activists do silly shit. I mean, if you can find me a rights movement that hasn't done silly shit, I'll pay you money.
Mm-hmm. I think somewhere down the line, all rights movements see, the thing with the rights movement is, I think they all start off with good intentions, but then somewhere down the line, it's like a tipping point.
Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter. Yeah, I mean, people have used that example before. They probably start off with good intentions, but then just snowballed into a clusterfuck.
Well, what's your problem with that movement, just out of curiosity?
Their end goals are not... okay, first off, what they want is not clearly defined. And the stuff that they have kind of defined for their end goals, so where they want to be, you can see that the methodology that they're going about to try to get that will not lead to the solution that they want. So, like, for example, if you want, let's say less crime, or sorry, less police involvement in your communities, or less police interactions with young black males, what you should do is maybe better education, better outreach programs, better all these other things out there, and not rioting and burning down half your town. So, which one, if you took a look at the options between, what's going to increase or better relationships between, these people in these neighborhoods and law enforcement, is the best methodology to go about this is to have violent protests with a lot of public destruction.
So it's a methodology question, right? Because if you actually
yeah, exactly. So it's the same thing with
but here's the thing, right? Is you don't denounce a movement off of, you can denounce part of the movement off of methodology, but when you actually read their platforms, things like mandatory body cams, for instance, like for cops, I'm all for that. Like, a lot of the police reforms that they suggest are really sensible and have been proven.
Some of them are. There have been some that have actually worked out, but there have also been other ones that have that are ridiculous.
Like, for example, there's actually a few of them that simply want, black-only zones.
Well, I mean, I would ask, we can talk about what certain lunatics believe, but I'm wondering, from their actual platform.
I don't know if that's part of their platform, is it?
Yeah, that's the question. I'll agree, there are fucking lunatics out there that are clueless. I'm the first person to point that out on any issue. But, I think, there's a big problem on YouTube where it's and I hate to use this word because it's bullshit, but this phrase, but there's people who virtue signal by saying, oh, I'm against these SJWs, without actually understanding what they're saying. And it kind of annoys me because by no means am I an SJW. I'm a lefty, but I have some really big issues with the left, as people have heard. It's just I find that the majority of what people say, and especially in our circles, just they have no fucking clue on these issues.
Right. So a good example would be so let's say there's some feminist issues out there, okay, and that we want to kind of advocate for. Now,
I go down the list. They have a list.
Is the best way to go about these things by talking about how males are genetically predisposed to be violent, or that we need to be trained, or that we need to be, limit our interference with whatever, that female should set what the social construct is, or whatever. All these other things that are that really don't make a lot of sense.
Well, some people say that, right? Again, when you say people that say that kind of shit, it's mostly fringe people, which I agree. Those ideas should be squashed.
Here's the first thing they say. Here's the first thing they say. Number one, end the war on black people, presupposing that there is a war on black people to begin with. There's the first problem.
Have you watched the Netflix documentary 13th Amendment?
No, I haven't seen the Netflix documentary.
I can go through some of the material that they cover. A lot of it's just mainstream, history and stuff. But there are ways that you can phrase it that a lot of our politics in the U.S. has been explicitly racialized and discriminatory against black people. Is the synopsis of
So, but to that point there, Sam, is that a historical case, or is that something that we still see actively today?
Oh, we still see it actively today.
Okay,
I think it exists today, but
in that no, I don't. I'm not going to argue against the fact that the U.S. is founded with a lot of institutionalized biases in the history that we still see effects of today. But the question would then at this point in time is what type of legislation needs to be brought in, what needs to be changed right now in order to get to that position of equality.
And I don't think we
say,
do it today at all.
I mean, I'll give 2 examples from our criminal justice system. Let's end racial profiling and let's end the war on drugs. Okay,
so with the 2 things is, first off, the war on drugs is not a Black Lives Matter issue. Just because it exponentially affects that maybe population, it still would also alleviate the same type of thing that we see in poor white neighborhoods.
Well, you didn't ask me. I mean, I'm not speaking for Black Lives Matter, right?
Right. No, I'm just saying how that's
but
that
it
one
is a
right.
disproportionately racialized issue, right? So if you look at, for example, the statistics of drug arrests and drug conviction, and then you add that in mandatory minimum sentencing, et cetera, the drug use rate is roughly equal between Black people and white people. But
is this really
the
a
amount
war,
of Black
though?
people that get arrested and prosecuted for these things is 8 times. I believe the last time I checked was about 8 times as likely.
Okay,
than a Black person who does drugs.
So let me ask you this then: if it shows that white people get charged and convicted at a rate much higher than their representation in the population for driving under the influence, does that mean that the driving under the influence laws against driving under the influence are institutionally or systematically targeting white people?
Well, I mean, I don't know of that statistic. I'd actually have to see it.
No, yeah. If you can go on to the FBI's statistics on this, where they've listed crimes in proportion to population and race within the United States, and what you find is that like a lot of crimes out there, you see African Americans getting charged at a rate much higher than their representation in the population. Well, you have. Well, you have other crimes, for example, like DUI.
We're talking about 8 times. Is it 8 times as likely? Like, is it something that's out of a statistical norm, or is it something that is within the realm of possibility?
It's pretty outside of the statistical norm for something like that. But I mean, the thing is that the question, still stands that, I mean, why would that particular crime affect Caucasian people higher than people of I think the other 2 categories I had were African American or Spanish American descent.
Doesn't still. I mean, I still don't see how this is a war on Black people. Their demands say end the war on Black people.
I've never.
Well, that's what they're saying. They're pretty much saying that, we get charged more for this certain crime, ignoring the fact that white people get charged more for other crimes, like, for example, drunk driving, which was just mentioned.
Well, we can. I mean, look at the criminal. I mean, come on, that's ridiculous.
The only thing.
Look at the criminal. Hang on. Wait. Let me finish the sentence before you get off on a rampage, right? Like, before you say something ridiculous, like, look at our prison population. Now, do you believe that Americans are inherently less law-abiding than any Western country? No, and most of the inmates right now that are serving, like mandatory minimums and 3 strikes and you're out sentences are all on drug charges, and most of them are people of color, right? Like it's not. So the point I'm making is that not that it's a conscious conspiracy, which it most likely isn't. I mean, there are aspects of it that are consciously racist, but for the most part, it's not. It's that it's a systemic issue that comes down to how does our criminal justice system work at the level of who gets arrested and at the level of who gets prosecuted and what type of prosecutorial discretion goes on.
Okay.
Right? Like, so if I get arrested for doing drugs, I'm much less likely to. I could cop a deal that leads to no prison time.
Okay.
A black guy, you can't say the same thing.
The question is, did they get arrested because they were Black, or did they get arrested because they were on drugs?
Well, I mean, well, first off, I don't think that people on drugs should be getting arrested. But
yeah, I agree with that. But that's beside the point.
That's a separate issue, though. The question remains: did they get arrested because they had drugs, were selling drugs, were using drugs, whatever the case, or did they get arrested because they were Black?
I'm going to argue a little bit here because the problem isn't really.
I want to go next, Shadow.
Fuck.
I was going to say the problem is less the actual arrests and more the kind of punishment that they get for it. Because the sentencing, it tends to be much worse.
Sentencing for African Americans is worse. I don't think anybody can disagree with that.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but the thing is that what I'm trying to say is the drug thing is not a race issue. You get rid of the drug thing altogether, the race issues that go along with it.
Amazingly naive. That's
Well,
amazingly naive and uneducated.
Here's the thing too, and I want to. There's just one point that Sam put. I want to correct him on, and that was that there are more African Americans in jail for drug crimes than white people. That's not true. In almost every single stat out there, white people do outnumber African Americans for being convicted of crimes. And there's more white people in prisons than African Americans as well. Now, is it not proportional? It isn't. It's not proportional to the rest of the population, but the chances of seeing a white guy in jail for a drug crime is higher than seeing a black guy in jail for a drug crime.
Who's incredibly naive again?
I would agree with what Saka said. That.
Here's
the thing. Here's a question though. Reg, real quick. They just said about words the war against black people or something like that, right? Do you think that the language is inflammatory at all by the usage?
Yeah, the language. The language is fucked up. That's what it is. Do you
think they have a right to be inflammatory in a way? I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here because I don't think that they should use that kind of language.
The war on drugs language that was coined by Nixon.
Well, I think the war on drugs was a total fucking farce that just
no one's going to disagree with that though. Yeah. No one is saying that the war on drugs is actually a good thing. I also think the war on drugs is complete and total bullshit, and if it was up to me, I would see it gone. But the thing is that when you get rid of the drug problem, you get rid of the problems that it puts on people legally wise for both black and white people.
Yeah, but I mean, it disproportionately affects one.
But the drug issue is not a race thing, okay? Once you get rid of that,
I'm sorry, that's not true.
And as Saka pointed out, it is. So you get rid of.
You just said the issue is not raw numbers. The issue is proportionality and likelihood and sentencing, right? Like black people proportionally are far more affected by this.
Let's try to do a little bit of math here, okay?
Red, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm sorry, Red. You are on the wrong tree. You're literally climbing the wrong fucking tree.
Let him finish. I want to see where he goes with this.
Let me finish. For all you know, your tree's growing fruit that's made of shit, and mine has apples. All right. On my tree, I say this: you get rid of the war on drugs, you're going to get rid of this one fucking problem. The only thing that I have heard that has a little bit of a legitimacy to it is racial profiling. And I think that ties in with your first point, and that's what we should be focusing on, because we all agree that the war on drugs is bullshit. Get rid of the war on drugs. The war on drugs no longer becomes a problem. It's the racial profiling that we need to look at. But I don't think racial profiling is quote unquote a war on black people. Now tell me,
I never said it was a war on black people. I don't know why you keep using that phrase.
Can I throw something else on in here as well? Is that for racial profiling, and I think everybody's in agreement with this. Is that it's wrong. The stop and frisk laws, for example, that they brought in New York were extremely racist, and maybe not in their actual writing, but in their application. Their application was definitely an example of an institutionalized racism, and I'll agree with that. And I'm glad that most of those stop and frisk laws are off the books now. Well, that's a good thing.
I'll argue against
Saka. Saka, do you think they were designed that way though, or just used that way?
Most criminological studies on racial profiling show that actually the rate of catching people is no better than traditional police work.
Yeah, that's true. Saka, do you think
they weren't good laws?
Yeah, but do you think that they were? We all agree with that. Do you think they were designed that way or just implemented to be that way? Because granted, they were implemented that way. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. But do you think they were designed actually initially to with that in mind? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know the motivation of the people that push that legislation through, so I don't know.
It's both, right? And so
like, it might be.
Like you look at one of Reagan's aides once said is like, oh, when you can't shout nigger, then you start talking about, minority rights. And then once minority rights becomes taboo, then you start talking about low income people. And, you're not shouting nigger, but it has the exact same effect on the voters and the politics.
The thing is,
the other thing too, and this is one I want to bring up though, and this is one of the issues. And where I will agree that there's a deep systemic problem within this issue, is that when you take a look at the stats of they all kind of point to the same conclusion, like independently of each other, is that when you calculate the number of interactions that cops have between white people or people or African Americans or Latino people or other minorities or whatever, you find that they are disproportionately higher towards African American and Latino people. When you take a look at crimes that people are convicted for, you find that they fall in line with the same stats for people that have more interactions with cops. So it's more likely that somebody will have more.
I don't want to interrupt you, but before I lose my train of thought, there are approximately, I'm looking at some of the Bureau of Justice, there are more black prisoners in for drug crimes than white prisoners.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. But I could just, what is it? Is it close? Is it like almost 50-50?
It's closer than it's not almost 50-50, but it's not again, I was talking about proportionality with use, but
it's not like 80-20 or any shit like that.
Yeah, it's not like 80-20, but it still is like, I remember the last time I checked, the drug crimes one was one of the ones I was a lot closer on, but it still wasn't too far off from being a 50-50 split. And when we take into consideration,
Have any of you
finishing my point on this one?
I'll get next.
Take a look at like 3 stats, and that is interactions that people have with police officers, people convicted of crimes, and people who report the offenders. You find that they're all about the same. So you're going to find that 40% of people will report, or 40% of people will be be convicted of a certain crime, and then you also see that 40% of people like African Americans there are also reported as the perpetrators of those crimes from people out there that witnessed them or that are reporting the crime, and then they also represent 40% of the people that will be in jail for that crime. So these 3 stats together show that it's not just the police that are necessarily targeting people. It's that in some of these cases, these are people that are also being reported for those crimes that are doing that stuff. So it falls in line with all these stats. So it's what we'd expect to see. If we only saw, let's say, 10% of people that would report an African American person, breaking into some place, but then you saw that they represented 80% of the prison population for breaking and entering, well, then you could say that there's something systematically wrong right there. But that's not what we see. We see it falling in line exactly where it needs to be.
What I was trying to get in with earlier is that this has been made into a race issue. Now, it really shouldn't have been to begin with on a lot of levels, because things like criminality and this and that has more to do with desperation and poverty and things along these lines. Drug use also being one of the things that contributes to this. If people tend to be poor and are having a fairly miserable life, they're more likely to use drugs to try to get some kind of escape. But if you then go and look at the demographics in terms of those groups which are tending more towards being in abject poverty, you're dealing more with blacks and Latinos being one of the other groups in line. Now, there are plenty of people that are white and poor, but in terms of the representative portion of the population and in terms of the whole, it's a lower percentage than you have for people that are either black or Hispanic that are living in poverty. And these are statistics that need to be kept in mind.
I also forgot one thing, which is if we're sticking with the criminal justice system, privatized prisons need to be just destroyed.
I'm not a huge fan of those either.
But then we want to have orange is the new black.
Well, let me get my last 3 sentences in right quick, if I can.
I have the numbers actually for you as well in that, Shadow. Is that from last time I checked, it's about for people that are living under the poverty line for African Americans, it's something like I think it's around 20% around there. For Caucasian people, it's like 10 to 13. So there is definitely that as a factor, and I think that I'll give my opinions on that afterwards.
Two things.
Well,
real quick.
I was going to just say that this also has to do with the neighborhoods that these people have been relegated to live in as well, because when the police are going through neighborhoods that are known for being problematic, they're more likely to treat people a certain way and to check them and see what's going on with them, and more likely to be suspicious, and that's it.
Yeah, two things. I took a thing about privatized prisons. I don't quite understand privatized prisons very well. I don't see how they could be a business.
It's a great business because the state
they make money. Don't get me wrong. There's money to be made there, but should it be a business? Is my point. And that's why.
You have instances, right? Like, and the reason that this compounds a lot of the issues is, right, they what happens is there have been many instances where judges have been paid off. Like,
so it can lead to corruption. You're saying
it leads to corruption, and also who disproportionately gets affected. Part of it's racial, but also a big part of it's actually ageist. It's young people, because you can more easily marginalize young people.
Night, Octai. And the other thing is, have you guys looked into Proposition 64 yet in California? I know Sam lives in California, but I don't
know what that is.
One of the things that the Proposition 64 is going to do is not only does it legalize marijuana, but it's actually going to be early release for people with drug convictions of marijuana on a low scale. We're not talking like high level. We're talking about the people that got busted for a couple joints kind of shit. And it should pass overwhelmingly because it needs to pass. One is a huge revenue to the state. I mean, massive amount. It's supposed to be way more than Colorado. And they made how many hundreds of millions of dollars off this already? But the other thing is it's going to save us a lot of money on incarcerations of petty crimes, such as people with pot convictions, because there's no reason
the frightening
why
thing
anybody
about
who smokes pot
marijuana
should be
is
in jail.
look at the history of marijuana propaganda, right? What was it? It was, the black people are going to rape our women. That
was back in the 60s and 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, you can tell me that drug propaganda is not racialized.
It has been pretty much since the war on drugs started by the.
Go ahead, Reds.
All right. So the reason why I just want to clarify something that I think was overheard. The reason why I was using the term war on black people and how I think it's bullshit was because that's what I was going down the list of Black Lives Matter, which is how this all started. As soon as I said, here's their first demand, end the war on black people, you then brought up, Sam, the Netflix thing, and that's how it all happened. I didn't think we ever left that whole issue, but apparently you did. So I just want to bring that back up, which is why I was using that. That's their first demand. End the war on black people. I don't think there is a war on black people. I think it's bullshit.
It's an inflammatory way of describing a system that is, it is rigged against marginalized minorities, and that's,
But is that a war? Is that a war, or is that just fucking politicians being dumb fucks? I don't think that's a war.
It's a distinction without a difference, right? Is an effort to marginalize a group of the population that doesn't matter to people and calling that a war. It's a distinction without a difference.
Hold on. But see, there's an implied assumption there that there is an effort to marginalize, say, a base of the population based on race. That's the same thing as him asking the question: is there actually a war? I'll say right off the bat that there is a history of that. Absolutely.
There certainly is, and there's still areas of the country where they do that.
Well, I see. Again, I don't think that there's anything out there that's inherently racist right now. I think that we have equal application for most of the laws and stuff that are out there now, as well as we have laws to protect against. Hold on. Let me finish this point. So we do have stopgaps in place to fix some of these problems. Now, there are some places out there where the system might be abused by certain populations, and definitely, I'm against that. We need to reform those areas. There are police departments out there that definitely do need some type of reforming. But as far as inherently just straight up racist legislation, I think the only thing that I could think of that comes close was the laws that were put in place by who is it? I'm trying to remember here. I'll have to check on it later. But that gave different prison sentences for crack and cocaine. because one of them was more of a drug that was used by the African American population, and the other was more of a population that for the Caucasian. Now those sentencings right there were unfair, and they're arbitrary, and they're unjust there, and you could say that was an example of systematic racism, but I don't know.
Well, again, I mean, that's actually the perfect example that I would say, right? We move past a point where open rate, and I have to refer back to, I'm forgetting the person, and it's because I'm not on my computer right now, so I'll have to step out and step onto my computer in a minute and find the author of the quote. But it's the fact that now you hide the language of how do we discriminate against these marginal populations without actually doing it, right? It's sort of, Patton Oswalt does this great joke about it where, you have this really polite, well-educated Harvard type guy saying, well, even though, I understand that, all of these people, and he says in really fancy language, basically, that gay people can go fuck themselves. And then he has, some factory worker who clearly doesn't know the vocabulary. And he just goes, you know what, if queers want to screw, let's let them screw. And the idea is that we can, if you can hide behind it, this is actually one of the problems with political correctness, is if you can hide behind the right words, it allows you to hide these types of issues. And so I think the crack cocaine sentencing is like a perfect I guess microcosm, if you want to use that word, of what I see as the issue, which is that you have policies that are not explicitly racial, but are either by design or by implementation discriminatory.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, that's one of those things that I will say was brought in with the direct to target certain neighborhoods where crack was the dominant drug. Now, the reason, though, why the question on whether or not this is racist or not, or whether these are racially motivated, goes back down to the motivation for why these laws were passed in the first place. And that was, a lot of it had to do with the fact that the differences between who was using cocaine and who was using crack and what it was doing to the neighborhoods. Is that cocaine, well, it was more of a social drug and was thought of to be more of a high-end drug, didn't have detrimental effects on the communities where you'd find a lot of cocaine use, compared to crack, which was tearing apart communities at a much higher rate. And a lot of the motivation for the first legislation that came in that did change the prison sentencings between crack and cocaine were put forward by people within these neighborhoods that wanted stricter policies, stricter things in place to.
We lost you there, dude.
Well, anyway, I think his mic finally gave out because he was some scratchy noise there. Yeah. Feels like I got a bug in my ear or something.
By the way, we're not going to get through all of it.
And then Sam's going on vacation again. I hear luggage.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get through all of it.
I'm on my phone. So what was happening was that I'm leaning back in my patio chair right now, and it was just rubbing against my zipper on my sweater here. So
great.
Sorry.
We're hearing your zipper. That's great.
Yeah,
all right.
Can
I just
is this the first point is that, like, these laws weren't necessarily racially motivated in the sense that they're supposed to be put out there as some type of discriminatory laws against for the sole purpose of targeting these people, but it was brought in by advocates within those communities that wanted to see this drug go through there, because crack was affecting communities a lot more than drugs like cocaine were.
I was just going to comment that when I moved out by San Augustine, Texas, I think it was around 2001, they actually, a couple of people, they were talking to me about how progressive they've become now that they found this. I mean, they even desegregated the hospital about 3 years earlier.
Yeah, it's I mean, the thing that I have to highlight is that this is a difficult conversation to have, because when you look at on the books, it doesn't look like it's racist, right? But that's the issue, right? Is that the law is only one part of it. It's how it's implemented and what in practicality it ends up doing. And those are three interconnected concepts that are very difficult to disentangle.
So I was
agree.
it that tangled on purpose, though?
The thing is, when you make laws that are designed to target the poor, you're also in the process going to be adversely affecting certain communities. And when you're doing your ad campaigns and what have you, always featuring black males and what have you, people are going to, during that time period, are going to get this kind of mindset about that. Now, you take the people that were raised in the 50s when they're putting on PSAs about gays being pedophiles or what have you, as well as people that will just are basically rapists of other men. Yeah, you see, like Matt Slick and what have you, they still have this mindset because it was jammed into their mind by these bullshit PSAs.
So I want to read a couple quotes. This is from Ken Mellman, who was George W. Bush's campaign manager and chairman of the RNC at one point. And he said, quote, "Republican candidates have often prospered by ignoring black voters and even by exploiting racial tensions. And by the 1970s and into the 80s and 90s, the Democratic Party had solidified its gains in the African-American community, and we Republicans did not effectively reach out. Some Republicans gave up on winning the African-American vote, looking the other way or trying to benefit politically from racial polarization. I'm here today as the Republican chairman to tell you we were wrong." And then this is really so this was from Lee Atwater. As to the whole Southern strategy that Harry Dent and others put together in 1968, opposition to the Voting Rights Act would have been the central part of keeping the South. Now Reagan doesn't have to do that. All you have to do is keep the South. To keep the South is for Reagan to run in place on the issues he's campaigned on since 1964, and that's fiscal conservatism, balancing the budget, cut taxes, the whole cluster. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. You're getting so abstract now that you're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is that blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that if it is getting the abstract and the coded, that we are doing away with the racial problem one way or another. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut this is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger nigger.
That's quite a hell of a jump to make.
I mean, that's a Republican strategist.
Yeah, which is why I'm not Republican. Anyway,
some of these biases do enter into laws and the policies that go into implementing laws. For example, that deeply flawed study that was referenced during the election, in which they referred to young black males as being super predators. I mean, this was an incredibly racist and biased study, but the problem is, as long as you have this kind of rhetoric coming forward and sculpting the political landscape, it's a problem.
Yeah,
and it's going to end up vilifying communities that don't need to be.
But I don't think any of what Black Lives Matter is trying to do, which again is going back to this, because I think this is still the topic here. I don't think their demands are going to fix the problem. If anything, their demands are so stupid, it's only going to make the problem worse. Much worse.
I don't know how raising these conversations is going to make things worse, right? People said the same thing about Malcolm X.
Well, it's not a matter of raising.
It's if the demands are met, though. I mean, I've been trying to go over the list just to see if you guys think they're good, bad, or ugly. I don't know. It's also an acceptable answer. But every time I try to go down,
how far you got in the list, Reg? You got two things, right?
Yeah, I got one. I got one.
Sorry, we didn't even get past the first thing on the list.
We didn't even get past the first thing. And that's what I say. There's like sub things to that. So if we can continue, that would be great. So sub 1 says an immediate end to the criminalization and dehumanization of Black youth across all areas of society, including but not limited to our nation's justice and education system, social services agencies, media, pop culture. This includes an end to zero-tolerance school policies and arrest of students and the removal of police from schools and the reallocation of funds from police and punitive school discipline practices to restorative services.
Why did they think that should only affects Black students, like zero tolerance?
Exactly.
Yeah, they that's one thing I'm aware of. They do think that it does. You got to remember that the Black culture had been trained not to trust the police, whether that's right or wrong or different. That is the mindset that a lot of young black people had been brought up with, not to trust the police, right? So there is a distinct fear of them, and I think that the solution is not getting rid of the police in school, but to explain to people that police are not, these monsters out there. Yes, there's some bad cops, and yes, no question, there have been horrific crimes committed on blacks by white officers because they're black. That does happen. There's no question about that. But I don't think it's every time there's an incident, every time there's a shooting, every time there's somebody that needs to be restrained and pain. What do they call it when they apply pain to somebody? Well, no, but I mean it's called pain compliance. Anytime they use any of these things to on a person, it cannot automatically jump to the thing. Oh well, the officer's white, and the perpetrator's black, therefore must be that kind of racial thing. That has to stop. That is nothing. That does not help anybody when there are actual situations where there have been white officers that have gone after black teens because they're black. That does happen. Right? Who says that it doesn't?
And the underlying portion of this thing is criminalization of black youth. First of all, you can ask even the most racist motherfucker, is it illegal to be black? And I bet you even they are smart enough to say no. And
that's not what they mean by criminalization.
Well, that's how it's typed in here.
They can't. Okay, so context was typed into there. You just made a huge jump as to what they mean by it. What they mean by criminalization is that they refer to black people, like they implicitly make them into criminals. Shadow referenced the whole super predator thing. That would be a fantastic example. Hillary Clinton said that in the 90s.
Actually, hang on. Let me take that one step further, if I may, because I was just glancing to see what was going on in the external chat. If you take a segment of the community, a group of people, and you start basically telling them that they are bad people, they are criminals, they are this, they are that, what are they going to act like? Eventually, this starts becoming part of their identity.
Stereotype threat.
So there is one thing that I wanted to kind of bring up there that I want to kind of disagree with Steve on that he had said, and he'd made a comment referring to black culture, and I think that there's some inherently racist things about assuming that there's such a thing called a black culture. I don't think that there is. I don't know what that means.
Wait, you don't think there's a black culture?
No.
I mean, there are multiple black cultures.
Yeah, what the hell is a black culture? Yeah. I mean, what's a black culture, Steve? Like baggy pants and backwards hats? Does that mean that someone that doesn't do that is automatically not black enough?
No, wait a minute. No, of course.
We're still on number one, by the way.
Yeah, we're still on number one.
I mean, the reason why I bring that up is that
there are prevalent things when if you look at somebody wearing an African flag on their helmet or their hat or something like that, that's going to be related to black culture, right?
So
would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't. Culture? There's no such thing as black culture. There's no such thing as white culture.
There is. If you go down and you ask anybody that lives in Compton or anybody in those areas if there's a black culture type thing, that's what they're fighting for. They even say we don't want to lose our black culture. Right, the jazz, the in New Orleans, that kind of music.
But when people generally reference black culture, that's not what they're talking about.
No, not necessarily. But they can't. Most time they do refer to the music too. The music, the pop, the rap.
From what you just said, though.
No, it's not.
No, the way you
we're never gonna get past one, right?
Yeah, and we're
very umbrella term. Very umbrella.
And they were jumping down my term about my throw about context. For fuck's sake, it says it right there in black and white. An immediate end to the criminalization and dehumanization of black youth across all areas.
I read that as because they're black. Maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that as I read that as because they're black, it's inherently a criminal to be black.
There you go.
That's how I'm reading it. That's how I'm reading it.
That's how I'm reading it too. And if they don't want to be read like that, then fix the shit. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, maybe it's not. They don't mean it like that, but that's kind of what I infer from that.
But I've just explained what they meant by it. So
okay, and you might be right. You might be right. I never looked into it.
Sam, between you and me, I'm not going to take your word for it.
I've never looked into it. I never looked into it equates to all I should just,
Sam, for all you
know. Wait. That's not what we said. I'm just giving you what I'm hearing and my context. And I've said I've not looked into it, so I'm not accepting anything until somebody actually gives us something we can look at and then say, okay. Because I said you might be right, Sam. You might be right. But what I'm hearing is what's Red saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The thing is, normally when people are talking about this black culture thing, it's more of inner city culture, which just happens to be more black people. This is kind of the
that
culture
may be true too. Sure,
but
sure.
We talk about it like it's a culture of their choosing, as opposed to something that's been forced upon them by society.
Wait, 1 sec, guys. I just saw a picture.
Anyone who's been to college, ask a black person how they feel about how they're grouped, and immediately they're not exactly happy about it.
Okay, but I'm looking at a picture now that says, "Don't shoot. I'm just a young black man and walking." As it says, a crime to be black. That's a sign that he's holding up. Don't shoot. I'm just a young black man and walking. Now, doesn't that kind of go into the criminalization of is a crime just to be black?
What they mean is don't cast all black people as criminals. It's equivalent, yeah. In some sense, it's similar, but it's a little bit different.
So exactly what we've been said and exactly what's written on the screen. Moving on.
No, it's not exactly what you've been saying.
Repeating an immediate end to the criminalization and dehumanization of black youth across all societies, including but not limited to, etc., etc., etc. Criminalization of black youth. Black criminal. Black criminal. All right, so criminal equal black. Black equal criminal. What I'm reading...
In fact, here, wait. And there's another sign. There's another picture here of two kids, and they're both holding the sign innocent. Again, implying to me that they don't want to be guilty just because they're black. The criminalization of being black.
They don't want to be issue here. Maybe the real issue here is that they're sending mixed messages. And so my first beef with them: get your shit together and say what you gotta say in a clear, coherent way. That way we don't have this fucking conversation to begin with. Number two,
so your argument, Reg, is the wording. You think your argument, Reg, is the wording.
Yes, because here's the thing. I see the argument going both ways, but my argument still stands that the wording fucking sucks, and so they need to fix that shit.
I actually don't think the wording sucks too much. I mean, I think the issue is being familiar with the conversation. Well, no, it has to do with being...
I'm going to disagree with everyone.
Okay, let's disagree on that one.
Of course you are, Shadow.
No. I'll tell you why I'm going to disagree with everyone. Because the problem is you had this movement that was trying to draw attention to the fact that there were more black youths that were being killed and being harassed and what have you by the police, as well as the incarceration rates and what have you. Okay, sure, there is some validity in that. But the problem, as I see it, is this once they started that Black Lives Matter or All Lives Matter thing, it should have been like, well, all lives matter, obviously, but yes, there are some issues that need to be addressed. But you have this one group that's sitting there, and our lives matter, our lives, and it gets to the point that it's like, okay, when somebody is legitimately, held to the ground, detained, etc., by police, and they have to be aggressive with him because the guy's armed, at this point, it's because he's black. It's like, no, it's because
disproportionately convicted for things,
right,
etc., etc.
Actually, I just, in response to this, the first thing I did was look up some statistics. In terms of people that are actually given the death penalty, it's majority white. So they can kiss my ass on that one.
So number 3 is...
Is the video frozen? Something's wrong there. It says we have 2 viewers, and they're more than that just in the live stream.
Can I just devil's advocate for a moment?
Hey, knock yourself out, brother.
We were just about to get to number 3 too.
Yeah, just to speak to number 2. If they had a perception that the death penalty was in some instances being used to silence black voices who had a legitimate contribution to make, then I could see that being a valid black rights issue, just from a purely a freedom of speech perspective. Just thought I'd mention.
All right. Number 3 is, and again,
in terms of general demographics, just let me, well, I have the charts here. If you look at the charts here, the amount of it that's the kind of yellowy colored, that's the white portion of the population. The blue is black, the green's the Latino, and the red's other. Just there we go. That's a thing.
All right. Number 3, which is something I again don't see how this is a race issue, but more of a money issue. An end to money bail, mandatory fines, fees, court surcharges, and defendant-funded court proceedings. So basically, they want court to be free. They don't want you to pay a parking ticket or some shit like that.
No, that's not. So the issue here, this actually is, it's one of those things where it's in practice it ends up being discriminatory, is because what happens is black people can't afford, and low income people, but this is again disproportionately black, can't afford the court fees. So it's actually in their incentive to just take a deal and not actually go to trial.
I personally, due to the fact that it does tend to target those that are financially compromised, we'll just say, more adversely than it's one of those things. You know, you have, if somebody has money, they can pay all the court fees and afford the lawyers. I think that some of the bail systems and whatnot should be gotten rid of, because the amount that you have to pay in bail due to the bail bondsman and what have you is going to be like 10 to 100 times what it would be otherwise.
The bail system needs to be reworked, doesn't it?
Yeah,
the bail system needs to be reworked. It's a problem.
But I think that's an issue for poor people in general, whether they're black or white.
Agreed. It's more socioeconomics.
All right, number 4 is an end to the use of past criminal history to determine eligibility for housing, education, licenses, voting, loans, employment, and other services and needs.
Depends on the crime.
Depends on the crime.
Yeah.
Depends on the crime.
I do think that it's like completely ridiculous that, you know, when you get out of prison, if you've committed certain crimes, you can't vote. I mean, you might be a piece of shit, but you might be a piece of shit, but you still have the right to be a citizen.
Yeah, but see, the question I have to ask is since this is a Black Lives Matter thing, are they doing it because it is something that's because of they're black, or because this is something that across the board has validity, right? It's not just black people that have to deal with this kind of stuff, getting out of jail. It's not just black people that get out of jail.
Well, scholars have called this sort of the modern 3/5 rule. So that's the reasoning behind it. And a lot of this, honestly, a lot of these issues are sort of the upstream issues we talked about, which has to do with prosecutorial discretion, arrest policies.
So you're saying it's better to take a plea, you go to jail, but then you can't find a job, you end up back in jail. Well,
you're never getting out of the system. I think Sam said it best earlier. They're not discriminatory in nature, but they are in practice. You know, not.
And I think it's discriminatory against the crime, not necessarily the person. Like, for example, if there was a black guy that was dinged for a low-level drug offense, but there's a white guy that murdered 75 people with enough evidence to fill a Mack truck, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to hire the white guy.
So I wanted to actually answer Steve's question concretely using a hypothetical. I know that sounds odd, but let's say that, you know, you're a black guy, you have a certain amount of weed with you that in some puritanical state is going to get you a felony, but it's a reasonable amount of weed, right? Because you're black, you're 8 times more likely to actually, you're 8 times more likely to actually be arrested and not just get a warning or so, and then get charged. When you get charged, they say, oh, look, you've had this one misdemeanor. Because of this prior, we can upgrade this to a felony. If you want to go to court and actually pay all of these fees, you're going to get a shit-ass public defender. Or just cop this plea, even though, reasonably, a good lawyer could get the charges a lot lower. And let's be honest, you can't pay for all of the resources that would be necessary.
And there are cases in which innocent people end up copping the plea.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Do you get what I'm saying? So a lot of these issues end up.
Yes, absolutely.
It is a racial issue because the upstream stuff of sentencing, mandatory minimums, the nature of law enforcement when it comes to that kind of stuff. So that's, again, like we can say that's not explicitly racial, but in practice it ends up being racial. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does.
Just because of the percentage.
It's a really, really good explanation, actually. I'll give you props for that one.
You're making a bad assumption here, guys. There appears to be an implicit argument that Black Lives Matter should only be advocating for things that disproportionately affect black people, but it doesn't really follow. If they're a social movement, they can advocate for things like.
I agree. I'm just asking you. I agree with that, but I'm just that's a great point, actually, and I agree with you. I'm just wondering what the motivation is from some of these. That's all. I don't think they have. Of course, they have a right to advocate specific things regardless of if it's black issue or not. I'm just wondering if that's the motivation. If it is,
here's the thing. That's not the motivation behind any of this, because literally the very title of this is "End the War on Black People" with "End the War of Black People." Sub-demand 1, sub-demand 2, sub-demand 3. Underneath
the motivation does seem from a black nature, doesn't it? Though
exactly.
Well, but one moment.
And also when it
here's
comes
the
to
thing,
number
right,
4 one that we just looked at. Hang on.
But I have to say, who is like, okay, fine.
For fuck's sake, my turn to talk. Underneath the section that we just looked at, that was looked underneath it. It was an end to the use of past criminal history to determine eligibility for housing, education, licensing, voting, whatever. But the thing is that if they're framing it in such a way that this is primarily a black issue. No, this is an issue for anyone who has ever committed a crime. And just like the example I gave before, now, Steve, you said that what Sam gave you was a good example, and I gave him that. Now let me give you a good example. You tell me if it's good or not. If two people come to me wanting employment and I'm the employer, a white guy, murdered 75 people with enough evidence to fill a fucking Mack truck, do I have the right to not hire that douchebag?
Yes.
All right. Now, if a black guy comes to me with a low-level drug offense from 15 fucking years ago, do I have the right to hire that guy?
You have the right either way, but the question is, should it be something that is somebody should be held accountable for 15 years later, regardless of the race? Do you have a right to do that as an employer? Yes.
Well,
you can make a decision either way.
Do you want to hear something hilarious, Steve? Do you want to know what one of the most common professional education and certifications you can get in prison is? This is gonna make you laugh. Barbers. And guess what felons can't get a license to do when they get
barber, because they work with sharp objects.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I know.
Again,
but but I think in California, I think the record only goes back 10 years. When you do a job thing, it's only for felonies that ask you for it, and even then, even the most sensitive ones only go back in a criminal history of 10 years. Now that I think it only goes back to California. Now how that would exist other places, I don't know. But I've never have I ever seen them say, have you ever had a misdemeanor that I can recall? It's always been, have you been convicted of a felony within the last such and such many years?
All right.
And it's never 15.
So moving on to number 5, it says, an end to the war on black immigrants, including the repeal of the 1996 crime and immigration bills, an end to all deportations, immigrant detention, and immigrant and customs enforcement, ICE, raids, and mandated legal representation in immigration courts.
I don't agree with that. I think that actually affects the Spanish community more than any other.
And I agree. We all agreed on that. Can move on to 6.
Actually, can I make a quick one more comment on 4?
Okay.
The flaw with their presentation of it is if somebody that, for example, was a convicted felon, having been found to be a child molester, I think the daycare has the right to say "fuck you," whether they serve their time or not. Anyway, go ahead.
I think obviously we can agree that certain crimes people do actually need to know. We don't need someone with a record of violent assault teaching kindergarten.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick before we move on to the next one. Do you guys think, because somebody brought on the side chat, and I definitely agree with them. Do you think that because we have a society that does use judicial methods to somehow fix these people, or fix society, that we impose way too tough measures on very simple things, and then, I mean, for example, sometimes it's actually, if you actually use a gun, right, to commit a crime, you get like an automatically 10 years. People will go, oh, you know what? I might as well just kill this person because I'm going to get 10 years anyways, or 20 years, whatever it is, and maybe I might get away with it.
Reverse incentive structure. Yeah.
Reverse incentive structure. Yeah, that's exactly what I've heard of that before. Reverse incentive structures. And I mean, do we think that we've gone too far with how much time we have for punishments? For example, like you guys heard the Justin Timberlake little scandal with taking a picture in the booth, right? And I thought it was weird because it was maximum sentence, 30 days in jail, and or $50 fine. Okay, well, $50 for a star is. I didn't mean to mute you, Chris. I thought you were making the noise, but somebody else was. But $50 to something of that is like nothing, right? But 30 days is huge to an actor that's never been in jail before. 30 days is jail of anybody, right? Who wants to go to jail for 30 days? But That's weird. 30 days in jail and it's only a $50 fine? That doesn't make any sense to me.
The kicker is that in most jails, you sit there for one fucking day and you're burning off more than that.
Yeah, why would it be a jail time? It's fucking ridiculous. It's
Sit
so
out a
stupid.
ticket. It's like $50 from varying by region. It's anywhere from $25 to $50 a day. So wait, where's the 30 from? What
Yeah,
the
no,
fuck?
I understand if it's a crime, a minimal fine. I get that, right? This revenue, anyways. But to have $50 and or 30 days in jail.
Yep.
I mean, who the hell needs to go to jail for that? For taking a picture? Are you fucking lost your mind? That's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Have you guys followed that story?
Well,
he took a picture of the voting booth. Oh my god! I'm like, fuck it. Now they're not going to press charges, but Jesus, it's stupid.
I want to chime in with one thing. I think the biggest problem that we have with how we deal with criminality is that we are so focused on punishment instead of rehabilitation. And I think that's the problem we have. We just want them to be punished. Yeah. And most people, when they go to jail or what have you, or prison rather, they end up coming out better criminals and hardened. And
retribution rather than And I think the reverse incentive thing is a very good argument.
Yeah, but I think what they're talking about on number 5 is the immigration enforcement is something that's never going to go away and can't go away for fuck's sake.
There are times that it's needed.
Yeah, there's some measures that are needed, and you're not going to get away with that. And the ICE may they live on forever. Number 6.
Sorry, one more thing with number 5. Sorry, Red. No, it's a real quick point. Is that I'm not American, but I don't know what the 1996 reform on illegal immigration was. I don't know what aspect of it they're actually pointing to. Like, a little bit more context would be great in that one, because who knows?
I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, who knows?
After that, it says this. It just says comma. There is no period there. So, including the repeal of the 1996 Crime and Immigration Bill, comma, an end to all deportations. Bullshit.
There's your problem.
Comma, immigration detention. So, an end to all deportation, immigrant detention, immigration customs enforcement, ICE raids, and mandated legal representation in immigration court. I don't know if you get fucked up. I mean, what?
I think legal representation is the only one of those that honestly makes sense to me. I mean, I think that obviously we should have control over our borders. That's kind of silly to me.
That one makes me almost wonder if that's the unreasonable one that they threw in there, knowing that they wouldn't get it just for the sake of, thinking, well, maybe this is the one they'll reject instead of one of the others. I don't know.
Every country has border control. I don't know why people get up in arms that America wants border control too. Every country has some kind of border control.
Basically, they put sprinkles on the turd, but the only thing edible is the sprinkles. Got it.
Yeah.
Well, don't take fruit across.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think Steve, I think the issue is that it's America kind of has a history of speaking out of both sides of its mouth when it comes to immigration, which is to say that we say that we're, the home, that we're, give us your tired, your weak, your huddled masses. But on the other hand, we'll deport the shit out of them. And we don't make citizenship easy. Yeah.
Well, could it be though? And you're right, but could it be that back in the day, we were founding a lot of immigration, and so we were a lot more prevalent to it. Now, all of a sudden, we have this massive influx from not only legal immigration but illegal immigration, which does exist. And so maybe we're like, what? At one time, give us your huddle masses. Now it's like, what? Not so much. Just stay where you are.
It's I don't buy it, because the biggest period of U.S. immigration was, the turn of the 20th century.
I think Jade's comment in the external, I can kind of agree with, that it would be nice if they had some kind of representation when they were going through the immigration courts. That's fine, but the problem is they bundled that with all this other crap that just is completely unreasonable.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think the consensus is the immigration courts are generally staged against them, right? I'm not going to say they're rigged, but they're definitely heavily weighted against them, correct?
No, they're talking about an end to all deportations.
No, they need it. That's what I'm saying. They're asking.
Right, too much. That's too much.
They want their cake and eat it too. Might come to that as fat chance. Number 6 An end to the war on black trans, black queer, and black gender non-conforming people, whatever the fuck,
me.
Including their addition to the anti-discrimination civil rights protections to ensure that they have full access to employment, health, housing, and education.
I don't know why that is a black issue, though.
That's exactly what I was going to say. As I was going to say, if they took out the word black, I probably wouldn't have much of a problem with that statement.
Yeah, it's a strategic issue. They're trying to enlist people from other groups that are pushing for various rights. It's just a political strategic issue.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on, Shadow. Hold on. Red, what else does it say on that?
It says, okay, so after that it says, including their addition to anti-discrimination civil rights protections to ensure they have full access to employment, health, housing, and education.
I agree with it. I just don't know why it's black.
Well, is there anything else on that?
No, that's all it says.
Oh, shit. Okay, well,
that's all of number 6.
Okay, give me a second then. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so that one I don't think is a black issue. I agree with it. Let's just make it for everyone.
I'm going to make it a black issue for a moment because in some of the communities I've been aware of, people that happen to be black and gay or trans or what have you tend to get more shit from their fellow black
trans, queer, gender non-conforming people. I think black people aren't the only people that can be trans, gay, or gender non-conforming, which I think means non-binary or some shit like that.
But not just that, but it's their
I hate that. I hate
give
that
them the
term.
shit. I mean, come
like
on, man.
Die, system.
I don't get the whole I am gender non-binary, non-existent. I am just a. It's like,
I sexually identify as
the whole androgynous thing.
Well, first off, I mean, there are gender is a spectrum of identity, right? And
I
so
get
there are
that,
people
sure.
who genuinely feel, sort of like they're in the middle of that, and they don't. Like I know, if you know Essence of Thought here on YouTube, he genuinely sort of identifies in the middle of that spectrum. It's when you say you identify with an attack helicopter, but I have no problem inherently with the idea of non-binary people.
Sam, I want you to know I sexually identify as an attack helicopter
with Tomahawk.
With yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
and Sidewinder missiles.
So with that, I'm just going to jump ahead to number 7 if I can.
It's the Tomahawk. That's racist.
Hold on, what are we reading from exactly? I think I know what you're reading from.
Yeah, the Black Lives Matter movement. And I'm going to jump ahead to number 7. An end to mass surveillance of black communities and the end to the use of technologies that criminalize and target our communities, including IMSI catchers, drones, body cameras, and predictive policing software.
See, I'm the opposite on that. I think we should have more cameras.
Hold on, the whole purpose of body cameras is that we have to hold the officer responsible.
Agreed.
Yes, exactly.
I was about to say this applies to all groups. Once you get to body cameras, it's like, what the fuck do you have to hide from the camera?
Exactly. And when it comes to drones, does that include my DJI Phantom?
Well, see, I have no idea if I think that I would agree with it if I knew anything about there being disproportionate police surveillance. But as far as I'm concerned, it sounds like it's.
I think the entire country's being under mass surveillance right here. I don't think.
I think the problem is that the black communities are not being singled out as more, having surveillance in any other community. Surveillance is ubiquitous, right? Come on, you can't go to a street corner and look up. There's a fucking camera somewhere. You're going to see one.
I think the cops should have more body cameras.
Well, I said that too.
Not only that, but they should be body cameras that film in at least 720p and not the shit that we have been seeing.
What bothers me is they're objecting from this kind of, surveillance drones, etc., only in black communities. That's what
but are they saying they don't want drones and surveillance at all in black communities? Like, to get rid of the cameras on the streets? Because that would be nonsensical.
Yeah,
cameras help everybody.
So sorry. I just want to go back to the immigration thing real quick. This is the hold on a second here. This was
Saki. You always like going back, man. We're going forward. Come on.
We're trying to get to number 8.
Amongst all immigrants, black immigrants are nearly 3 times more likely to be detained and deported as a result of an alleged criminal offense. Moreover, many black immigrants are ineligible for any form of relief, including a green card, executive programs such as deferred action for childhood arrivals, or temporary protective status, or citizenship as a result of criminal contact. As a result of these laws, millions of immigrants have been deported over the last 20 years. So they're out of all their demands that have to do with the immigration, the only one that actually specifically I could say is where they actually mention race is within the saying that black immigrants are nearly 3 times more likely to be detained as a result of a criminal offense.
Yeah, I think that if they just said, let's alter our immigration policies to be racially equitable and recognize these inequalities, I'd be fine with it. Doing away with deportation is nuts.
Yeah, and again, we said as long as it's fair across the spectrum, if they would have just said that, it would have been fine. But what they're saying in number 5 is complete horseshit when you look at the rest of it. Anyway, number 8 says, and
sorry,
I'm going to
just a moment. That word criminalizing, they're not using it the same way we're using it. They can't be. I think they're using the word every time they use the word criminalizing. I think they're using it in terms of sort of treating us as default criminals. I don't think they're using the word the same as we do.
Well, that's what I said, but then I got jumped for it. Anyway.
I think the people that wrote this, that specifically the ones behind the writing of this, just had a massive persecution complex.
Mm-hmm. Number 8, and I'm going to sort of agree with the first one, but the rest of it's bullshit, so I'm just going to say that right now. The demilitarization of law enforcement, including law enforcement in schools and on college campuses.
Yeah, I totally disagree with that one.
No fucking way.
You agree with that, Sam? Really?
I mean, our police is ridiculously militarized.
Again, I sort of agree with the first one, but the other two can suck a dick.
No, they're calling people in school. I think that there's a reason for police to be there. That's just
I'm fine with police on campus. And I mean the military. I mean, so the police are a paramilitary.
I mean, if
group.
you want to say we can scale back on the police, sure. But I mean, a complete.
Well, I don't think that's that heavy a presence, is there?
Yeah, but I mean,
is there that heavy a presence?
Complete withdrawal of police.
Well, I thought they said demilitarization of police.
To demilitarization of police, I'll actually somewhat agree with. And when it comes to law enforcement in schools and on colleges' campuses, no, I want cops there because if shit hits the fan, somebody.
And I also think they should have more call boxes and more,
Yeah,
exactly.
and when it comes to school shootings, statistically, it's more likely to be a white shooter.
Yep. Okay. Number 9, which, by the way, number 9, I'm actually going to agree with completely. An immediate end to the privatization of police, prisons, jails, probation, parole, food, phone, and all other criminal justice-related services.
Right. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that one.
Yeah, sounds good. Move on to the next one. But I think I know what the next one is. The abolition.
The next one's kind of weird. Okay, so here it is.
Yeah.
In full. Until we achieve a world where cages are no longer used against our people, we demand an immediate change in conditions and an end to all jails, detention centers, youth facilities, and prisons as we know them. This includes an end to solitary confinement, an end of shackling of pregnant people, access to quality health care, and effective measures to address the needs of our youth, queer, gender, non-conforming, trans families and trans.
Yeah, that one's bad. That one's bad.
They linked this in the side chat, so I get it.
I don't think that's really on there. I think you made that one up, Reds. Did you make that one up?
No, it's on there, and I'm going to copy and paste it right now.
So they So they want to get rid of private.
There it is, right there in black and white. Until we achieve a world where cages are no longer used against our people, we demand an immediate change in conditions and an end to all jails, detention centers, youth facilities, and prisons as we know them. This includes the end of solitary confinement, the end of shackling of pregnant people, access to quality health care, and effective measures to address the needs of our youth, queer, gender nonconforming, and trans families.
If they just kept that second sentence, I would actually agree with most of it. It's the first sentence that's nuts.
This is weird. They want to get rid of the private prisons, but they also want to get rid of the public prisons as well.
But by including all of...
Oh, hang on. They did put in the caveat of as we know it. As we know them.
Yeah, as we know it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Jay makes a good comment. I agree. People are putting solitary confinement for the wrong reasons. We have to have solitary confinement, but I don't believe for extended period of time. And people cannot be incarcerated in solitary confinement for years on end. I don't think that's humane. I really don't. Doesn't matter what you've done. I don't advocate for that. But for the SHU or whatever they want to call it, for spending a week or two in there, for disciplinary measures, for heavy duty crime, something that a major infraction, right? disrespecting an officer or assaulting an officer or something along those crimes that they're not going to go to a formal thing for it, like an extra charge. But disciplinary, I have no problem with, right? But I think there's the right. If it's a small minor infraction and they get put in solitary confinement, something's seriously wrong with that prison.
I would actually.
But here's the issue again with this one, and I mean this is one of those things that goes across back almost all of the points that we've covered here, is that this isn't a racial issue. I mean, prison for reform, I think, would be a great idea. I've had numerous discussions with people over this before about the fault of the prison system, not just in the U.S. but also in Canada, because the privatization of prisons was one of the things that the Harper government wanted to do up here last year, or well before Trudeau got in. So I mean, even that's a real risk or a real threat of something that can happen up in Canada. So yeah, like prison reform, I think, is a great idea. But I don't.
Even then, saying that we should reform prisons without, or insist that we do so, and just get rid of them, and as we know them, and yet.
The way that's stated is horrible.
Again.
Well, it's a list of demands. This is demands. Yeah. They're phrased as demands.
Like a manifest. That's like a manifesto demand, dude. That's just crazy.
Okay, but I mean, if we're talking about the problems that we have with the wording or the language of this, keep in mind that this is a list of demands. It has to be phrased in that kind of way. It's not supposed to be wishy-washy or whatever. It's just like, this is what we want.
But it seems to be descending from a list of
demands
into a fucking manifesto. I agree with
that.
Okay,
all right. Yeah. No, that's fine. But
I wanted to say something before we lose the thread, which was solitary confinement hasn't really been found to be a good punishment.
But for everybody, I mean, it's not really a black issue. If you are,
I would have liked to completed the sentence that I got trampled on like 6 times, but go ahead.
Thank you. It's not a race issue.
I was being sarcastic, dumbass.
And I just
took well aware of that. He's just a dick.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. I'm just.
Have you met Red's rhetoric, by the way?
Hi, I'm Red. I'm an asshole.
But I mean, the issue is it's just not. It's inhumane and it's ineffective. Like that.
Yeah, that's really, inhumane. For how long?
And again, I think a lot of this kind of comes down to it affects all races, but it's because of the upstream stuff that it disproportionately affects black people. But again, I think that's kind of like a blasé objection to it.
Well, Sam, let me ask you. I mean, you say it's inhumane, but I mean, for like just a couple of days for a cooling off, if somebody's like really, they can't
have that function.
But do you believe in no solitary confinement?
I haven't seen evidence. I mean, except in the case where someone is just far too dangerous that you can't let them.
Okay, very violent offenders.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, like in the case where this person is going fucking crazy and we have to isolate them. There's no other thing we can do. Yeah. But in other cases, there's just no evidence to suggest that it's actually a good behavior compliance tool.
Uh-huh.
See, I think it would have to inherently work on some people. It would work on me. I don't want to go to solitary confinement. I would behave pretty well.
Red, have you seen the part of this document where they want people who have a criminal record? They want that to be objected for when they go through job interviews. Like they want.
Yeah, we already went over that. You're in this kind of late.
Yeah, I know. That was the most insane part, I think, of this entire document.
Well, believe it or not, it's going to get even crazier because keep in mind there's multiple documents here, and now we're going to go on to.
Actually, the immigration was crazier than that in this
last. There's more.
It was worded so fucked up. Anyway, go ahead, Red.
There's a shit more. Come on, dude. The fuck you think?
Oh my God.
Okay,
can I take a moment?
I don't like politics and race in my hangouts, but I guess we've already gone there. In for a penny, in for a pound, right?
All right, Steve. We're 10 deep at this.
But I tell you what, if Iron Nation shows up, I'm kicking him. Just FYI, I want you guys to know this, right?
Come on. Hey, I have fun trolling him. It's fun. I have a lot of fun trolling him. Just come on.
Okay. Anyway, so. This one is going to be okay. So I skipped we need to repay for it because honestly, fuck them. This is the thing. It goes, this is a repeat. The reallocation of funds at the federal, state, and local levels from policing and incarceration to long-term safety strategies such as education, local restorative justice services, and employment programs.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, but no. The only thing I disagree with, why put it in here twice? Didn't they already go over that?
Not really.
Not really. I think everywhere. I think that we're all for restorative justice, right? Would you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just saying they put it in here twice. Well, anyway, number 2, the retroactive decriminalization, immediate release, and record expungement of all drug-related offenses and prostitution.
Yeah.
And reparations for the devastating impact of the war on drugs and criminalization of prostitution, including a reinvestment of the resulting savings and revenues into restorative services, mental health services, job programs, and other programs supporting those impacted by the sex and drug trade.
Sure.
Wait, when you say all drugs, do you mean? Well, I agree with the prostitution thing, but when you say all drugs, they mean like even like drug lords, or do they just mean the average freaking person who has to pick it up?
I think by drug charge,
or even a kilo,
like trafficking, or
does that apply to traffickers and things of that nature, or manufacturers?
Yeah, but I don't.
It's just all drug related. That's kind of
it's all
also
drug.
like, let's be honest,
that,
drug traffickers don't like big scale like Pablo Escobar. He would have been charged with murder. Like not those people, obviously.
But okay, I think we kind of went on to the next topic on this one. Out of the first 10 that we heard there, and even these ones here, I will agree that these are things that disproportionately do affect Black communities or Black people in general, but they're not racist. Because by fixing these problems, and we can agree that some of these problems, especially with ones with the prison systems and maybe the militarization of the police and some of these things, these are problems that are across the board. The fact that they disproportionately affect African Americans, I can see that, and I can see that there's reasons for that, but I don't think that they're in themselves inherently real racist policies have been brought in. So again, I don't understand why these are Black Lives Matter, policies. Like these are things that you can advocate for just about everybody. If everybody got together and said, "Hey, listen, this is unfair across the board," you'd have a little bit more weight for this stuff.
Yeah, and that's
a good point, actually.
Yeah, but Saka, if you think that's bad, just wait till you see number 3. Or the next one, I should say.
Well, so I think, Saka, to your point, I think someone, they sounded like they had an Australian accent earlier, said, there's no dictum that they should only be embracing policies that exclusively help Black people. But also,
I'm not saying they should. I mean, yeah. I just like when they word it. When they worded it, they just threw that word Black.
We were really bad at cutting off Sam today. We were really cutting off Sam a lot today, guys.
Well, Sam's. Do you guys notice Sam's kind of lagging a little bit, or is that just my end?
I think you are.
It's you.
Well, I mean,
yeah. I mean, I was sort of in the middle of this.
Oh, by the way, about cutting off Sam. Oh, sorry, Sam.
Hate all of you.
Yeah, Steve, you're probably lagging. I'm just an asshole.
Well, I'm trying to mute and unmute, so I don't.
Fuck Steve. Jesus
Christ. Wait. I spoke first on that one. Don't say I cut you off. I spoke first.
I know you have a Father Time beard, but that doesn't mean you're senile.
Did I not speak first?
No, Sam was.
Really?
I was in the middle of a sentence. Yeah.
Are you serious? Maybe I am lagging. I'm sorry. I don't mean to step on you. I'm gonna refresh because I don't mean to, Sam. I honestly thought I was talking. All of a sudden, you said something.
I'm starting to feel bad at this point.
The incessant apologizing is further not allowing me to say what I'm saying. So shut the fuck up, lovingly. But no, I mean, I think I mean the issue with a lot of this stuff is that we don't have a lot of laws on the books that are, or any that I can really think of, that are just, unless you live in Arizona, that explicitly are just racist. It's the issue with implementation and, prosecutorial discretion and just the sort of systemic factors that we talked about. But I mean, the way that I think about this is why does this turn into a Black issue? Well, it's because it disproportionately affects them. That's the real reason, right? Is you're not going to hear a soccer mom, from the suburbs talking about the militarization of the police, because likelihood is they just don't have to deal with it. And so I kind of understand. I also have the exasperation of why are these things just sometimes over intentionally framed as Black issues.
And that leads me to number 3, which is
I'd like to come in for just a second. There's a disturbing trend. I'm noticing that a lot of the demands that they're making, rather than saying, "Oh, we should improve this law. They're saying we need to tear down this section of civilization. You know, I mean, these things like border control and laws and so forth, they're the essence of civilization. You try and improve civilization. You don't try and crush it like a bug.
I think a lot of them are anarchists. That's just kind of been my impression. Like,
and some of their demands. This goes back to what Sokka was saying. For the next one, it's not a black issue. This is everybody. Now, here's what number 3 says: real, meaningful, and equitable universal health care that guarantees the following: proximity to nearby comprehensive health centers, culturally competent services for all people, specific services for queer, gender nonconforming, and trans people, full bodily autonomy, full reproductive services, mental health services, paid parental leave, and comprehensive quality child and elder care.
I don't know why that's racial at all.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
I'm sorry. What is gender non-conforming care? I just.
Well, what I think it is. That's what I'm going to ask. They want people to pay for their operations.
I hope that's not the case.
Gender non-conforming is not a surgical thing. Gender non-conforming is just like, hey, I choose to recognize as this, or I choose to recognize as neither.
I think they're trying to say that these are like something like, I guess they're trying to say that they should have specific sections that are like, who are like, let's say, assaulted because of their gender. That's what I'm interpreting from what they're saying. I don't think that's necessary.
What do they mean?
ICU. Like,
what do they mean by culturally competent services for all people?
Let's say that you live in Southern California and you don't speak English because you're a Mexican immigrant. Oh, having a nurse that speaks Spanish.
I see.
Yeah, that's one that should be actually in all hospitals currently.
I just didn't know what they meant by it.
Have shit like that.
So if I go to
I think that the reason they keep dropping in the whole gender non-conforming thing and so forth is just that they're attempting an intersectional strategy. They're trying to link themselves to things that most people think are worthy causes. You know, be nice to people who don't fit in.
As long as we're not paying for people's sexual changes. Like, for example, I don't want to deal with the issue where, so, Red, I'm Dr. So-and-so. What can I do for you? Yes, I sexually identify as an assault helicopter, and I want you to make my wank a Scud missile.
Yeah. So, Chris, let me ask you. Do you think that that they're, because if they're trying to integrate with the LGBT community and trying to get support from them, I think it's a brilliant thing to do. I think that I can understand why they're doing it, right? Because if they're going to get people out going, you know what, let's support Black Lives Matter because they have the similar agenda that we do, you do get more people in the thing. But I mentioned this before, real quick. I mentioned this before because this is funny to me because I had never experienced it before. When I went to the doctors, not this last time when I went to the hospital, but prior to that, the question the nurse asked me was like, I have to ask you this question. You can refuse to answer, but what do you identify as, male or female? And I was a little bit taken back by it. And I'm like, you're a doctor. You kind of should know, I mean, you're going to have probably my balls in your hand in about 2 minutes. What do you, it was weird.
With the way this has been written, well, I think there could theoretically be some validity, and it was a good point on Chris's part. I'm honestly thinking that this actually reflects more on the personal status, we'll just say, of the actual author of the piece.
Well, I also think that, I mean, if they're going to advocate, I mean, I'm kind of divided on to whether sex changes should be paid for by, whatever insurance body or whether they should be elective. But even so, if they are paid for by an insurance body, I think it's actually irresponsible. If they are recommending this, which I don't know if they are, it's irresponsible to also not pair that with psychotherapy, because with gender dysphoria and depression that is paired with it, like someone like Nadia, right? You don't. Nadia is a terrible example, but the average trans person, it's the average trans person. You can't just have hormone replacement therapy and genital reconstruction. You also need the associated therapy, like talk therapy with it. So if they recommend that, like maybe that's what they mean, like making HRT easier for trans people, which I'm kind of divided on it, but I can see a plausible argument.
All right, number 4.
Well, I want to wait on that for a second. I don't see HRT as being elective, and obviously in some cases it's not. But I do agree that if they're going to go in and do this, that they do need a mental health facility as well, the psychoanalysis or whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's what they have here. Mental health service.
People are meant to be ill or that being trans.
No. But they need. No. But they do need counseling afterwards. I mean, they do need to have. It's a mental thing too, right? It's a psychological dysphoria. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, they've said that it doesn't, like any associated depression and issues don't get just cleared up magically by a sex change, which isn't surprising to me.
Right.
But
yeah, it says full reproductive services, mental health services, paid parental leave, and comprehensive quality child and elder care.
That doesn't sound too... Like most of that doesn't sound offensive. Just some of it like is shittily worded.
Yeah, but all of it doesn't sound like a primary black issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it's racialized.
I think this is just a fucking SJW. That's
Yeah. So let's move on to number 4. A constitutional right at the state and federal level to a fully funded education, which includes a clear can't pronounce that word. The right to, and it says here, a free education for all. Wow, they actually said the word all there. Special protections for queer and trans students, wraparound services, social workers, free health services. That kind of ties into the last one. A curriculum that acknowledges and addresses students' material and cultural needs, physical activity and recreation, high quality food, free daycare, a freedom from unwarranted searches, seizures, and arrest.
So, okay. So on this one, I want to be the first one on this one. First off, the last one, protection against unwarranted searches and all this other stuff. You guys already have that in the States. I think it's called the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
but
we do.
Not necessarily. So on college campuses, you can kind of get that violated because technically it's the university's property, so they can search anything. So the idea would be to give students more protections.
That you know what? That I'm sorry. That's the university's prerogative.
I don't agree with it. Right? Like that's part of living in the dorms, living in an apartment. If you don't,
yeah, exactly. That's the university's prerogative. If they want to do it, they can do that. Everything else they said about illegal search and stuff, yeah, you're already protected under the Fourth Amendment. You don't need anything of that. If there's an unwarranted search. Or an illegal search, you're already protected. But the other part is, and this is one of the things that gets scary with this, is that I'm not opposed to better education for everyone. I mean, I think that's something that we should definitely strive for. But fuck, that is like so close to Marxism. The rest of that shit.
Oh yeah, fuck. Oh my god.
It's just not practical. In like an ideal world, I'd love it if everyone got free education. It's just not the world we live in. Right.
Yeah, and this is where you start to get you start blurring the lines now. Like there's so much political ideology that goes into this. Like this, that doesn't seem like it becomes less of a racial movement at that point in time. It starts looking more like a Marxist movement when you start talking about all these free education, free healthcare, free access to social work, free all this stuff. It's just like okay,
free education for all, special protections for queer trans students, whoever the fuck that means.
So it's moved into idealistic demands.
It's moved into pure fucking socialism.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, which is why most of them are
talking about something like healthcare where it actually can be done. We're talking about something like the idea that I don't even know how we can currently fund our education system right now for colleges. So.
And they want also physical activity and recreation, high quality food, I'm guessing in schools, free daycare, a freedom from unwarranted search, seizures, or arrest. That one I can agree with. But it's the whole, you want to know what would actually solve this issue? Let's get rid of those for-profit colleges. Just get rid of all of them. Fuck them all.
What do you mean by a for-profit college?
ITT Tech, University of Phoenix, DeVry University, Kaiser University.
Oh, those fuckers.
And they're not highly rated universities.
That's barely going to make a dent, though. And most of the problem is with, like, I mean, I could only afford to do my undergrad at my university because of the fact that I have, well-off parents. That's the issue. I sympathize with them, and I don't know how this college bubble is going to burst, but
it's going to because they rape you, and when I say they rape you, they make sure that they're wearing a spiked dildo while they're doing it. There was.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but college loans end up paying 3 times more than what they pay back than what their initial.
There was a meme out there right now that says I borrowed $21,000. I paid back $34,000. I still owe $42,000. That is fucked up.
Well, here's the. I mean, in terms of, I would actually like to see in public schools them serving healthier food. Because
I can agree with that.
Because I think they've shown in some prisons where if there's a healthier diet, it actually helps with some of the behavioral problems.
I thought they already started that. I thought that's been pretty much one of the things that they started
doing.
I
was in high school.
No, nowadays. I'm talking the last few years.
I think we should put a.
You didn't graduate high school last year.
But again, like a lot of this is like that's something that's actually practical, and schools should strive to encourage healthy eating.
Not Michelle Obama's plan, though.
I can't speak to that, but I mean, like a lot of this stuff is like, that's one of the only things that I think was practical in what they said there. The rest of it's just such often fantasy land.
All right, so number 5 is again not a racial issue. Why it's on here, I have no fucking clue, but here it goes. A divestment from industrial multinational use of fossil fuels and investment in community-based sustainable energy solutions.
I'm not
opposed to that. What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
But it's not racial. It has literally nothing to do with anything else.
And I mean, again, this goes back. I hate to circle back around to the very beginning of the conversation where it's like when we're talking about why do I oppose these movements? Because something like this is a good idea, but what have they done to push forward this part of their agenda? Like what is the protests or the rioting or any of that shit done to put forward their fucking green energy agenda? Like anything? Has anyone ever mentioned it outside of this? Seeing this list here?
This has gone from Black Lives Matters to my personal political agenda.
It has, and this is the problem with this stuff is that, and this is why when I got to take off here soon anyway, so I'm just going to finish off here. This is why when people say oh, well, you oppose Black Lives Matter, what are you, racist? And it's just like, no, it's not that I oppose Black Lives Matters because I'm racist. I'm not racist. I oppose Black Lives Matter because first off, there's certain things within their ideology that I don't agree with, and the things that I do agree with, I don't think that the way that they're going about protesting is doing anything to even advocate for what they want.
It's really more of a rage against the machine type of thing.
Exactly. And because of that, so yeah, as a movement, as like the people that are out there, like that are trying to push these social progressive issues by the means that they are right now, which is ridiculous. I oppose that group because they're not actually doing anything to accomplish their goals, and because of that, it's just like I find. When you read through this list and you're like, oh, that's one of their points. Oh, I never knew that. Yeah, because they're not doing anything about it. It's like, we're just going to make a fuss until somebody goes out and does this for us.
Soccer, do you think it's fair to say that because they're claiming that it's one of their aims, but they're not acting as if it's one of their aims, that effectively the claim is just propaganda?
It's probably mostly just propaganda.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean,
propaganda.
It's even within some of the things that they put out there is that even the political ideologies within what they want here, and once you get into the some of the more sections like on economics and some of these other things, is they talk a lot about like some of these very Marxist ideas, and then there's other parts there where they have a little bit more capitalistic intentions behind it as well, it's like even within the list of the demands that they have, it doesn't seem like there's even a consistency within what their political ideology is.
Yeah.
How exactly is it capitalistic?
There's a serious inference to be drawn from that, because if they're not matching action to word, then we can't judge them by their words. We have to judge them by their actions.
So basically, when they start chanting in the middle of New York, what do we want? Dead cops. When do we want it now? What are we to take away from that?
That wasn't actually what they were chanting. That was, yeah.
That was.
I think they were. I mean, I don't know if that was a Black Lives Matter group. That may have been just some other.
They were holding Black Lives, like from the beginning of the road to the end of the road. They were holding Black Lives Matter signs.
All right.
If so, we have a bunch of people that have joined the wrong protest. Holy shit.
If you go back and read the footage, or rather listen to the footage without actually reading what's going on, they were actually saying something else. The problem is when you're mentally primed to hear what somebody suggested that they're saying, that's what you're going to hear.
I don't think it was misunderstood, but I'll play the footage later and see what you say. Anyway, number 6 says, a cut in military expenditures and the reallocation of those funds to invest in domestic infrastructure and community well-being.
And don't oppose it, but I mean, it's not a strictly racial issue.
Okay, now you're going to hate this one. Direct democratic community control of local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, ensuring that communities most harmed by destructive policing have the power to hire and fire officers, determine disciplinary action, control budgets and policies, and subpoena relevant agency information.
I agree more with the last of those. I mean, I kind of get where they're going with it, and I agree with the spirit of it. I just think there's a more practical way to do it, which is that and I don't know how exactly to implement it, but you need the bigger issue is like cops are no longer really a part of the community.
Yeah, because you basically have to separate the cops from the community and essentially put them at the power. Well, if that's really the case,
no, that's not it. Like, you don't have cops that walk the beat and like know everyone, right? Like, you don't, sort of. This sounds kind of folksy, but like, oh, there's Sheriff Tom. Hey, Sheriff Tom.
Well, I'm not going that far with it. I'm saying
no. That's what I was saying. You
personally, I think community is overrated. I don't really see what's really the big issue. I mean, as long as the cop, I don't really care if I know the cop or not.
Imagine this.
But
the issue is right. Is like if you want to inspire these people to actually trust the law enforcement system and also have it so that it's different. I think that a cop, it's a reasonable inference, and I don't have data to suggest this is the case, but I think it's a reasonable inference to say that if a cop cares about the people and is a member of the community, he's going to act more intelligently and more caringly in that situation.
I think he'll act more intelligently if he's getting a good paycheck and he has a clean record, and there's an incentive to make sure he has his clean record. To maintain a clean record.
Well, here's this thing. It says direct democratic community control of ensuring that communities most harmed by destructive policing have the power to hire and fire officers. That's dangerous right there, and I'll tell you why. It's because what if, let's say, some like a shooting, for example, as the most extreme case is justified, but everyone has their fucking panties in a bunch, and if we're going to go democratically, if everyone wants that officer out, facts be damned in that case. Community says,
that's the problem. Facts aren't dependent on a democracy. Like, facts are facts.
Exactly. Making that a democratic issue is like saying science, it can be a democratic issue.
No, I don't think it's like, I think the issue would be, I actually see the bigger issue being is that, let's say that that the mafia has a control ring in a town.
But to hire and fire officers.
Exactly. And they'd be able to, well, the thing would, okay, you need to not interrupt me in the middle of something. Because you're not understanding what I'm saying. So the idea would be is like, do you want direct democracy when it comes to a community controlling who polices it? In theory, it could work if you have a rational community. The issue is what happens when there's a community that has cartel influence, that has, you could end up electing on purpose a corrupt cop. I mean, I would agree that we need better oversight. I think what they're striving for is they want cops that they know care about them. And I think that the better way of doing that is actually having cops that are part of the community. Make it so that, the cops actually give a shit about the people. That's what they want. And I think that, yes, that's a harder goal, but I don't think directly choosing cops makes sense.
I just want to correct something I said there a second ago. Because I was brain fart on my part. No, I wasn't talking about Black Lives Matter and capitalism. I meant anarchism, and I'm not sure why I got those two conflated at the time.
All right.
They have the anarchist points and they have Marxist points, and I don't think they go hand in hand.
There's also anarcho-Marxism. You kind of sometimes those things aren't always separate.
All right, so moving on. We demand independent Black political power and Black self-determination in all areas of society. We envision a remaking of the current U.S. political system in order to create a real democracy where Black people and all marginalized people can effectively exercise full political power.
Do these people want a country of their own? That's what it sounds like.
I don't.
Yeah, that's what that one sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, if what they really should be talking about is the fact that, like, making it easier for Black people to vote, which they kind of already talked about with.
Well, there's subsets to this point. There's actually subsets. There's just making it so that it's easier, to gain access, because there's still issues with getting access to polling stations for certain areas, and it always disproportionately affects minorities. But that's what the way that what they're saying is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, just out of curiosity, would they once they set up their own little Black government within the other government, and they can set their own standards for how they want to tax the African American people, and from there they can choose to finance any of their free education programs themselves.
Yeah,
and see how much, and if they want to pay their 45% taxes to get everything that they want, go for it.
And so it says here, starting off, we envision a remaking of the current U.S. political system, and can excessively exercise full political power. This includes, subset 1, an end to the criminalization of Black political activity, including the immediate release of all political prisoners, and an end to the repossession of political parties.
I'm sorry, what?
I feel like this would have been relevant like 30 years ago.
Political prisoners? Political parties. Yeah, that's how it's pronounced. Repression of political parties. So number 1, an end to criminalization of Black political activity, including the immediate release of all political prisoners, and an end to the repression of political parties.
This fucker just needs his own goddamn islander rule.
So I also want to play devil's advocate to myself, which is I think that a lot of this repression happened a long time ago. So the vibrant Black political primarily Black political movements have kind of died. So I don't I feel like this is like 30 or 40 years too late, to be honest.
And even 30, 40 years ago, it would have been insane to make this level of demands.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, this is a reasonable demand if we lived in, 1970. But we don't, unfortunately.
I'm not convinced it even would have been reasonable then.
And
I mean, they're talking about a restructuring of the political structure of the nation at this point.
Yeah, they're talking about hostile takeover.
Just this demand, right? Like being able to have, independent, the independent Black political movements that did actually exist in the 60s and 70s, and then they just sort of arrested or killed all of the leaders.
I don't know. Maybe I'm overreading it, but that last line to me, for some reason, kind of sounded like just hand over the nation to us.
I feel like they just want to have more. I want to believe that they just want to have that they're not that insane, but they could be. Who knows?
Yeah, and so to read it again, an end to the criminalization of Black political activity. I think the only Black political activity that's illegal, so when that's destructive, including the immediate release of all political prisoners, the ones that flip police cars, and an end to the repression of political parties.
Which political parties are being repressed exactly?
My question exactly.
Well, I mean, okay, like you can argue that obviously there are unfair advantages given to the two main parties, the Republican and Democrat parties, but I don't even know what do they mean by repression? Like
a lot. What they mean is that there was a history, and ironically, this ties back to the drug war. But what happened was in sort of the 60s and the 70s. The real reason the drug war happened was because the leaders of hippie movements and civil rights movements like drugs, and so they used that as sort of a precursor to arrest a lot of leaders of peace movements, and it was primarily peace movements and a lot of black power movements, but like a lot of black political organizers,
like the Black Panther parties.
I mean, they just straight up killed Black Panther. But again, like what I have to say is that this is more relevant for the past, not necessarily for now. Yeah. So I don't disagree with it. It's not wrong. It's just potato.
The only person that they have on this list, they don't like by name, is Asada Shakir.
Yeah, I've heard the name. I'm just trying to remember exactly.
Asada Shakir. She's a former member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army, African American activist. She was charged and arrested for bank robberies, attempted murder, armed robbery, kidnapping, murder.
Holy shit!
She was convicted of first-degree murder of a state trooper in 1977. She escaped from prison in 1979 and has had political asylum in Cuba since 1984. And they want there's a $1 million reward for her capture, and she's still considered a criminal in the States now. But they want
she actually had a sex change, and she's now known as sock account.
I'd rather not grant this person amnesty.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
that's on their page.
She's been convicted of. I mean, I haven't looked much into the case. She maintains innocence, but I can't comment beyond that.
I mean,
okay, then moving on.
Then again, Reuben Hurricane Carter was innocent, and we kept him in prison for a while. So I tend to reserve these.
She was arrested after she had a shootout with cops.
I think what she has said is that she wasn't actually in a. I think her line was something to the effect of, "Oh, they arrested a woman who had her hands up. She wasn't actually in a shootout with the cops." But again, I don't know enough about the case.
I think you're being a little too charitable here.
It'll be wise not to grant her amnesty. I'm just gonna say that. Number 2.
You mentioned Reuben King Carter. Can I just Google this name?
Reuben Hurricane Carter. Have you ever heard the song "Hurricane" by Bob Dylan? No, you don't like fun. Of course you haven't.
For fuck's sake.
All right, I'm looking it up.
Number 2, public financing of elections and the end of money-controlled politics through ending super PACs and unchecked corporate donations.
Again, not a racial issue.
Not a racial issue, but I agree with
I don't have a problem with that.
Don't have a problem with that at all. But again, not a race issue. I guess we can move on to number 3. Election protection, electoral expansion, and the right to vote for all people, including full access, guarantees, and protections of the right to vote for all people through universal voter registration, automatic voter registration, pre-registration for 16-year-olds, same-day voter registration, voting day holidays, online voter registration, enfranchisement of formerly and presently incarcerated people, local and state resident voting for undocumented people, and a ban on any disfranchisement laws.
I agree with part of that, but that's a lot.
Okay.
Like universal, for example, like universal voting law, like just automatic registration, it doesn't work. It leads to voter fraud, unfortunately. What's it? I think I talked about this earlier. It's like, I think, I don't think active prisoners. I mean, I have to look at sort of how we treat prisoners from illegal. Yeah, people who get out of jail should have the right to vote. I don't think the voting age should be.
You actually don't think prisoners should be allowed to vote?
I don't know if they should be allowed to vote.
I'm actually, yeah, that's.
I just don't know enough about the legal status, like, right? Or when you're held by the state, does that, you know, how much of your citizens' rights do you maintain?
No, it shouldn't be about rights. Your rights are suspended. Your rights are suspended, Sam. But should it be based upon the type of crime that you're incarcerated for? I mean, I'm sorry, but if you're committed of assault, something along those lines, where there's some kind of a major thing rather than just like, you know, let's say minor, then I don't have a problem with them taking away your rights for the vote.
Well, I mean, again, I think the better question is which. Obviously, not all rights can be taken away, right? So some rights are taken away.
Right.
I just don't know enough about the legal system, right? So if the right to vote fell under the purview of the type of rights that there's precedent that people are allowed to receive, I'm fine with that. But I don't know. Like I'm holding my hands up, saying I don't know enough about the legal system to comment on it. But I think that it's absolutely fucked up that we don't let people who have felonies vote in a lot of states.
Let me just paint a picture of two prisons for you. One of the prisons is a place where the people don't get to vote, and so they don't feel like they've got any input into the country that they're hopefully going to get reinstated into. And the other one is a prison where people talk about politics and try and make decisions and try and look at what the country is going to do. And regardless of whether you think it's justified to take away their right, surely it's pragmatically really useful to give them the vote while they're in prison.
A good goddamn argument. I don't have a counterpoint to that.
It says here, just to go through it one more time.
I don't like the way they worded that. That whole demand, though, is just too large and too much in there.
Okay, so let's break it down. Universal voter registration.
Make voter registration easier? Is that what they mean?
It says universal voter registration, automatic voter registration.
Yeah, I don't agree with automatic voter registration
for voter fraud.
All right.
It's just too big. I agree with the spirit behind it. I just disagree. It's just not a practical policy, unfortunately.
What about pre-registration for 16-year-olds?
What do you mean by pre-registration? Does that mean that we can put them in for registration, but they can't vote until they're 18?
No idea. It just says pre-registration for 16-year-olds.
No, there's a good reason why we don't have 16-year-olds voting. There's a really good reason for that.
Well, I don't think we've established whether, what do they say pre-registration? So that means,
yeah, it says pre-registration for 16-year-olds.
So if we take, so there's two things that can mean, right? So let's say that it means that 16-year-olds can vote. I don't think that's a good idea. But if what they're saying is that you start the path to voter registration, then I think that's not a terrible idea. But what you have to have the associated civics classes that go with it.
Okay, so it's right in one frame of light, it's wrong in another frame of light. Depending on how they made it. Yeah, so Black Lives Matter, word that shit better.
What it is when you're 16 or 17, you pre-register, and as soon as you're 18, you're automatically considered registered.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's that bad. No.
Not all right. And then it says online voter registration.
Again, I have to wonder about the if we could set up secure servers, that would be reasonable. I'll leave that to an IT expert. But
we can certainly set up secure servers. Didn't Hillary have one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's burn. It's good burn.
And then it says local and state resident voting for undocumented people and a ban on any disenfranchisement laws.
So hold on, the undocumented people can only vote in local elections.
Local and state resident voting for undocumented people.
No, fuck that.
I don't think so. You're not a
just FYI, that the main, I just looked this up. The main two disadvantages of the pre-registration. Oh, it sounds good and increases turnout. They say the main the disadvantages. It's a big cost factor to do this, and the other one is that the information may be highly inaccurate by the time they get to registration. 2 years later, a lot can happen between 16 and 18, and that could be a problem voting if the information is not correct. So if that's actually something to be concerned about. If you're pre-registered at one address and then you go try to vote in a different location, a different district or precinct, precinct, you're going to be turned away.
Oh, don't worry about it.
That needs to be taken into account.
Don't worry about it. There's software they use to take extra people off the voting rolls. I mean, you know, there's only two John Jacksons in all of, there's only one John Jackson, for example, in all of Florida.
Oh, that works. Anyway, I just want to skip number 4, honestly, but I won't because then I'll get accused of cherry picking because it's stupid. Full access to technology, including net neutrality and universal access to the internet without discrimination and full representation for all.
What do you mean discrimination? I don't think discrimination is.
No, dude. This is not like some demands list from Black Lives Matter. This is a manifesto from a fucking crazy ass person.
This is a net hacker, right?
Yeah, yes. I don't even quite know. I mean, net neutrality is the only thing that makes sense there, but I don't really know
that's
what.
A worthy issue. That's a worthy issue, right?
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I think we'll get to a point where just kind of like telecommunications. You know, we're going to start to
How is the internet racist? But that's the thing. How is the internet racist?
Well, I think we've established that at this point, they're not only addressing racial issues.
Yeah, but remember, these are subsets. These are subdemands of the original, because this includes, which means in addition to the original, which was we demand independent Black political power and a Black self-determination in all areas of society.
I guess this would just help it. I don't know.
So this is like an addition to that.
Yeah, so I think it's the manifesto of a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, but I mean, the rest of it, we're not at a point where we can consider the internet a human right. Maybe down the line, it's just not there yet.
I'd be great if they did, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, number 5. Protection and increased funding for Black institutions, including historically Black colleges and universities, Black media and culture, or Black media and cultural, political, and social formations.
I don't know that that's something. I understand I agree with what they're getting at. I just don't really think that government funding is the way to get there.
Well, what do you mean? You agree with where they're going at, like Black media? I don't understand. I mean, that's a bit racialized, don't you think? I mean,
it says increased fund. It says protection. It says protection and increased funding for Black institutions, including historically Black colleges and university, Black media and cultural, political, and social formations.
I mean, if we're going to do that,
really what they're trying to get at is they want these aspects of culture to be, so that they have these representative aspects of culture.
Okay, but if we do that for one race,
I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence again.
All right.
So what they want, right, with, for example, Black television, I know because one of the BET founders is one of my dad's clients. I don't think that government funding that kind of shit, and also with historically Black colleges, look, if they can find Black donors that are going to make it so that their endowment is soluble, I'm all for it. But again, I don't think this is a place where, the government should be guaranteeing that type of funding. So I agree with kind of the spirit of it. Yeah, they should have their own cultural outlets. And yeah, if they want to set up keep historically Black colleges working, sure. But
I kind of disagree with it because I kind of see it as self-segregation and making themselves as a group more insular.
Yeah, that's why I was going to say I'm actually against the spirit of it just because of the self-segregation elements.
Well, I mean, are we not allowed to have, different cultural backgrounds express themselves?
But that's not what it's about. That's not where the objection lies, though, Sam. The problem is that you have, in theory, the U.S. Should be a place where all these different cultures come together and live together, and it's that whole melting pot notion. And I'm a big advocate of that, being from the Northeast. But at the same point, a lot of cultures will basically segregate themselves into subgroups and then treat everyone else as the other. And it's that, othering, so to speak, of everyone else that I think is the potential problem here. Because when you become too insular, everyone else becomes the other.
Yeah, and that's the worry. The best way to prevent tribalism is to make sure you don't lay the breeding ground for it.
Well, I mean, I haven't really, seen evidence that expansion of, for example, I don't think that Black entertainment television, BET, has made Black people more insular. I haven't seen the evidence for that.
I mean, I don't know either. I mean, again, I don't.
The difference is,
I'm not against. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, like, I'm not against BET existing per se. I just don't. I just have a lot of
shouldn't be funding it.
No, I agree that we shouldn't be funding it. But I mean, again, like, there's plenty of niche markets for subcultures of all types, right? We don't say that niche markets inherently breed division. It is something we need to be conscious of. But
at the same point, though, all of the specifically Spanish TV stations, radio shows, etc., have made it harder for them to integrate in with society. You see people that can go through their entire life without having to learn a lick of English, etc. Now, this may not be the case in terms of black communities, but you have this broad division in a lot of areas between this Hispanic community and the rest of those communities.
Well, I mean, as someone who's Jewish, I don't, ethnically, not religiously, like, I don't really think that, Jewish culture, the maintenance of Jewish culture has made Jews more insular. In fact, it's actually done the opposite, which is that a lot of sort of the aspects of Jewish culture have permeated into the mainstream. So, I mean, I think it's something you need to be conscious of. But it's kind of what makes America great, right? Is we bring these individual cultures and then we have a melting pot.
I get that, but the thing is, we'll just pick on the Jewish culture for the moment. Now, if that same Jewish culture was catered to the point that they had all their own TV stations, their own radio stations, their own colleges, yada, yada. So they were basically like an entirely separate culture embedded within our own. Do you think they would have actually had as good an outcome?
Well, no, but I'm assuming that that's not kind of the thing they're driving at. But if that is the thing they're driving at, then I don't like it.
Well, once you start federally funding it, making those funds
like I said, I don't think that we need to be federally funding it.
Yeah,
I agree. All right, and so
I said that from the outset.
Well, again,
I don't think their goal is to federally fund it so that it can just exist as this separate, weird,
Well, the thing is, I'm responding more so to this in addition to every fucking other goddamn thing that was in this that really made it seem like they just wanted their own island nation.
Yeah,
it's a possibility. I mean, I would prefer to take a somewhat charitable interpretation of what they're saying.
Well, remember, that was in addition to what they said originally.
I just want to make sure what I said was understood in a more clarified way. I'm not against like these different. I mean, I'll go this way. For all these different cultures, I'm not against them having like their own networks or their own groups. I just think that the spirit of it should be questioned, and in some cases mocked.
I mean, but that sounds like the statement of someone who's never been a part of a minority in his life.
But that's the whole point is, regardless of if they're a minority, the whole point is to make them feel more like they're an American first rather than their minority identity, whether it's Jewish.
Again, this sounds, these are overlapping identities, right? Like, in some ways I'm a Jew first, in some ways I'm an American first. Like, it just depends. They're overlapping identities in the same way, in some ways I'm a male first, and then in some ways I'm an American first, right? Like, you can't pretend.
I guess what you're saying is it depends on the situation.
Yeah, it depends, right? I'm not an American on Rosh Hashanah. I'm a Jewish person. Like, that's the primary identity. And what you're saying is kind of just
all right. It's situation dependent. I'll give you that.
Hang on, I think with the way that the piece is written, this isn't simply this one section of it or what have you, but kind of the entire thing thrown together, as well as with the way that they actually present it as being a title and what have you. It really strikes me almost like we need to have our complete culture and we need special treatment that others aren't getting. They're not demanding that, people that are Jewish or Latino or what have you No, this is specifically for black is the way that it's presented, even though most of these things, it's like, how's that a black only thing? That's kind of everyone. What the fuck?
Well, it gets even worse because there's a two-part thing to this, so I'm just going to read the first and second, and then we'll talk about it because they kind of go together.
Okay.
We demand economic justice for all and the reconstruction of the economy to ensure that black communities have collective ownership, not merely access. This includes a progressive restructuring of the tax code at the local, state, and federal levels to ensure a radical and sustainable redistribution of wealth.
I'm not a communist.
I was just going to say that before you even finish with that. I said, dude, that sounds just like a redistribution of wealth type thing.
Yeah, well,
this is just not. I mean, yeah, I would love
Please
to
admit that. They
world,
would say that though.
I mean, I would love to live in a world where this type of thing was possible and it didn't stifle certain other things. But we don't live in that world.
Well, there's a
not going to work well.
Here's the problem, I think, and people really get confused about this when you want to make economic reforms. I am all for trying to make equality of opportunity, or trying to make a system where there's equality of opportunity. You know, try to make sure that there's very equal access for everybody in better schools, like regardless of their income group or their race, religion, whatever. What I am against is equality of outcome. Which is essentially what these people be advocating for.
I'm okay with equality of opportunity.
That's what I'm saying. I'm okay. I want equality of opportunity. I do not want equality of outcome. Did I not say that right?
Well, I mean, they were not necessarily arguing for equality of outcome. They were arguing for collective ownership, which I just don't think is a practical idea.
Which is Marxist, like
I said, they want their own fucking island off the coast.
Like anarcho or syndicalist. So
yeah, well, that is
not Marxism.
Well, I like how they also framed it as a progressive restructuring of the tax code. That's not progressive, assholes.
I mean, anarcho-syndicalism is based pretty heavily on Marxism. Like, I mean,
hang on.
Not
different things, but they find.
Okay, hang on. I got to ask Greta a question. Now, when do we get to the part where they demand reparations for slavery, which they didn't actually live through?
That's going to be the next one. We're currently underneath economic justice.
Are you serious? It's on there?
It's on there, yes.
Holy
That's the next
fuck.
one. That's the next one, actually. So number
just
two.
throwing it in there. That last one, their tax code demands were there was no content there.
Oh yeah, a lot of it was
non-statement.
hopelessly vague. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They just want a redistribution of wealth. But number two is a little bit more specific, and it says this: federal and state job programs that specifically target the most economically marginalized Black people, and compensation for those involved in the care economy. Job programs must provide a living wage, and encourage support for local worker centers, unions, and Black-owned businesses, which are accountable to the community.
See, I don't know why they need to racialize it. Yeah, I don't see why they need to racialize that. Ironically, it's one of the only things that they don't need to racialize.
Mm-hmm. My thing is that it specifically targets the most economically marginalized Black people. Why doesn't it just say to specifically target the most economically marginalized people?
Well, you said it was under the subheading of something about bringing Black.
Yeah, here's
Black people, but I don't know why they're changing it to that.
This sounds like one of these assholes that thinks all white people have money.
Okay, so let me say the top and then the second one together. Maybe that will make more sense.
I just need to ask: do they have a test for whether someone is Black or a
maybe I have no fucking clue. But here's what the first and second one say together: we demand economic justice for all and a restructuring of the economy to ensure Black communities have collective ownership, not merely access. This includes federal and state job programs that specifically target the most economically marginalized Black communities, and compensation for those involved in care economy. Job programs must provide a living wage and encourage support for local worker centers, unions, and Black-owned businesses, which are accountable to the community.
It's really weird that they chose to racialize this part.
Yeah.
Kind of inconsistent. Like, I kind of get the sense that like they cared about a lot of the other stuff they were saying, and now it's just sort of trailing off into nonsense that they don't care about as much. Does anyone else get that impression?
Hey, the next one's about the right to restore land, clean air, clean water, and housing. Can I just skip that one?
No.
It's another thing that's unnecessarily racialized.
Damn it. Okay, fine. I'll say it.
No, I want that one. I want that one because I want to be able to say, well, what about the fucking Native Americans, assholes? I'm expecting to say that.
Okay, all right, so we're just going to pretend you didn't say that so that you can say that. Number 3, a right to restored land, clean air, clean water, and housing, and an end to the exploitative privatization of natural resources, including land and water. We seek democratic control over how resources are preserved, used, and distributed, and do so while honoring and respecting the rights of our indigenous family.
I guess
Their
they are
indigenous
talking
family
about
are they claiming that the Native Americans are black now?
I'm really confused. Like,
I'm confused on what they mean by that.
I mean, they want like community-owned like collectively owned natural resources. Which
now, when they say indigenous, what do they mean by that? There's some context that really needs to be filled in.
I don't think that word means what they think it means.
Is anyone? This is redoubling what I just said. Does anyone think that like this is just like sort of like they wanted to fill up space?
Maybe, yeah, it might. Yeah, I don't know. I think we've gone onto the crazy train with. As I said, this is the manifesto of a crazy person. This is not the actual demands of a rights group anymore. It hasn't been for a while.
Okay, we demand a call for a National Credit Union Administration and the U.S. Department of Treasury to change policies and practices around regulation, reporting, and consolidation to allow for the continuation and creation of black banks, small and community-developed credit unions, insurance companies, and other financial institutions.
Okay, I'm going. Wait, no. Fuck you, Prudent. I'm going to defend this one. There was a institution that was put in called Black Wall Street quite some time ago, and it was shut down by the government as well as by the banking industry. And it was black community leaders basically founding this mortgage and loan industry to try and help out people that were black and in these really impoverished areas get a leg up, and it could have helped the entire fucking community. And we went down and shut it down, and basically letting them put that the fuck back into action and maybe helping undo that wrong, I can agree with.
I mean, I kind of get, I think that what they're getting at is some way to get it so that banks aren't just these huge fucking conglomerates that, you know, are mindlessly controlled by a few people at the very top and are these sort of regressive
Fuck you, Wells Fargo.
I see it as them wanting to reinstate Black Wall Street and not knowing how to phrase it without sounding like a lunatic.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm all for sort of like getting alternatives to like just fucking huge banks that are assholes, but I don't know if this is the way to do that.
I think their wording is just shit. I mean, if it's what I think it is, then I'm
like, does anyone think that like this was just sort of like, you know, just put some vaguely communist shit here? Like,
but don't they also want like a different set of regulations just for black people? I mean, if that's what they're going for, that could trigger an economic crisis.
Well, let me add some context to this because right next to that, because there's titles underneath all this, and the title to this one says "Restore the Glass-Steagall Act to break up the large banks," and then it goes a call for the National Credit Union Administrator, blah blah blah, and then the rest of it goes on from there.
Okay, this is just some other random political shit. Then fuck them.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, like I feel. Does anyone? I'm starting to get the feeling that like the first few points were fairly well developed that they had, but after that, it's just sort of like slowly dwindling.
The crazy crept in.
Yeah, like it's like it suddenly became the opinion of the person who's writing it rather than the movement.
It's become a manifesto.
Yeah. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, and number 6 gets a little weird. An end to the Trans-Pacific Partnership and a renegotiation of all trade agreements to prioritize the interest of the workers and communities. Prioritize the interest of the workers.
Prioritize. Against that.
I can't speak today. Fuck you. It's 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah, against that. I actually like free trade.
I'm not entirely against it. I think that we do need to take a better look at.
I think a lot of our trade agreements are fucking horrible.
There's a lot of benefits.
This is the thing for the recipients.
Well, people don't know this about free trade. They always look at the, like I said, it's a cost-benefit analysis. You got to look with each one of these agreements. Of course, the costs are you can lose some you can lose some manufacturing jobs, but the benefits are that one, you're able to get cheaper products. So, I mean, that's one thing. Two, many of these jobs are replenished by service economy jobs. Now, granted, service economy jobs they tend not to have the best.
They don't pay as well.
Yeah, they don't pay as well. But like I said, because your products are cheaper because of the trade agreements, it balances out.
And this is exactly why you could buy a car back in the 70s for $4,000 that nowadays you have to pay $40,000 for. Oh, wait.
Inflation, dude, come on, man.
It's more like adjusted for inflation, our cost of living has gone up.
But adjusted for inflation, our disposable income has also gone up, and that's despite the fact that we've been putting in these.
But if we have cheaper products, what's with the inflation, Prudent?
And also, we kind of forget about the fact that like a lot of these free trade agreements allow it so that like people in China can, like Apple's Foxconn, where they have nets. Because people will jump off of.
Okay, I'm going to explain this one. I explained this one to Shadow the other night. If you think that all the horrible things that go on in China right now are something to complain about, you should have seen. Do you know what China was like before they made the economic liberalization policies in the 80s? Before that, 80% of China, before the 80s, 80% of Chinese citizens lived at $2 a day. Today, that number is 10%. Now, I don't know about you, but I see that as a pretty significant improvement.
I mean, it's an improvement for some people.
Yeah,
good for them. What the fuck?
Hold on.
And by the way, to Stephen Curtis, yes, we've noticed.
And this is a Chinese American issue, not a black issue. What the fuck is it doing here?
Yeah, it's just a general economic issue.
I know, but
I think that there needs to be. I mean, I'm not necessarily for the idea of multinational companies being able to come in and just go to the most oppressive country possible in order to open up a sweatshop. Like I think that we could. There needs to be more care when negotiating these trade agreements
through tax
I don't see the big deal. If it develops a lot of these impoverished countries, like what's wrong with that? Like,
it's also completely destroyed industries within foreign countries too, as well as companies and what have you. I mean, there are some that have been beneficial, but at the same point, we've also fucking ruined countries in the process of this too.
And we also kind of ruined ourselves. No,
I'd have to do the legwork to look it up. You can do that on your own.
All right.
Anyway,
I think far more people.
Agreed,
Shut up. Back on topic.
Agreed. Number 7. Through tax incentives, loans, and other government direct resources, support the development of and cooperation of or social economic support the development of cooperative or social economic networks. So they basically want us to develop.
Can you reread that? Because you like mush mouth.
I have no idea what the fuck you just said, Red.
Okay, I'll try again. Through tax incentives, loans, and other government-directed resources, support the development of cooperative or social economic networks to help facilitate trade across and in Black communities globally. All aid in the form of grants, loans, or contracts to help facilitate. This must go to Black-led or Black-supported networks and organizations as defined by the communities.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that just seems wildly both impractical and nuts. Like, I don't know what the motivation for that could be.
Okay, so first your Black community needs a fucking product to sell overseas before you even approach me with this shit. The fuck?
I'm just like fucking, I don't even know what the intuition behind that is.
All in the form of grants, loans, or
give
contracts.
us a grant to start a mega corporation to sell our fucking doilies. Okay, great.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They actually mentioned these things that they're apparently selling or giving or whatever the fuck. All aid in the form of grants, loans, or contracts to help facilitate this must go to Black-led or Black-supported networks and organizations as defined by the communities.
I don't understand what the point
This
is.
says nothing. What the
Move
fuck
on
are
to
you
the next
talking
point.
about?
Maybe the reason it sounded like mishmash at the beginning was because it actually was mishmash.
Or the fact that
Actually-
you stuttered through half of it.
Well, that didn't really help it, did it?
Yeah, it did.
Ac-
You can
Here's
take
the
partial
thing is-
credit for that, Red.
I think they started
the
writing
Florida
this before they
education
popped the
system
keg.
can take credit for that one.
I really think they started writing this, and then they started tapping the keg.
Yeah, like I don't.
At this point, they're fucking smashed.
Like I
Okay, now
agreed with like I'm losing the amount of it that I agreed with.
Yeah.
all right. So now it goes to reparations.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
You ready for this one, guys? Grab some
Oh,
popcorn. It's
wait,
gonna be good.
no, comment from chat. And 6 stars must be changed to black to represent national demographics. Anyway, I had to share that, but that was funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
We demand reparations for past and continuing harms. The government, responsible corporations, and other institutions have profited off of the harm they have inflicted on Black people. From colonialism to slavery through food and housing redlining, mass incarceration, and surveillance. Must
Seriously.
repair the harm done. This includes the following. Before we even go any further, I'll just stop there.
Good God.
Yeah, so let me tell you, slavery. None of you fuckers were alive during slavery. Don't give me this shit.
Yeah, but Red, that doesn't mean it doesn't still impact their lives. And then there were plenty of people who weren't alive or a part of
Colonialism?
the Japanese internment, but they still got reparations.
Colonialism to slavery through food and housing redlining. No. Just
I'm sorry.
I mean-
This one is this isn't like, well, you know, we've been wronged and we want this. This is give us fucking money. I'm
No,
sorry.
yeah, this is like I'll agree it's way more punitive and doesn't make sense, but I still think that there should be reparations for slavery.
But
Okay,
the
so
thing is, no, dude. It's been too fucking long. I mean, you'd
Yeah.
have to establish who was even fucking affected by it, and that would take so much fucking money just to try and do the legwork to figure it out.
Maybe some
hey.
sort of symbolic, like I don't know. Like I would like. Let me put it this way. I'm not advocating for it as like an active policy, but if there was some way to do it sensibly.
But I mean,
I
this
would be
far
fine.
after the fact, there really isn't. There just isn't.
Yeah. Again, barring impracticality, right?
But this goes back to that wealth distribution horse shit.
It does, honestly, because it also says this. Reparations for the continued disinvestment from, discrimination towards, and exploitation of our communities in the form of a guaranteed minimum livable income for all Black people who clearly articulate cooperate regulations or corporate regulations, which, by the way, doesn't make sense in the slightest.
Give us money.
I
Give us
don't know
money.
that's. Yeah, I don't know. Like I've heard the idea of a universal minimum income, and
I
there's some
like the idea of
support.
like minimum income, minimum wage. I like some of these notions are kind of fun, but when it's like we should have a different minimum wage for our one group,
Yeah,
is
but they
kind of
don't
what I'm
say
getting
minimum
from
wage
this.
here. They say, reparations for the continued disinvestment from, discrimination towards, and exploitation of our communities in the form of guaranteed minimum livable income. Not necessarily that they actually worked for this shit.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I don't know that that's even like. I almost prefer just a one-time cash out rather than a guaranteed income. Right?
Yeah, and
I see
it's a
why
livable
everyone's
income.
being that line has me under, and this claiming that it's like, you know, the demands of Black Lives Matter has me understanding why there are so many people pissed at them now.
And keep in mind, after that, it says for all Black people. So guaranteed
only.
minimum livable income for all Black people, aka give us money.
Well,
Yeah, just us.
Well, I mean, when you're to be fair, when you're asking for reparations, you're asking for people to give you money. So I don't think that's a fair point of mocking them, but I think that it's they can talk about, again, coming up with a reparation scheme that makes sense, I think is extremely challenging. That is not one.
Oh yeah, I mean, minimum, just basically give us $15 an hour for existing. No, fuck you, I don't care. I don't care whether you're part of a group, if you're just doing it for a group or not.
Well, also,
if the Native Americans were insisting on that, I'd be telling them to fuck off too.
Well, also consider the following, which is that, like, how much is that actually going to go towards developing their communities, right? Like, I don't think just giving these people income when they don't have to develop infrastructure and all of the other things that go into making a community is going to be productive, right? Like, I could see just some small cash payout, relatively small cash payout, being actually somewhat productive, or, generating some block grant that's towards something for the purpose of reparations. I could see how that's actually productive. This I don't.
Yeah. Reparations for the wealth extracted from our communities through environmental racism, slavery, housing discrimination, and radicalized capitalism in the form of corporate and government reparations focused on healing ongoing physical and mental trauma and ensuring our access and control of food sources, housing, and land.
What the fuck does capitalism have to do with it? Like, I never get that. They always like to bring in, the capitalists like to keep us down. It's just a big rhetorical point.
So basically, they want the government and corporate hotheads to pay for them, and all for healing physical and mental trauma.
Well, actually, my God, that's a very well.
Look at, I mean, before you scoff, Mother Jones did a huge expose talking about how some of the environmental shit that goes on with just ignoring a lot of these neighborhoods has damaged them. In fact, just the lead pollution, they found some correlations between some of the lowered, I think it was lowered behavioral capacities and IQ, but I can't remember.
I wasn't talking about the environmental effects. I was just more talking about the whole evil capitalism talking points. I don't know exactly where you're going.
Well, I mean, it's not exactly as if...
I don't know. I kind of got the impression that they wanted to just be given land for reasons.
Yeah, it's very... I mean, it's very strangely worded. Like, I'm not saying that, by virtue of a lot of, the public housing efforts that were established for black people and then not maintained, and then they had to deal with the outcome of that. But I don't really know how that from that it follows all of these demands.
Well, it follows to the next one, which actually goes to HR40.
I have a great idea, Red. I know how to resolve this. What we do is we offer every single one of the people that's part of this movement a job defending the ice wall of Antarctica.
You know what?
Sounds good.
Let's do it.
How many more of these do we have to go through? Because
hold on.
Okay. I'll go. I'm going to go to the bomb bit on this one because number 4 says the exact same thing as number 5. But here's basically what it says, and this is the big one here. And after this, I'm fucking done. Legislation at the federal and state level that requires the United States to acknowledge the lasting impacts of slavery, establish and execute a plan to address those impacts. This includes the immediate passage of H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, or subsequent versions, which call for reparations remedies. I gotta look this up. Hang on. H.R. 40. Let's see what it says.
I mean, again, like I said, if there's a feasible reparation scheme, I'm for it, but I haven't heard one yet.
Okay, for African Americans Act. So it says here, so they want to federally fund a study to see how to best pay back the poor black man, and then proceed with following through with whatever is selected.
Depending on how much they're going to fund the study and who's going to be in charge of the study, I'm not entirely.
No, it's the concept of paying for something. I mean, because it says the lasting impacts of slavery, and the thing is that when you look at this, it says, okay, so we're going to have to pay this back somehow. We just don't know how. I'm of the opinion that, no, we're not going to give you guys fucking money. Fuck you.
Why? I mean, it's very clearly that the government did something. I mean, the government did something that clearly wronged these people.
So are we going to treat black people like the?
Do you think that?
Hang on. No. Hang on. I want to answer this, and I'm going to answer it this way. I will be more than happy to pay them reparation for years of slavery once they pay me and my family back for fighting to free their fucking ancestors.
Sounds good to me.
Damn.
I mean,
there's this whole all white people must feel guilty because of what they were put through shit that I'm really sick of.
Well, then should we have not paid reparations for the Japanese internment prisoners that we threw into internment camps?
That was after the fact. And
Like,
keep in mind
I know,
that
this would also be after
that
the
wasn't the
fact
result. And keep in mind that wasn't the result of a giant fucking civil war.
Well, yeah, but you're just, I mean, that's a distinction without a difference, right? There was an end to the policy.
The thing is, my answer is why would you be in favor right there? So fuck that.
That was already paid in blood. That's the difference between what we did to the Japanese and what the African Americans are asking for. We paid for it in blood, lots and lots of blood.
500,000 Union troops.
Yeah, but if you're gonna, I mean, if you want to believe in the mythology that the Civil War was about slavery, I mean, I enjoyed eighth grade history as much as anyone else. But
wait a minute, are you saying that slavery wasn't a big impact?
It was part of it, but I mean,
it was the main part of it.
It was a huge, big fucking part of it. You know, if you want to go into eighth grade history, be my fucking guest, because I'll join you there too. Because when you look at what the actual thing was and what was the biggest thing in the House of Representatives at that time, it was slavery.
Do I need to actually read Alexander Stevens' cornerstone speech from 1861 to you? Because I always say that to the people who say this. I always read this excerpt from a speech to people who say that it wasn't about slavery. Do I need to actually read it to you?
I am very familiar with that speech.
It wasn't. I mean, slavery was.
It was a major factor, but there was more to it than just that.
But slavery was the main factor. Okay.
I don't think you can put a main factor.
You can. Like, some factors have more of an influence on the state of affairs than others. I mean,
Well, I mean, if we want to talk about it, a lot of it had to do with the shifting between the two economies of the North and the South.
Yeah,
I mean, as big of a factor as to why those things.
But the economies, the shifting economies between the North and the South primarily hinge on the free labor of those slaves.
No, it hinged on industrialization of the North. I wasn't talking about
the North was industrializing, but in terms of the South was so dependent on the slaves that this is part of why the war was.
That's right.
Somewhat necessary. They were trying to defend what they considered to be their way of life, without the regard for the damn people that they were subjugating.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same point, up in the North, where such things weren't needed so much anymore.
So literally, America fought with itself to free the slaves. Lincoln was shot in the head, after the fact, because of somebody who was pissed off that he did what he did. Fuck you, Booth. And, keep in mind that you have people who these people are saying should feel guilty and sorry when in fact their ancestors, just like what 13 Ethans just said, dude, I was my ancestors were part of the army that freed your fucking asses.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's the secondary thing, which is that many of these people that were sold into slavery were sold into slavery by other people of their own ethnicity, for fuck's sake.
Oh yeah,
that's black slave owners.
Yeah,
well, it's kind of where does the buck stop? I mean, I think I don't buy the argument of, we fought a war to free you, therefore that negates, what was. I mean, because the Northern government still supported slavery until like fairly late in the war.
And even the thing is, feeling that we have a civic responsibility to send people in there to do things like repair their neighborhoods, help that, and make sure that they have a fair chance and this kind of stuff. Great, but just here, have cash.
Well, again, like when they talked about like looking for different reparation schemes, right? So I don't think they would just do. I'm guessing they're not just going to do flat cash. Maybe they do. In that case, I don't think that's an effective scheme. But again, like I mean,
it's kind of that show men how to fish thing.
As long as that R word is in there, that's where I have a problem. If you because basically what they're saying is we should, just because we're black, get money. That is total horseshit. I think what we should be doing is that if they want,
not just because they're black. It's because, I mean, come on.
That's
if you're
what
going
it
to say
says here. That's what it says here.
But it's not just by dint of skin color. It has to do with historical injustices. Like, look, I think that there are problematic aspects of reparations in the sense that I don't really know how you solve that problem because our government has wronged so many people. And I think that that's actually a practical objection to.
I think a bigger problem is that there's going to be a hell of a lot of Southern white racists that are going to be collecting money because they have some black in their heritage going back 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think practicality is a better argument than the idea, because our government has already given out reparations to people.
I will agree that practicality is one of the better arguments, but I also have to say that just because they're black, they should just be given a handout is also just as much of a valid argument. Well, I don't think so. Not in the fucking slightest would that be a good idea. Not only that, my ancestors are Polish, so I wasn't even around these people when this shit happened. My ancestors were still in fucking Poland dealing with the Nazis, and or before the Nazis, that World War I, which would eventually become. Anyway, fuck that. My ancestors were in Europe.
So were mine, but part of the issue there, right, is that you have benefited as a white person from society, even if it's not, a huge benefit. Well, it is a huge benefit, but
I work at a shitty job, and I have to do a job that
you don't have to deal with the shit. I mean, you didn't have to be born into a black family. You didn't, with most of what the average, like you didn't have to be born into the average low income black family. You didn't have. You don't have to deal with that type of that type of racism.
My manager is 1 year older than I am, and he's my manager. I think he got the better end of the deal.
Again, it's some people, right?
I was just going to say, I think you shifted the terms there. You just started from black family to low income black family. Why would you do that?
I mean, look, I don't have the averages right in front of me. But you don't have to deal with any of the, like, I think it's fairly easy to say that the average white person has it better off than the average black person. And that there's a racial component to that.
I mean, it depends.
Hang on, around the time period where, you had blacks and the slave owners and this kind of stuff, there was actually a group that was considered to be, quote, quote, lower than the black man in terms of societal views, and that would be the Irishman. So should I get reparations for that?
Again, like that's another one of those where another reason.
There's a point when you start singling out every single group that's been wronged for one reason or another, and then as you go further down the generations, it gets to the point that why don't we just give everyone money? Oh wait, Bush already did that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, again, like I'm not saying that I'm for reparations, but I think there are good arguments against reparations, and one of them is, where do you delineate who clearly gets a reparation?
No, right? That I should not be held responsible for something that my ancestors did, and not only that, if I were to be held responsible for something that my ancestors did, you're welcome for defeating the Nazis.
You're well, here's the thing. The thing is you're being held responsible for what your government did.
Well, hold on, but I'm not part of the government, though. Why should I be held responsible for that? I mean, I don't make foreign policy decisions. I don't make economic policy decisions. Why should I be responsible?
We still, as a society, take responsibility for
I have not made any dumb foreign policy decisions in the last few decades. I do not bear any responsibility. Don't give me any of that shit.
As citizens, we all bear, as citizens of a democratic, you can't say that we live in a democracy and then not take responsibility for what your government's done.
Again, I am not part of the government.
I'm not going to take responsibility for something that the government did. I didn't.
I'm not going to accept responsibility for something my government did over 100 fucking years ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, come on, like like all. I mean, what am I supposed to bear all the responsibility for all the shit that the CIA?
Where did I say all? Why are you changing what I said?
All right,
we all like
you said government.
Part of being part of a democracy
when you say the word government,
part of being part of a democracy, and it's basic civics, is that we have a responsibility for what our government does.
No, I disagree with that. I think
was it your government? Did you vote for that government?
Again, what if I voted for the exact opposite of what was done? Am I still supposed
as a society, the way that our
I'm talking about as an individual, though. As an individual, are you?
I'm sorry, no man is an island, right? If you want to choose to live your life completely as an individual, I invite you to make yourself stateless, revoke all of your rights of citizenship, and disassociate yourself and live in the woods.
You're comparing apples to oranges.
That's a false dichotomy. That's a false. You can live in an individual. You can live as a very hardline individual. I'm not going
to listen
under the
someone
protection
who lives with his parents about
the democratic values of a nation state. Those are that's a false dichotomy right there.
Part of being in a democracy, again, is that you take responsibility for whatever government emerges, right?
I'm sorry for Iraq. Oh wait, I didn't vote for that nor do it.
Yeah,
but I still have to somehow take responsibility for it.
Yeah, and even if you did like vote for Bush or whoever, I mean, it's like, okay, but people didn't, I mean, the average person didn't really know all the intelligence about Iraq or any other thing for that matter.
Again, you're arguing degrees of responsibility.
Yeah,
right?
But again, I don't think anybody does deserve a degree of responsibility. I mean, come on.
Really? So we should have the whole point of democracy, right, is that by making it that the people elect, that we have a representative democracy, we are responsible for what representatives we elect.
The responsibility when it comes to a democracy means you are responsible for your vote. But the actions that are taken after the fact are not yours because sometimes your vote loses. What you wanted to do is not done. Therefore, you're not responsible for what is done. After all, you said do the exact opposite. That means where it's like if you and me are fixing a car and I say, turn that nut dumb there this way, and you say, no, let's have a vote on it, and then I lose, and then you guys turn it the other way and the fucking engine explodes, am I responsible for that?
I think that's a false analogy. Again,
no, that is a perfect
analogy. That's about as good of an analogy as you can get. Matter of fact, good job. I can't believe I didn't think of that.
I don't think it was necessary, though. It's not possible for me to have any responsibility for something that happened before I was born. It's just not possible.
Well, I'm not saying that like
the ultimate original sin.
The government is responsible.
It's like white people having an original sin, and we argue against that bullshit all the time.
And by the way, like as far as I'm aware, like as far as like
are you saying there's no benefits to being white?
Yeah, I just want to finish.
I mean, that's a strange statement from someone who doesn't know too many black people, I'm guessing.
I never said that. I said that, wow, another false dichotomy there, dude.
I never invoked in original sin or some...
yes, you fucking did. Yes, you fucking did. Do you want me to explain how you did?
All I said was that white people in our country have benefited from a system of privilege.
Okay, yeah, they are benefited, but they're not responsible for the system that gave them that benefit. They're not responsible for it. Okay, just because you benefit from something doesn't mean you're responsible for that something. Those are two totally separate things.
Then who is responsible
fucking retarded.
And who is responsible for it? I'm saying the government's responsible for it. Like,
the government.
At what point? At what point does the government? I mean, what is the statute of limitations on when the government's no longer responsible for something that it's done wrong?
You're equating the government with the individual. But again, going back to my analogy, if the engine fucking blows up, but I told you to do something that would not make it blow up, then am I somehow still responsible for that? Through your explanation, yes, I would somehow be responsible, and now I get carted off to prison because 3 people died on the highway.
I'm not saying that you have individual responsibility for slavery. I'm saying our government.
Then as an individual, should I have to pay for any of this shit?
Yeah, I got to agree. I don't think after all this time that the government has a responsibility for what happened 150 years ago. I think actually this whole talk about reparations just makes the whole thing worse. The situation is worse. I mean, I understand Sam's point. Ideologically, Sam's right. I mean, ideologically, yes, if, in a perfect world, there should be reparations. Never going to happen.
I agree. There should be reparations for the people that were actually slaves. Whoops, they're dead.
Yeah, and you couldn't ever, even if there's somebody still harmed for that, you could never determine it. It would be ineffective, cost prohibitive. To have even a conversation.
That's exactly what I've said the entire time.
Well, no,
right?
I understand your point of view on it, Sam. I really do. That's why I'm saying, I'm getting what you're saying.
Well, you just said exactly what I've been saying.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm reiterating what you're saying. But I think we need to point out that we all agree that reparations just cannot happen, right? That's the biggest thing that take away.
When did this shit go down? 1850? When did this shit go down? 1850?
Well, there was still, but even when it was slavery,
because sharecropping was so humane, and Jim Crow and segregation.
Yeah, it was felt into the 50s and 60s, obviously, with Jim Crow laws and everything. So it was still felt. The ramifications were still there, correct?
I think we still feel the ramifications, but the point is the outright state-sponsored oppression. It hasn't, in terms of being explicitly racialized, only stopped 50 years ago.
I'll just state this. All this shit was happening 150 plus years ago to these people, which we all agree is incredibly fucked up. And when it comes to repaying these people or giving back to them, an apology, that would be great. But just like 13 just said, it would be to the people who are actually slaves. But being that this is 160 plus years ago, they're all dead. Every single fucking one of them is dead. And when you look at that, the people who even fought for them are dead. The people who still wanted slavery, who fought in the Civil War, are dead. Everybody who started and ended this clusterfuck, they're all dead. It's a dead thing at this point.
There'd be nobody to benefit.
Stay in the fucking ground.
There'd be nobody to benefit from reparations. That's the problem. There's just nobody.
There's plenty of people who would benefit. It's just a question of how do you do that.
It ends up being the wrong fucking people in the end.
Yeah, it ends up being.
I'm talking about determining the. Yeah, exactly. Determining the right people would be impossible.
All right. So one of these people from the hothead colleges that went on a hunger strike, his family is multi-millionaire. I think they have a net worth of $10 million, but they can trust their ancestors back to the point where they had a slave ancestor. Do they get any sort of compensation? Because they sure as hell don't need it. They're rocking a new Mercedes.
Again, I don't know what the practical proposal would be. I don't think just giving out a blank paycheck, giving out a check, is going to be the right thing to do. Nor do I think there just might not be a practical proposal that makes sense.
I don't think there should be a proposal, period. That's the thing.
Yeah. I agree with you on that, Reds. I understand what Sam's saying, and Sam's not entirely wrong, but we can't. There's no proposal that can be made that makes any sense. This is not an idealistic world we live in. Life sucks sometimes, and yes, the government needs to be held accountable. If this is 150 years ago, and yes, families got fucked out of property and money and wealth, we understand that. But you know what? Pick up the pieces, dust ourselves off, and move on, and hope these things don't happen in the future. That's what we need to do.
No, that's the other thing too. It's come on, let's just build a more stable future, and we don't have to always focus on the grievances of the past.
Yeah, exactly. Make our society better.
More the future than I have the past, so I don't really know why.
Well, this whole thing revolves around one thing: slavery. On this page, on the Black Lives Matter page,
right?
The whole thing revolves around slavery, and also this shit about net neutrality, which has absolutely nothing fucking to do with this shit. But you gotta think, it's guaranteed minimum livable wage income for all Black people, reparations for wealth extracted from community through environmental racism, slavery, house discrimination, and all this stuff. And then they had this one where it was legislation and a federal state level that requires the United States to acknowledge the lasting impacts of slavery, but it would be the lasting impacts of the people who are actually impacted.
I don't think that you can make. I don't think you can make the argument that the impacts of slavery especially with the way that slavery ended, stopped with the last people that were slaves, right? Like, I don't think anyone would make that argument. It's just the question, like, fundamentally, is there a way for restitution? I don't think there is. Maybe there is. I mean, if you can reasonably try to propose something that we don't have to approve.
But okay, so you brought up the impacts. Let's look at the impacts. What are the impacts? Educate me, because I'm ignorant.
Seriously?
Go ahead. Educate me, because I'm ignorant. I just admitted ignorance. I'm asking you to educate me.
You have, well, firstly, like when you had freed slaves, you had just a group of people with no economic resources and no education, no nothing. And so what ended up happening is early on, you had people just being essentially forced into sharecropping, a lot of people. Those were the people that were in some ways lucky, because then the South enacted Jim Crow. Part of Jim Crow was that things like vagrancy, things like being unemployed became crimes for Black people. And so you had entire generations of Black people that were thrown in jail for something that entirely not their fault. And they just couldn't do anything. So you have, and as you continue, of course, you still have all of these systems of oppression. So you have essentially groups of people that were generations and generation raised with no resources, oftentimes just criminality being a part of it, as well as the fact that, they weren't able to build the infrastructures that they needed to. Like they were born with a strike against them instantly. And so that continues, right? Like that's one of the reasons why, like, to this day, right? Like they just can't catch up. And granted, I'm being very, very superficial. I'm tired. I would
say, because there's a lot of wrong of what you just said, that they just can't get a leg up. You do realize that there's opportunity for pretty much everybody, and that's exactly why my manager started off way worse than I did, and yet ended up way better than I did.
Well, I'm speaking in generalities, not on the individual case, right? An individual case doesn't make a rule for a generality, right?
But if you go to anywhere, I mean, we're not making this a Black issue, though. This is more of an economic issue. If you go to Detroit, for example, sure, it's primarily a Black community, but even if you're white, good luck getting a police officer to visit you or for you to get a job. Good fucking luck. You're going to need it. It's the same thing when you go to Chicago or you go to fucking St. Louis. Good luck.
Hey, you clearly have not been to Chicago recently. You're thinking of the south side of Chicago. North side's normal.
Hang on a second. I was just thinking about something. The people that
I just wanted to say one thing.
I was just going to ask if they think that Black people that are descendants of slave owners that were Black should get reparations too.
Yeah, I don't, how do you sensibly determine what someone's share of reparation is? You also have, but there's a major difference, right, between it just being an economic issue, which is that a lot of these policies were specifically racial that influenced these people.
Those policies no longer exist, though, and that's the point. At a time when those policies did exist, how about this? If those policies ended tomorrow, if those policies were still in effect and they ended tomorrow, we might have a case, because then all of a sudden we have an impact that can be seen because the people that were impacted by it still exist. But we have people from the very slums that were not born with a silver spoon in their mouths, but were born with a rusty fork, growing up to be multimillionaires and fucking billion-dollar preachers, regardless of their race or their economic background.
I just want to say that for today, and again, this is
come on.
All right, I'll let you talk.
4-on-1, but again, this is pretending that somehow these effects go away a generation afterwards is just not the case.
Multiple generations afterwards.
Multiple, but I think we've had multiple generations. And I was going to say this earlier, and this is from the Brookings Institute. Maybe this is a pretty liberal organization, by the way, very liberal think tank. They have a pretty famous paper that, well, it's a pretty famous article they wrote a few years ago, The 3 Things to Avoid Poverty. And this works for essentially all races. And this is the thing, we're at the point right now where it is actually pretty easy to avoid poverty. You just got to do essentially 3 things. Finish high school, get a full-time job, don't have kids too early. The problem is that a lot of people are not following that 3rd rule. We still have we have a very large problem of people having kids too early.
16 and pregnant, MTV, gonna be famous.
Now, if we did something about that 3rd, and again, like you have to understand, at least in the Black community, like, I mean, it's a lot higher for Blacks than it is for other groups, for other demographics. That they tend to have kids earlier before whites and Hispanics. That's just the fact of the statistics. If we did something, obviously, about that, but if we did something
if they
about
ran that against Southern white people, it might change.
all right, maybe.
Yeah,
I'm saying if we did,
well, I mean, I think that this is kind of left of field. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do like anything about that. But I mean, I don't think we're at a. I mean, I would love to see at a point where we're at a post-racial America where we don't have to deal with our legacy of race. We're just not there yet, right? It's harder for Black people to get jobs. If you send in a resume, and this study's been done multiple times, replicated, and it has a Black name on it, same credentials, or I would say something that's perceived as a Black name. Be more precise with my wording, it's less likely to get an interview. And it's actually compounded. If it's a Black woman, even less likely.
There's a bigger problem with Hispanic names, though.
Yeah. Oh, it's a huge racial problem. I would say that in the same way that a lot of the current problems with Hispanics are explained by sort of the legacy of how we've treated Mexican immigrants. It's the same with Black people and slaves.
Then we need to tie that in. If that study is true, and for the sake of argument, let's say that is. Let's say it's 100% true. I'm going to give that to you on a silver platter. No, platinum. I'm going to go platinum here. Please tie that into how the slavery of past day is somehow responsible for that.
I mean, I said it's only in part, right? Because it was part of a power system that encouraged that type of racism. Right? It has encouraged, and I mean, again, a lot of that also has to do with the fact that, I mean, our politics was pretty openly racial until 50 years ago. And then even still, like, there are very racialized aspects of it. I mean, Obama got way more death threats than George W. Bush ever did.
I think a lot of that has more to do, by the way. I think a lot of that has to do with the over-sensationalized internet media, but okay. I mean, some of it
think what does?
What? Oh, I'm just saying, like, I mean,
I think what has to do with it? So over-sensationalized.
I'm just saying that, like, because the media is a lot more over-sensationalized under Obama, like, that's probably the reason why he's gotten more death threats than Bush. I don't think it's all to do with race.
Just a quick question from an outsider.
Oh, wow, that is right. Go ahead.
Do you think that it counted against Obama when he was running for election that he has dark skin?
No.
Yes.
Okay, it counted both. It counted both for and against. Now, the first part of the election, race wasn't really an issue. Nobody seemed to, so to speak, notice that his skin was darker than some people. And, you know, and realistically, this whole thing of he's the first Black president. Well, he's the first half Black president, but okay, whatever. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, because of the color of his skin, he was more likely to get Black people voting for him. He was also more likely to get liberal white people to vote for him that wanted to see a Black president. And he also got people that voted for him that didn't really give a shit and liked what he had to say.
Yep, and that's the main reason people vote for him.
I mean, it helped him to a degree, but the problem was after he got into office, we got this weird fucking backlash of these people being incredibly fucking racist and say, "What do you mean I can't be racist? We got a Black man for a president." It's like, you're fucking racist, dude.
Also,
You can vote for him.
the birther scandal.
Wasn't that started by the Hillary Clinton campaign?
No, not really.
I don't really blame Donald Trump joke.
The birther movement
was started by Donald Trump was one of the main people in it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that claiming that it was started by the Hillary campaign, what have you, that was actually not really the birther thing. That was more the claim of him being a Muslim, that because they had a picture of him wearing, what was it, a turban or some shit, and people are stupid.
I mean, like, his family is Muslim, but, like, that didn't mean it was the same for him.
Well,
and
how
even
many
if he
people
was,
accused him of being a Muslim? How many people, like, said, oh, he was born in Kenya, right? Like...
Oh, come on.
Just
You know what, Sam? There's a bunch of idiots on the internet. You can't say that's representative of the entire U.S.
I didn't say it was. Where did I say the entire U.S.?
That was not stated.
You seem to be insinuating that there's like a widespread problem.
What did I tell you? How many times have I told you to just take my words at face value with a charitable interpretation instead of reading into them? You're not good at reading into them.
All right. I'm sorry.
I'm not someone who likes repeating myself.
And I apologize.
It's to the point here where it's like it's not going to happen, and so I'm just willing to drop the issue. And with that, I'm going to exit out of this Black Lives Matters page because fuck this.
Yeah, fuck that is right. That's just insano fucking manifesto. I mean, really.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that's what it all goes back to what I said how many hours ago, that these organizations or these movements may start off with good intentions, and they have some good ideas. I mean, all of them have something that I would probably go, yeah, I kind of agree with that. But then they go ape shit fucking crazy, and they lose their perspective.
That's what's going to happen.
That's the thing. If they just focused on their criminal justice stuff,
it wouldn't be that bad.
I'd be all for them. Yeah, I'm 100% behind like decriminalizing drugs, like nonviolent drug offenders out of prisons. Even paying them some restitution.
Quick, sprinkle some good shit on there.
I mean, honestly,
I think they have to reach out to other people, and that's why they don't want to just do that. They have to make it broader so they can get these groups to side with them.
The problem that you run into is that you have people that, decide that the police are out to get them or what have you. And then when, in a situation where they have to deal with them, they're assholes to them and wonder why they get treated like crap. Oh, wait, no, I'm talking about sovereign citizens.
Oh, have you seen those videos, man? Jesus Christ. The thing that blows me away about those sovereign citizens is that they think they're being so sneaky, and they think they're being clever, and they're the ones who usually post the videos up themselves. And it's always hilarious to know a better educated person who will come in and say, why did you post this? You made yourself look really stupid here.
Okay, so you posted a video of yourself breaking the fucking law.
No, but then trying to smart talk a cop while looking really stupid at the same time.
So there are a few matters we were talking about that I'd like to address. First of all, you all seem very, very pro-drug legalization, which I can understand because the overreaction to drugs in the US has been a problem for a long time. But I've been to countries where kava and marijuana and excessive alcohol use have basically destroyed the economy. So I'm just trying to gauge just how pro-drug people in the US are.
Where did it destroy the economy?
Yeah,
I've done a lot of work helping prop up infrastructure in Fiji.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of apples and oranges, especially. I mean, if you look at Colorado, their economy has never been better.
Yeah, I mean, the legalization of marijuana there. Now, the thing is, in the U.S., we do have a pretty serious problem with illegal drugs and drug cartels and this kind of stuff. But the drugs that are tending to ruin people's lives more, other than from the violence from those kind of criminal activities, is more so prescription drugs these days.
Okay, cool. I get that. I guess maybe the kava is the big thing in Fiji. If you have a kava of an evening, you just don't want to do any work the next day. And if your population
that's a different thing, though. But here in the States, it's mostly just like, for fuck's sake, pot doesn't make you do criminal shit. It just makes you chill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. If I could think of a good.
When you're sending somebody to 10 years to jail for a joint, that's fucking stupid.
You know, the crazy thing is honestly, like, more like people ask me, they're like, "Oh, are you worried about heroin?" I go, "Man, I'm more worried about OxyContin and Vicodin."
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I want to address something else. So one of the problems we seem to be having with various social movements at the moment, Black Lives Matter is a good example, is that with the ascent of social media, organizations seem to be becoming extremely decentralized. And so we've traditionally been used to talking about a movement's motivations, and it doesn't seem to apply much anymore.
Basically, you have most of these movements started by, one or two people. And then what happens is the internet all jumps in and everyone's claiming that they're part of whatever the fuck without usually even, in many cases, without even meeting anyone else that has ever tried to represent it or what have you. And there's normally, with a lot of these, not a centralized, not an actual appointed spokesperson to deal with the press or what have you. So you end up with every fucking lunatic with their own personal manifesto. And I think that's what we were reading a moment ago.
Basically, stolen movements.
Yeah, I mean, I see that in the feminism movement too. Over the last sort of decade or so, an organization which used to have spokespeople and fairly clear aims has sort of evolved into loonies.
Into angry women on the internet yelling that all men must die, yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, they were just as angry. Have you read the Scum Manifesto? It was brilliant. It's all right. It was one of the very earliest feminist treatises, the Society for Cutting Up Men. It's very famous. Okay, last, yeah.
I wouldn't mind having a hangout on feminism one of these days. I mean, things die down a little bit, obviously, but it's still a topic that I've been meaning to have a discussion about ever since Brenda got after me for me when I said I was an anti-feminist. But we've long since worked that out, and Brenda understands what I'm saying now. But I think it's a topic worthy of discussion, and there isn't that many other hangouts going on, so I'm going to have to have a topic about feminism one of these days, right? I mean,
all things are still alive. So Steve, tell me about feminism.
Oh no, it won't be this hangout.
I was just going to say,
and here I was trying to start a second clusterfuck.
Oh,
are you wait, friends, Reds, are you a feminist?
No.
Are you an anti-feminist?
I think what tends to be missing. What tends to be missing from discussions of feminism. Yeah. I think what tends to be missing is that the discussion is too general. I mean, there are places where feminism has gone too far and needs to be rolled back, and there are other places where progress still needs to be made. For instance,
the premise of the feminist movement when it started was equal rights for everyone. But instead of it, being an equal rights movement or what have you, once they assigned the feminist thing to it, you just knew it was going to get fucked up. Kind of like this whole, and this is why I had a problem with Black Lives Matters versus All Lives Matters and them asking that question, because when you make it specifically Black lives as opposed to, just fairness for everyone, you're going to end up with what you had with the feminists, because all of a sudden it becomes about women and not about just the fairness between the genders.
Yes,
and we're starting to see that with Black Lives, that it's, Black lives, fuck everyone else.
Yeah, so the last thing I wanted to touch on was language manipulation. I noticed that a common strategy is to basically force social change or create social change by attempting to change the meaning of a word. So, for instance, I remember when I was very young and my teacher told me that it wasn't sexist to address an imbalance. And my immediate reaction was, well, yes, it's just that it might be good sexism. And the idea that something could be sexist and good it just didn't compute. And they've done the same thing with it being impossible to be racist if you are a member of a minority.
Oh, that drives me. I get livid when I hear that, because I've seen black people be so goddamn racist to the point of being disgusting. And in fact, somebody just posted something the other day. and I don't want to remember exactly what it was, so it's a paraphrase, but something along the lines of, I hate all white people. All white people need to fucking die, and if I had my way, I'd string them all up and kill them all. And I said, change that to the word black and see how you would feel about that. If it doesn't elicit a response, then you don't get it. You don't understand how racist that sounds to a white person.
Well, I can't be racist because I'm a minority. What? Fuck you.
Yeah, I've noticed it's a common strategy for any social justice movement at the moment to try and change the meaning of a word, and suddenly it's an Orwellian mechanism. You make certain thoughts impossible if you can successfully do this.
Now, for a joke of the whole thing with positive sexism. Steve, I got a question for you. If you had a room full of guys, how many of them would you be willing to kick out to let women in?
0.
Please say all of them.
Really?
Why would I kick guys out to make women in? But if I had a room full of women, I would kick them out to be guys and vice versa. I mean, gender doesn't matter if the people come in or not. I mean, I don't.
No. What kind of the comment is, the point of it is that in many cases, given the choice between, hanging around with a guy or a girl, especially in a situation like this, yeah.
I mean, if you're asking me if I want somebody in here for eye candy, whether I have a hot chick or some kind of beefcake.
Okay.
I want a hot chick. Yeah. I've used that before. I've done that.
A hot chick, or would you choose an ugly fuck like me?
Well, I love you though, so I would probably go with you because I'm loyal.
Steve, I'm not talking about the times that we've spent together in that
I would take the hot chicks. Yes,
exactly. There we go. Now I understand that. We kind of have a thing going on. Okay. It's just our little.
But yeah, I mean that's the thing is there are many social situations in which we actually do provide preference to women, and that is technically sexist.
But see, you know what? And I don't think that everything that is sexist is inherently bad.
And that was the point. That was exactly the point.
Okay, I may have missed that. I definitely don't think that. I mean, there is just like discrimination. Somebody had pointed out. Well, there might be some kind of good discrimination, depending on what you mean by discrimination. And I don't like that argument per se, but there's a point to be made by that. Ocean made a point of that.
I discriminate against convicted killers.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if I want to drum up business, and I'm running a Hooters thing, yeah, I'm gonna hire hot chicks, right? Because that's the business model. It's perfectly legal. There's nothing sexist about that. That's part of the business model. And if I want to drum up, views, and I'd rather have a hot chick in here than rumpus, but I take what I can get, right? I mean, sure. Yeah. But people are like, oh, that's a sexist. You want a hot chick, for views. Well, I mean,
yes, I do.
I would never not let the hot chick know that, hey, you're eye candy, but of course we love to hear what you have to say. But my female friends know that. They like that. They're like, sure, Steve, they're cool about that, right? If they had an issue about it, they're the ones that should have an issue, right? But I'd be flattered if somebody said, hey, Steve, you're really hot. Come into my hangout, so I just, use you to, eye candy. I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'm down. Nobody would ever say that, obviously, but I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
There was a group of people at one point, about 2 years ago, that were telling a certain YouTuber that the only reason why anyone was putting up with her in Hangouts is because she's attractive.
Who's really?
Yeah. They were sitting there just giving her shit about this, and I found out about it well after the fact because I ended up getting in a fight with somebody that I actually liked and respected over this because when I went in there and said a comment, it was totally fucking misread. And a while later, I found out what that was all about. I'm like, oh my God, I don't believe people were actually saying that about you. Holy shit. It was Shanna Rocky.
Yeah, see, I don't want a hot chick.
One of the most brilliant women that I've met on here.
She's very attractive and very smart. But that's why I wouldn't have a hot chick just because she looks hot. She has to be intelligent too. Obviously, she's very, very intelligent. I've listened to her talk, and I'm like, oh God, she definitely is a very, very well-read individual.
I was go to the Rural Day.
But it fucking amazed me that people were sitting there saying that to her. It's like, what fucking assholes are they? Jesus.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Because I mean, when I have Kitty Cat come in here or Tina or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I like listening to them, right? I like what they have. And Evan, none of them are just for eye candy, right? Kitty Cat's hot though. I'll give her that.
I mean, if you wanted somebody just for eye candy, you'd be inviting somebody. I'm not going to go with names, actually.
The Rumpus.
No, that's right. That's what I'm here for.
I know.
No, I was thinking about Jacqueline Glenn, actually. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, she's hot. I'm fine with that. I've actually sent a message off to her before, but I never got a reply.
Argument-wise, though, she's not the strong. She is not the strong.
No.
Yeah, but she's not stupid, though, is she? No. She would make an intelligent contribution to a debate. No, I mean, she's no worse than the average.
Biology. Yeah, she studies biology. She knows science pretty decently.
I don't know. A lot of the stuff that you see on her channel, though, is just the same old recycled crap, though.
No, but have you listened to her like go on talk show hosts and talk about what she actually studies?
No, I have not.
She'll blow you away when she starts about biology. I'm like, holy shit! Yeah, she's got a degree in the medical or
she's a
biological sciences.
I mean, when you have to put once you make the videos of the frequency she does, presumably you start to scrabble around for things because no one can continuously output new stuff. They're always going to resort back to something they've done before or something they've seen. So I think people are unnecessarily hard on her. I mean, she seems kind of.
I think she made a mistake. I think she made a mistake. I think she did plagiarize. Whether it's intentional or not.
Yes, that was naughty. Yeah.
But she apologized for it, and we move on, right? You're allowed a mistake.
The thing is, in terms of the videos she makes, maybe it's just the character she's playing, but she tends to make fairly weak arguments majority of the time. And
but you know what? She gets views, dude. She gets views, so she's popular.
And I have another sentence attached there.
But Shadow, I think if you wanted to present an argument, try and be novel every week, I think eventually your arguments would weaken as well.
Actually, what I was going to say is, but I've been defending her for years, saying that the way that she presents her material, it makes her more accessible to the average person.
I like the way she presents it, but I can't believe she never wrote me back. I was kind of surprised. I thought of all people, she probably would. But there's some other people there's some anti-feminists on the internet. Not big ones, but some videos that I've seen, only a couple thousand subscribers that I really liked, and I wouldn't mind having one of them on as guest.
Oh man, have you ever seen this story?
Are we allowed to talk about Hillary, Steve, or is that an off subject?
Hillary Clinton?
No, I'm just gonna put something in the site, guys. Look at it.
I just got round to reading the full your full. I don't want to just start off the subject, but I just want to say that I got round to reading the full dialogue you had with her, and Jesus Christ, she was out to get you from the
oh
start,
yeah. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but
I don't want to start. I don't want to start.
It was obvious. And I will say this though: everybody who has messaged me, which has been dozens of people, have all been supportive of me. Every one of them, every single one of them. I mean, it's been across the board. It was clear that I was targeted. I tried to defuse it, and I was not feeling well, and
initially I thought a couple of your remarks that she picked out were a bit on the wrong side, but then I realised the provocation you've been subjected to. I was beginning to wonder how
there's always a story, right?
Yeah, and that's the context, isn't there?
Yeah.
So,
people gave me the benefit of the doubt, and I respected that, but some people didn't. And it's kind of like I've always said that if like, for example, like you, Rumpus, I've always gone along with you. We may have a little jarring thing, but I have the utmost respect for you.
Yeah,
if you did something incredibly stupid or said something, I'd be like, I want to know more detail about this. I'm not going to go, Rumpus is a liar, Rumpus is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Rumpus is a clown car posse member. I'm going to find out details because I respect you.
Yeah, same here. I wouldn't believe you'd do anything. I'm surprised by that comment, the one about have you been shagged, and I realised it was a result of for many incredibly provocative, basically statements. I don't like you. I think you're horrible. I think you're a predator. I must admit, I'm beginning to think, how would I respond to that? You're a sexually frustrated old man, and I'm like, well, how often do you get laid? At least I get laid,
Yeah. I mean, it has been a few months, but I mean, I'm so that didn't even bother me. People can insult me, but it's just like I was not feeling well. I was like, I don't really want to deal with this.
Yeah, it was obvious. Yeah, that was a bit. Yeah. Yeah,
that was amazing. And I'm not using that as an excuse, but it's a fact. I mean, people know I was not fucking feeling well that day. I had to go to the hospital. It lowers
your tolerance. Yeah, obviously. I mean, you were down. Somebody had a flu or something. It's a natural thing. When you're under being attacked, I think it's quite reasonable to, perhaps be a little bit less than should. Well, particularly if it's not as though you were trying to carry on the engagement. That's the key.
Clearly
thing,
not.
So I just wanted to sort of reassure you that was the one comment that I found a bit sort of personal and unnecessary. But then I saw the provocation you were under. I thought,
I never said I'm not PC. I will strike out, and I will strike out hard when people fucking say shit to me. But it was definitely not something that I freaking went out of my way to say right off the bat, right? So
anyway, I don't want to sort of bring it up again, but just to sort of say that I was already sympathetic to you, but now I'm even more sympathetic now.
Thank you. No, I think like I said, overwhelmingly, I'm not going to say whom, because contrary to people believe, everything people say to me is private. You have no idea what people say to me. I would never share anything, even if I was pissed. Even if I, like, for example, if Rumpus told me something in confidence and I was just hateful to him. I mean, if we fell out of terms, I couldn't stand him. I would still never violate confidence. I had security clearance. I had secret security clearance. I understand the need for that. And I understand that even if you fall out of favor for somebody, you don't release secrets, because then people think, oh, well, shit. If I ever get in a fight with this guy, I'm screwed and they can't trust you. And that's bullshit. I got a pretty goddamn good reputation, and I'm going to keep it.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm not going to tell you about your cross-dressing, Rumpus. By the way. Seriously, between you and me, it's not going to happen.
This is live, isn't it?
Oh shit!
I mean,
we all get our socks backwards sometimes.
I take the same view. I mean, when I had that interaction with true empiricism, I did, disliking to possibly the person except for Arcane, probably the person I most dislike on the internet. He was trying to initiate this coming together in a debate, and he was claiming I wasn't going to turn up, and I agreed to, and we would agree this time. And even then, I wasn't going to publish the private conversation we had on the grounds that that's just not what you do, because I would ask him first if I could, and then I'm fine, but I wouldn't just do it straight away. And then it turned out, he brought up, he actually showed the part of the convenient part of the interaction. Well, not even the convenient part wasn't really for him. In a Hangouts, I thought, well, okay, I suppose that's broken the confidence of things, and then I published the conversation, which is I only did because he had done it. But with you, you do not, unless if someone's given you something in private, then it's immediately assumed, I think, that that's a private thing.
Yeah, but there's still a fundamental difference between saying, hey, Rumpus, this is what happened. Keep, in my life, keep it secret, or keep it between us. That kind of stuff. Rather than if I say, hey, fuck you, Rumpus, and you're going around, hey, Steve told me to fuck off. It is what it is. But there is
if you've gone, obviously, if it gets to the point where someone threatens you or something, or does something really beyond the back, then obviously your bets are off when you're doing something illegal, or
somebody's running around claiming you're saying something, and you have to actually show the
and that's what I was.
That they're lying.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of what was going on.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. If someone says in this conversation, if their position in this conversation we said this, if someone else claiming something about it, then obviously that's all bets off.
If Ronnie private messages me and he feels like he starts saying a bunch of crap, and all of a sudden I have a hangout on that, people are like, oh yeah, let's see what Ronnie said. They wouldn't even think twice about, oh well, Ronnie sent you that in a private message. They wouldn't care. Let's be realistic. They like, and I want to say, people like drama in this community. I don't care who the fuck you are. Listen to me, my words very carefully. If you are anywhere on YouTube and you listen to anything that's not like a whatever video, any kind of these videos whatsoever, you do like drama in some ways. Don't say that you don't. Just be honest.
Anyway, I'm gonna head out now. Steve, talk to you later. And
speaking of drama,
I will generally disagree with you because I don't like drama. Yet at the same point, I will now show off my hypocrisy by stating that I saw a video made by some little Hindu woo promoting weirdo that was ragging on Teal Swan and enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yeah, well, everybody has a different degree how much they like. I mean, if you go to like Chicken Fighter, she has like the threshold of Lulz Cal of like great, right? I mean, huge amount. She definitely likes the drama.
And you had that caveat in some ways,
on the way that she talks about yoga was funny.
Was it something related to spirit science?
No. Teal Swan's an actual female cult leader that's pretty fucking dangerous. Yeah. But this little Hindu was talking about how Teal Swan is wrong about every fucking thing she says about Hindu beliefs and practices.
Yeah, I mean, we all like drama. That's why we go to see a film. We like to see people in threatening situations, then fighting back and and see. That's why we go to theatre, film, television. There's much of it is watching a bit of drama, and the internet's no different. If you get a bit of drama
But the
going
drama
on
YouTube is usually just stupid, asinine.
Obviously, usually. Yeah,
there's no question about it. But people are drawn to it. Let's be realistic. I mean, people like the shit. Okay, half the people that follow my channel and follow us, they really love the fact we will put the CCP in their place, okay? And that I have a forum here that anybody can come in and just shit all over them. They love that. Let's be realistic.
Yeah.
But there's other ones that are like, you know what? Stop fucking with the CCP and just get on with having actual hangouts dealing with topographical things like the Hugh Ross thing. That was great. And so I have to do both, right?
Yeah, topographical things like maps.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about your topographical. I thought we could do a topographical hangout.
Topographical. I want to do a map. Yeah.
Topical.
Topical, no graphing right now. Yeah, put away your calculator.
Topographical would be maths. But anyway, speaking of which, we do have a debate coming up on next Friday. I've already told some people Rumpus is having a debate. He's not with, but he's partnering with General Han Solo against these two younger creationists. And I do got to go over with you a little bit, Rumpus. And there's one. Okay, you're gonna hate me. Are you sitting down?
God. Yeah.
Sitting down. All right. There's one contingency that I did tell them that I will enforce, okay? And you already know no insulting. I mean, not insulting, no cursing. I already told you that one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not even a contingency. It's actually my kind of thing. We're going to assume across the board that everybody in the hangout is a theist. Just for arguendo. And the reason I'm saying this and it's going to help you. Because that way the argument won't come to whether it's God or not God or whatever. We'll just assume, okay, there's a theist, get us the younger creation of them. Or excuse me, there's a God, get us the younger creation of them. So
I like that. I really like that.
Yes, God should not affect your arguments because you're going from the science, right?
Yeah.
So whether God exists or not, it's not make a difference to you.
I mean, I wouldn't go with. I wouldn't argue from the point of view of saying because God's not true, therefore there's not young earth creationism. I was going to stick to the subject of the science, but I don't think I can go with I am accepting God as I'm afraid.
It's for arguendo, okay?
Oh.
Remember, you're not saying that you do, and I've told him you're an atheist. But we're going to say, for the sake of the debate, we're going to all assume, whether you believe it or not, just assume God exists, and then make the arguments from there.
I'm not sure. What I can do is I can say I won't bring up God as a subject or attack God as a subject.
That's well, okay. The whole thing is I want to stay away from the theology, right? I mean,
yes, exactly. I would keep away from the theology. Yeah,
right.
How about the existence or non-existence of God is irrelevant to the current conversation?
Right. And General can bring up a little bit when it comes to Genesis. I've already said they want to talk a little bit about Genesis, and I get that. Okay. But the other types of arguments are going to be geared more toward their arguments against human chromosome 2 or radiometric dating. However,
that's right. Sorry, I've forgotten. I did go through that, but there's a human chromosome 2 to get involved in. Okay, right.
Yeah, I did. I specifically brought their attention, although they don't seem to know much about it. The guy I've been talking to, Paul, he's not heavy in science, no matter what he thinks he is. He's not. I've already
Paul Kruger guy, the one who wrote the book,
the one that did the pamphlet. Not the book.
Sorry, there's a pamphlet in the book. Sorry, which one are you saying is a bit feeble?
The pamphlet. The book is the Dr. Troy Lawrence or something. He's a chiropractor. I read the first chapter with
I've read it as well. I've read bits of that book, and my God, it's absolutely littered with God references. God did it, and I believe in.
Yeah.
I mean, it just seemed to be dreadful.
The physics was
horrible. Can I make another
horrible.
suggestion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I make for the debate? It is not psychologically analyzing your opponents for why they believe their position.
Yeah, no, I'm
so
down
not saying,
with that too.
Yeah, not saying you only believe that because you're afraid of science or because you're afraid of God or something like that.
But I want to avoid belief altogether. This is the conversation that I was having with Paul. He doesn't understand what hard science is. He doesn't guess the difference between hard science and soft science, right? And I don't care what a person's belief is. I want to know what we can demonstrate. If I say, hey, Rumpus, why are you inferring from the data that the Earth is old? You know, and then you could go to an argument about what is in the data, and then they could say, well, radiometric dating is wrong. Okay, well, why is it wrong?
Yeah.
Show us why.
That's fine. That's the sort of argument I like.
That kind of argument, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
People are asking which young you sees. There's two people that are going to be debating. His name is Paul. what's his last name? Oh,
Is it Kruger?
No, Paul Humber.
Humber. Sorry, Humber, not Kruger. Yeah. Humber. Yeah.
Paul Humber. He is in a lot of Facebook things. He actually knows a lot of the actual creationists, like Kevin Anderson. I think he's talked to older creationist Mary Schweitzer. He actually knows a lot of these people because he is an editor.
Mary Schweitzer, an old Earth creationist.
She's
being a
I think she's a theistic evolutionist. Yeah. I mean, she believes fully in evolutionary theory. Don't get me wrong. But she doesn't. She's a religious person, so she's going to believe that God did it, and I have no issue with that. Yeah.
Yeah. If she just believes, I mean, so she's almost a deist then in that sense. She just thinks that God kicked
she's
her
a
off.
Christian.
But I suppose he believes in prayer. I suppose and things. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah.
And let me see. Let me see if I can find his old email.
Have we got access to the book? Because I've managed to get the book. The book one, I've managed to get some of the extracts from it from looking through Google. Is the guy prepared to make it available?
He has the book, but I don't.
Is he going to make it available to us so we can read it? Because if he wants us to talk about it, then it would be useful.
I'll ask him if there's a site that has it. Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, he talks about there are subjects like the alluvial deposits and things like this, and there's some geology, as you were saying. I was just interested which bits. I know a little bit about geology, and I've got
the alluvial deposits don't make any much sense to me. If you read what he wrote very carefully.
Right. Yeah, I haven't read that bit yet, but I just saw it as a bit, and I just wanted to know. And that's not something I'm familiar with, so that's obviously something I want to go and read up on.
He basically is saying that somehow the flood laid down all these sedimentation layers, including all the silt, right? All the fine particles,
all the layers, right?
And I'm like, okay, you can't have kind of hydro sorting in turbulent flow, and I've explained that many times. Geology is my worst subject, but I do know a little about fluid flow. In a turbulent flow, you're not going to have sedimentation rates like that, especially because the leading edge is what lays down the sedimentation of a wave, right? The leading edge pushes the material out, it lays it down, right? And so this alluvial material, which is very, very uncompacted stuff, a turbulent geo flood all over the world is just not going to do it in the order that we see. And I don't get where he's coming from on that. I don't even see how he's even making an argument for that.
I mean, there's that lake. What's what are those flipping layers in that lake?
Varbs?
Verbs or something.
Varbs.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that's a wonderful example. That's not. I mean, that I suppose that goes. And that was it. 55,000 years or something that went back. That one. And so that immediately invalidates the flood. You cannot have a smooth, very gentle little bit of silt, as you say, with a very highly suspended sort of material. Any sort of turbulence on that. If there was any turbulence at all in that lake, it would have whipped everything up, and it wouldn't have formed those very gentle, thin silt layers every year. So
I put Paul's pamphlet in the live feed. Yeah, and one thing to go about the Varbs, and Hexathought Avenger actually had brought this up one time. There's actually, and I knew about it, but he made a very good case for it. There's seeds in certain Varbs. There's seeds in different layers that only come about during
seasonal,
right?
Yeah.
And so we know how many springs or whatever it is because we can see the layers and go, here's the seeds, layer. Oh, here's the seeds, layer. Oh,
that's
seeds.
A really good point.
Yeah, we can see that they are,
annual,
and seasonal, So these we can count these things up, right? They go back more than 7,000, 10,000 years, like 5 times longer than that. So
it's pretty. And then of course you've got the ice course things which go back. Was it 300,000 years or something? They've got back to
300,000 years.
And again, you can demonstrate the annual nature of those because you can. We know that it's annual because we know when things like radioactive and things like that came to the atmosphere, and so you can see how the system works, and therefore when you can see how many layers go back, and then we know sort of radioactive events, and therefore look, we've got 55 layers back, and then that's the same time we had a radioactive event or something, and so we can, we know, so therefore we can confirm the annual nature of it and things.
I'll tell you what I told General. I don't think they're really going to attack the science because I don't think they're that great in science. I think that what they're going to attack is the methodology. They're going to pull the whole, well, how do you know you weren't there kind of thing. We were making assumptions. And by the way, I want to point out, Dyslexia Jones, I love you, man. You can flirt with me all you want, say sexual things to me. I have very thick skin. But no, I don't have any stamina in bed anymore. Yeah, whatever. But no, I see. It's so funny because people get upset. These thin-skinned feminists and socialist warriors. You make any kind of sexual comment or something, even just in comedy, and they fucking lose their shit, right? I'm a very comedic person, and I have jokes. I wrote jokes back in the day. You guys seen my cards that I wrote, and they're not politically correct. You have to be thick-skinned for that stuff. So yeah, say whatever you want from me. I don't take it personally. I take it. I'm actually flattered by it. Yeah, a guy wants to sleep with me. I'm flattered by it because I am. I mean, it's never gonna happen, right? But I don't take that offensively. I'm not an asshole, right? I mean, shit. But anyways.
You like attention wherever it comes from, right?
Yeah, I mean, come on, Rumpus. I mean, if a really good, hot-looking guy was like, you know what, Rumpus, I would really want to bend you over. You'd be like, thank you, I'm flattered.
No, I wouldn't. No, sorry,
Yeah,
I'm not quite.
I don't think
quite as broad-minded as you are.
I think he just think he wants to motorboat you, though.
Yeah, he wants a motorboat.
Or is it the other way around? He wants you to motorboat him.
I'm secure. It's funny. I'm secure in my sexuality. I know that I like women. I just don't. I don't date anymore, but I do like looking at women. Of course I do. I've never had an interest in men. I don't understand it, but I'm all for it. If you are a guy that likes guys, hey, go for it, man. Be my guest, get married, have fun. I just never had any attraction to a man, so I can safely say I'm cisgender. But if I did, so what? I wouldn't care,
Very broad-minded.
That wouldn't be cisgender, would it? Cisgender has to do with gender identity, not.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm a typical white cisgender male that's heterosexual. I was about to say homosexual there. That would have came out wrong.
Yeah, Steve, you're commendably not familiar with all these terms. I think that's the way it should be. You don't want to engage in the
I'm binary neutral.
I think getting those sorts of terms wrong is a good indicator. Otherwise, it suggests you've taken an unnecessary interest in them.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yes.
He doth protest too much.
Steve has been in Nadia's room enough to pick up these terms, I think.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on. If you're hanging around Nadia's room, you're going to understand. I didn't know what. I'm not going to lie. I swear to God, I'm sorry. But I had never known what the hell a cisgender was until Nadia's room. I would never have even known if you had said, are you cisgender? I'd be like, what the fuck does that mean? So
same here. I have no idea.
I just know I'm an idiot. I guess I didn't know what it was.
I think she explained that concept to me as well. Like I was aware of the ideas, but that terminology I'd never. I think she.
Well, I mean, but anybody in the feminist movement or the activist movement or whatever you want to call it, they know what cisgender is, right? To them, it's like second nature. To me, I'm like, okay, fine. But anyways, off topic. But going back to the debate thing. Again, they're going to be talking about your methodology, and they're going to be saying, well, how do we trust scientists? And the big thing that I noticed he said was, when he reads a paper, when he reads something, he says, oh, look at all these weasel words that they use in the papers. And I've tried to explain to him what a weasel word is because I even showed him Wiki. Look, these are not weasel words, okay? Weasel words are when you throw in words in an argument so you can try to get out of the argument, right?
Yeah, ambiguous
words.
Yeah.
Now, but a paper, right, uses very select words like appears to, show, or we possibly can conclude, or things of this nature. Because in science, they don't have Cartesian certainty. And papers don't want to extend past the point of what they're trying to show. It's not for certitude, right?
Well, here's an example. I've got a great example of that, Steve. Actually, have you heard recently? I don't know. You do follow me, but I don't think you read my stuff. I posted about the.
Oh wait, I'm going to stalk you now. Okay, great.
About a week ago or so, Nature published an article where they say now that the rate of expansion of the universe is no longer. They don't believe it's accelerating now. They've changed their mind. They've had a bigger study on it.
Hang on. I'm up on this, my friend.
Oh, okay, right.
Let me correct you a little bit. They have another 10 years to determine whether that study is valid or not. They have a lot of research to do. Now, there was initial research done to indicate that the prior ones for the expansion of the universe may have been incorrect. Yeah. But that is not even a certitude by any stretch of imagination. They have done another study saying it's possible they may have messed up. It's possible that it may not be expanding, but they won't know for many, many years to come. But I doubt that one's going to pan out. I think the original ones are correct. I think the universe is expanding faster, is accelerating. But yeah, we know it's expanding, but the acceleration is what the debate is.
The increase in expansion, yeah. I must admit, I haven't read that. There's an article in Nature, and keep on me to go through it properly.
Read it again, because that's what it's saying. That you know how the freaking news media takes this shit and runs with it, right? It sensationalized a lot of this crap.
Yeah, I haven't. I'll read the Nature article properly, but certainly. The new one was it 10 times the number of supernova they've studied, and certainly their initial conclusion is that that they can't show what the first one showed 10 years ago or whatever it was.
Yeah, they got more
15 years
data,
ago.
but they still need to work it out. From what I've looked into it, nobody's that concerned about it. It's interesting, right? It's an interesting blip, but they don't think it's going to pan out. But who
Okay.
knows, right? It's in the preliminary. You
the
can't
reason
just say
I-
they've changed their minds. They didn't change
The
their
reason
minds.
I raise this, of course, is because everything's everything's provisional, and so that paper, what it was 15 years ago, I bet they didn't say for definite that the universe, the rate of increase is expanding, and now these people presumably saying, well, we're not sure. So everything's conditional. When you're at the bleeding edge of understanding, you're always going to be sort of hedge your bets a little bit. You can say this is what the evidence suggests, given our methodology, and then obviously you get someone else to do the same exact. I mean, the whole point with the peer review process, you have several people having it going to try and increase the confidence in it.
And what people are going to say, though, oh, well, how could you know dark energy exists if the universe isn't accelerating? Well, the thing is they don't realize that when we say knowledge, we're talking about contingency, right? We know dark energy exists if the universe is accelerating. It's contingent upon the universe accelerating.
Yes.
And they're so used to this philosophical terminology, they're not understanding how these things are used in science, right? If the universe is expanding, we're calling causing that expansion dark energy. But if
that's what we're calling
accelerating, then if it's not accelerating, then we have no need to hypothesize dark energy. But we know that
exactly
is out there doing this acceleration. If it is accelerating, we're just calling that dark energy.
Yeah, that's right. So that's why it's sort of obviously dramatic. If we get rid of this expansion, increase in the rate of expansion, then obviously that puts dark energy to bed. Yes. So
yeah, it's interesting. I read this
question.
stuff all the time, dude. I keep up on things.
So this new study, is there any reason? I mean, it appears to be addressing more stars or more supernovae than the original study. If they're still not certain about the results from having studied more supernovae, doesn't that sort of imply that trusting the original study at this stage is also premature?
No, because the preliminary ones still stand. The newer study, right, only gives an indication that the preliminary one may be incorrect. But again, it's just two people that did that study. They haven't confirmed it yet. They haven't done the necessary follow-ups. They said it takes up to 10 years before they know for certainty.
Sure.
So it's a long process.
But I thought they established that the previous one had a sigma.
Yeah, I don't know what their sigma is. I don't know what
they claimed it was only a 3. I thought they claimed that
that's pretty low.
Yes, so that I thought they were going for that. It seems less likely. Well, less likely than not. Well, in other words, it's more likely they were invalidating the earlier study than not. But,
do you know what the sigma is for a particle to announce that there's a new particle?
Seven sigma or something, isn't it ridiculous?
I think it's 5.
I don't think. No, I think it was 4. I thought.
No, it's 5. I think it's pretty. I think it's 5.
No, I don't think it was 5.
I think
5
it's 5.
is 5 is the one that says it's a definite.
No, there's never a definite.
It's 5 is the one that's scientific. Except that's the sigma.
This sounds like it's worth laying money on. Why don't you guys make a quick bet?
I'm pretty damn sure it's 5.
Make a quick bet and then look it up.
With 5,
let's face it, more basic,
I'm always right when it
basic
comes
your
to this stuff.
research, the higher you want the sigma to be before you accept it. Because I mean, if you accept something truly basic, and you're wrong, then that has.
Rumpus is always wrong when it comes to this stuff. I say it's 5.
I'm always right. I've got a 100% record against you, Steve.
Well, it sounds like you guys are both very confident that you would win this bet. So, settle down there, Santa. It's okay.
Wouldn't there also be different sigmas assigned to different colliders?
Steve, do you want to start bring Minkowski diagrams and DNA polymerase and
Euler and
you're not epigenetics?
You're not right in epigenetics. You got those wrong.
I bloody am. And Minkowski. Hold on, Steve.
You got the Minkowski right.
No, bloody. Okay, Steve, you've provoked me now. You've
no.
Me.
Let's go back to the 5 sigma. Somebody go look it up.
Bloody cheat.
Is there different sigmas?
Every time we've had a difference, I've been in the right. God damn it!
Sigma is kind of a measure of.
Steve, you must be ill again.
Confidence in your result.
Rumpus is always saying, "Oh, Steve,
you know what? You're right. Different collider. You'd still try and calculate the sigma more or less the same way. You'd just have different inputs. You'd still be hoping for a 5 sigma at that other collider as well.
I think to announce a particle that had it like the boson, like the Higgs boson, One of the ones, or there's other ones, but I think it had to be a 5 sigma. But Uvology, your mic's not working. But I'm not.
Yeah,
looking
they
up, so
cheated slightly on the
Higgs.
Higgs. They announced the Higgs at like 4.9. I think they were worried Mr.
Okay,
Higgs
well,
would shuffle off his mortal coil.
Whatever. Hey, Nathan knows a lot about science. He says it's 5.2, so I trust him.
Well, I must admit I thought that somewhere it mentions it's under 5 because 5 is what's accepted, I think, as being something accepted.
5 is pretty well absolutely definitive. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's pretty damn close.
Yes, exactly.
And so I thought for particles, I'm pretty sure that it was 5. That's the sigma they try for.
For the Higgs boson, for instance, one of them got a 5, and the other one got something like a 4. The two experiments, one got a 5, and the other got a 4.5 or something like that. So they took it. Whereas this one is.
Well, I was just saying, what did Nicholas find out? He looked it up.
Yeah, it looks like it's 5. But equally important, the random Deepak Chopra generator says the key to joy is the ground of deep success.
Amen. Yeah. Well, see, but it's funny is at least we know what the hell fucking sigmas are. You go to Clown Karpasi and ask them that question, they'd be like, "What? What's the sigma? I don't understand."
Hello. Is that phone back?
Now it's working. Yeah, now it's working.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. No, but I always thought that would there potentially be different sigmas assigned to different colliders?
I think. Well, that's a good question. I think for the announcement, though, I'm just paying for the announcement now. Yeah, it kind of makes sense that for each collider would have a different amount.
And Steve, I might bring up the subject of snowballs as well.
Yeah, you're right on that one.
And the number and Euler's equation, which you got wrong.
No.
You did. You put a minus instead of a plus.
Okay, but first of all, I realized that very quickly.
You got Euler's wrong?
Said, yes.
Whoa! This is interesting.
And
it was a enunciation.
Also,
okay, look at e to the I pi equals cosine pi plus I sine pi. I know what the hell it is.
Well, you got it wrong. You were adamant it was minus at the time.
Yeah, but then as soon as I said it, I realized I fucked up, right? Okay, come on.
And then I had to correct on the number of ATP molecules in glycolysis.
Rumpus, you didn't know how to pronounce Euler's name.
Yeah, that's the one thing I got wrong. Yeah, that's my only error. That's my one area of error.
At least you agreed with me that sound is energy. That's cool.
Yeah, well, that was an easy one.
Steve, I thought you were into nuclear physics. Shouldn't you be using J instead of I for the imaginary number?
First of all, let me correct 2 things on that. Yes and no. My background wasn't nuclear physics; it was nuclear operations. Okay, but I did take a lot of nuclear physics. I mean, I had to take atomic physics. I don't like the J. I find that the electrical engineers use J and K a lot, especially J for I. But the problem is when you get into matrices, right? J, K is also used for other things rather than J being the operator for I. Because I like I for imaginary numbers, right? But if you're an electrical engineer, you might use J. But no, I'm not going to use J.
You know what also gets really fucked up as well is like whenever you're getting into matrices, I, J, and K, and even L sometimes get used a lot in the subscripts on the matrices.
Yeah, I know. You can look at. I mean, you've seen the it starts up -1, then it goes to like I, K, K, L, L, whatever the JJ. I mean,
it gets really fucked up really quick.
Those kind of computations, and you're doing matrices when it comes to JJ and IJ and IK. I don't fucking know anymore. I mean, come on. You couldn't do one of those problems either right now, probably.
Probably. It's been a while.
But to your question,
I never really liked matrices at the end. I never really liked matrices when I was in uni.
I liked it when I first started learning. I mean, when I learned about like a determinants and doing a Compton's rule or Kramer's rule, right? Anybody remember Kramer's rule?
No, I've forgotten that one.
Kramer's rule is used for defining what? Oh my god.
Oh, it's all gone. It's all gone.
It's gone. It's used for defining determinant. Oh my god, I have to look this up. What the fuck?
Steve, what's Kramer's rule? I know it.
I haven't looked this up. I just gotta look it up. I'm like, oh fuck.
It's like
you guys remember Kramer's rules?
It's something linear algebra. It's explicit formula for the solution.
Okay. So and I just looked it up. So basically, now that I saw it, okay. So Kramer's rule is basically when you have a matrix and you take it down to a 2 by 2, and you can get an actual a number very quickly. Okay, so it solves for one of the variables. So you can stick that variable, you can do a back substitution, take that variable, stick it in the linear equations, and actually solve for it very quickly.
Yeah, it's just a substitution thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a very quick way of doing
simultaneous equation solutions. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because I mean instead of because matrix can get pretty complicated doing row column substitutions and Euler Gauss-Jordan back substitution, right? And so instead of doing it that way, you can try to use Cramer's rule, find a determinant, which is going to be usually like a y, stick that back in, and then go from there. See, I did remember something. I mean, people think I just pull the shit out of my ass. Okay, I mean, yeah, I had to remember what it was, but okay, I'm slow, but
yeah, we don't have to.
I've got a nuclear question for you, Steve.
Oh fuck me.
Yeah,
you know me. I've been out of the field for 25 fucking years.
But you'll know the answer to this one, I suspect.
No,
you're familiar with where the term scram came from?
Yeah, subcritical reactor Axeman.
Yeah, so this guy would drop a piece of whatever tipped with beryllium into the pile, and it would kill the reaction. Is that roughly it?
Well, beryllium is a neutron absorber, right? They use a beryllium shield for the tamper and a type of nuclear weapon, but no, it's actually boron.
Okay, sorry, boron. All right, so
it's close.
When trying to kill a nuclear reactor in a screaming hurry these days, is that still roughly the way you do it?
Okay, they still call it a scram, but what the scram was initially, and I don't know how much of this is like reality or what, but the original reactor piles, right, were just open graphite piles with uranium fuel, right, and they were underwater. That's why you see the blue light. That's called Cherenkov radiation. And a guy would have actually a rope, and then it would have a boron rod or some kind of what's called a doping mechanism. And when they cut the rope, right, with an axe, it would insert the rod and then shut down the reactor, stop the criticality. So K effective would go less than 0, so negative.
Now, moderators or something. Is that a moderator?
Well, no, a moderator's something different. I'll explain in a second. But that's how it shut down the reactor, okay? Because at criticality, you want from generation to generation the same amount of neutrons, okay? And some of the neutrons will actually leak out. It's called the thermal non-leakage factor. Some of them will be absorbed by other things, right, rather than the fuel. Some of them are just too fast to be absorbed, right? Because uranium likes slow neutrons, thermal like neutrons produce a higher Barn ratio. And so we have what's called scram now, but it's a different thing. It's a guy's not standing with an axe, obviously, right? What happens is there's a ship service turbine generator, okay, and that's the generator that's converting into electricity to run the plant, run the lights and everything else. There's an oil mechanism on there. There's a regulator that controls the oil pressure. When you flip that little switch, okay, it's only a little thing, right? And this is one way to do it. There's other ways. But you flip that thing, it drops the oil pressure really fast, okay? And there's a sensor on that. And when that sensor of the drop in oil pressure, it sends a signal to the control rod drive mechanisms called the CRDMs. And the CRDMs are basically this metal screw, and then it has a control rod on it. And the CRDMs are these big magnetic things, and they rotate. Well, as they rotate, the screw goes through it, right? Because they're has splines on them, okay? What do they call them? Not splines, but spline-related.
Thread?
Yeah, threads. Yeah, threads. There's, but there's a name for it. I can't think of it. So there's basically splines, and so this will go up as it, to raise the rods. Well, what happens is when you scram and it gets that signal, it just opens up. The clamps open up, so it just drops into gravity.
Right.
That's how you scram a reactor. That's also classified, I think. So just. I can't remember. No, I have to know. Sorry.
So how's that different from because the moderator does much? I mean, a moderator is you're sticking rods into it to absorb neutrons. Is that how?
Well, what the moderator does, reticulating splines. No, that was like from that was at the beginning of SimCity. That's what it said at the bottom, right? What the moderator does is the moderator slows down the non-thermal neutrons. So if you have all these neutrons that are produced, there's two types of neutron that are really produced. It's called source neutrons, and then there's neutrons from what's called delayed neutron precursors. Okay, and the delayed neutron precursors are fast fission fragments that will produce a neutron later on, not from the initial fission. Because as you know, when nucleus uranium-235 fissions, it produces 2 or 3 neutrons, right? Well, sometimes those fast fission fragments that are produced, the other ones, it's samarium, methos, promethium, technetium, They also will produce neutrons somewhere down the line. Okay, any neutron in a reactor can be used by the fuel, but they're not prompt neutrons, right? They're not source neutrons. They're not from the initial fission. They're from what's called the delayed neutron precursor. And there's a lot of factors that go into this, right? That's called the beta bar. I've showed fucking Rumpus the physics on this, and he about to shat himself. He's a physicist.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit scary.
Yeah, it's not fun stuff. But a long story short, what the moderator does is it slows down the neutron so it presents a better target area to the uranium. And the other thing it does is it actually dissipates the heat. It actually takes the heat from the zircon oxide fuel pellets, or whatever fuel you're using, and it distributes it, right? It takes the fuel, takes heat away, so it doesn't burn up, and then it uses that water is under massive amount of heat, but it's under pressure. And as you know, Rumpus would know, water under pressure that's heated up doesn't turn to steam. Okay, it becomes superheated water. And that water is going to be used into a steam generator.
I know that.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised if Clan Carposse doesn't get it.
He's doing it for anybody viewers. Yeah, the Clan Carposse viewers.
Yeah, and of course I know you know ideology too. But I mean, the Clan Carposse thinks that at 2,000 fucking degree water at atmospheric pressure, it's going to be water. I'm like, no.
Yes, that's quite. Yeah, it's amazing. Ronnie offers things like that, and then of course no one corrects him because no one has any idea.
Does that answer your question, though, Chris? I mean,
I'm
surprised I remember what I do after all these years. But see, these guys over fucking Dipshitville in Clan Carposse Town don't have a clue what the fuck I studied. They would have no idea. They would shit themselves if they knew what I fucking had to learn at one time.
Yeah, no, that was a good answer.
Speaking of pulling shit out of their ass, did somebody previously said something about me Googling really fast, concerned with that music question that Hogtie was presenting?
Well, Hogtie said that either you're the fastest Googler in the world or you play an instrument.
Oh, so Hogtie said that.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, I thought I had more confidence in him there.
No, he was. You know, he was kidding. he knows you played piano for like 20 years.
And what was the music question?
Oh, you want to ask Rumpus? Let me ask Rumpus.
I won't get it. If it's a music question, we'll get it. But it'll just be interesting.
Nobody say anything. No, don't say anything, Urology. Ready? In the outside chat.
Yeah.
And I got this question right. I mean, I initially kind of thought it through, and I balked at it a second. And I'm like, wait a minute, no. You know what? Yeah, this is what it is. So here's your question. See if you get it right. Is C sharp and D flat the same note?
And D flat.
That was the actual question that he asked me.
It's B flat. It's B flat and C sharp. I think are the same note. Isn't it?
No, they're different. They're different.
C sharp and D
flat. B sharp is C, corresponding wise.
Yes,
and
C
sharp flat
is B. Yes,
C flat is B. But okay, it's okay. Is B sharp and C the same note? You can pick anything.
I must admit, I thought they were.
But the answer is no. They're the same frequency. They're the same pitch.
The question that
It's a trick question.
Hogtie had actually asked me was, let me think.
Well, the question he asked you is different.
Well, hold on. They're the same frequency. How are they not the same note? Sorry.
No, I'll explain. The question that Hogtie actually asked me was,
what the seventh dominant?
What is the seventh note in a C sharp minor scale?
And that's B sharp.
And that is B sharp. You cannot say it's C. It has to be B sharp. Now, the thing is, when you come up to a B sharp and a C, they are what's known as enharmonically the same. But they are still not registered at the same note because one of them belongs to a C sharp minor key, and the other one belongs to a C major key. They are two completely different notes.
And think about this way.
Hold on, if they're the same frequency, I'm sorry, I'm physics here. It's the same bloody frequency. It's the same bloody note. Full stop.
It's not. No, it's not.
Don't mess with me.
No.
Well, it has to do with definitions. They're talking about musical theory, so defines things in a certain way.
Are you using what was it? Even temperament scale or something?
Well, it is musical theory, but I don't know what that means. But
well, it means that basically because they have in music the scales as you go up, they don't necessarily go up exactly correctly to match. It's not exactly the proportions, the way the frequencies are not exactly right.
They're not the actual increments. Is that what you're saying?
Wow. Yeah, they're not the correct steps.
No. Okay.
But hang on, Rufus.
This is how it works. If you're talking about a major key, it's it's the movements in between major key is tone, tone, semitone, tone, 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 semitone.
Yeah.
In a minor key, it is tone, semitone, tone, tone, tone.
Which minor, harmonic or
harmonic? I'm talking about harmonic. Tone, semitone, tone, 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 augmented second, semitone.
So he's got this
That's
down. I
key.
took music theory, and I had to learn everything: harmonic minor and melodic minor and natural minor, and there's a lot of fucking different things. But I do remember enough to say that if you're doing a scale, right, it isn't the same note, because if you go A, B, C sharp, D sharp, and then all of a sudden you say E flat, it makes no sense, right?
Yes,
it has to be the
in the
same
key signature.
Right.
Except it does make sense, because sometimes you will in a piece of music see a note
Very
that
rarely,
is
very
not
rarely,
part of
very
that
rarely.
key. If there are exceptions, though,
It's called accidental.
Accidental.
if
No,
there
wait,
are,
hang on,
if
hang
there
on.
are legitimate exceptions, I rest my case.
Wait, how
He
did
told me this
Rumpus,
is the same frequency, a different note.
Rumpus, how did you
Yes,
know what an accidental was? I'm just curious. You didn't know music theory. How did you know that was an accidental?
Well, I happen to know. I did a little bit of music at primary
Well, the
school.
question is, where does accidentals happen?
But hold on a bit. You told me just a moment ago that the two notes of the same frequency are not the
Yep.
same note. You claimed they were different. What?
They're called no, hang on a sec. They're called enharmonically the same note, but in musical theory, you do not write them as the same.
Yeah,
One is a sharp, one is a flattened, or it could be natural, depending on where it is on the key keyboard itself.
You don't call them the same note.
Okay, so now I have a question. Is octal 31 the same as decimal 25?
Oh fuck! I would have to do conversions.
Yeah.
I mean, base 8.
The
One's base 8, one's base 8, one's base 10.
Hold on.
Yes.
Octal what? Sorry.
Is octal 31
Wolf
the
from
same
the
as
rescue.
decimal 25?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Okay, except that one's expressed in octal. So if we were talking about this in terms of music theory, you'd have to claim that they're completely different.
Well, the thing is, they are in music. They are written on different parts of the staff lines.
Sure, and when I write octal 31, I'm writing it using different digits, but it's still the same number, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's number theory. This is music theory.
Yeah, well, you can't say it's not the same note. It
It's
is
not
the
the same
bloody
note.
B
Again-
sharp and C are the same bloody note. Don't
Again,
mess
it's
me
just
about.
talking about conventions. It's just talking about conventions.
Yeah,
So
well, if you wanna
there's a
make up
convention,
some-
so that's the convention, and
Well, I'm
there's a right
sorry,
way to do the
the
convention.
note is a frequency. It's the same bloody note.
Hang on.
It
I'm
might
telling
be
you,
the same.
Rumpus. I'm telling you, Rumpus. If you take music theory and you tell them it's the same note, you're going to be marked wrong. Because in music
Well, and
theory,
I'm going to
it's not
say,
the same note.
I'm going to haul them over my bloody physics and say, don't mess with my physics. It bloody is the same.
No, it's the same pitch. And yes,
It's the
octal
same
31
pitch.
is 25 in decimal.
Same pitch, same frequency, but and as I said, they are enharmonically the same, but they are still not the same note.
I'm just wondering who's going to win in the throwdown between physics theory and music theory.
Well, we're talking
Who's
about
got the
notes.
biggest
So we're talking about music theory in this particular case, right?
Yeah,
But it
I
is.
think there's no question that you were right when you answered the first time, by the way, because it was phrased explicitly in terms of being in a key. So I think the way it was asked, you were definitely right.
Yeah, when you put it in the key, then I would have started to get less confident. Yes, if we started to put the contents of a key, then that's a different question. So I think the question that's presented to me was incorrect. I got it right.
No, you didn't.
I did.
The question is fine. Is it the same note? No, it's not. It's not the same note. It's the same pitch, but it's not the same note, because a note connotates a something on the scale. Okay, that's the note, and the note has to do with the key signature.
For me, this
wait a
is identical
second.
to
So
the prime
if-
number question.
In fact,
So wait a second. If I don't tell you what key we're in, then you have no way of knowing whether it's the same note, do you?
Hang on a
You
second.
need
Hang on a second.
you need
hang on a second.
inside information.
Well,
to know
no.
whether it's the same note.
No. This is completely irrelevant, because whenever you have a staff line, all 5 lines on the staff, in order to put a note down, there is an implicit key signature. If you don't put any key signature on that staff line, it's either in C major or in A minor.
Yeah, because A minor.
I'm sorry,
A
is
minor
that
is the
symbol the note,
minor
or is it
is
merely
C
a
major.
symbol for the note?
Sorry, what was that?
Is the little cleft symbol that you draw the note, or is it merely an annotation indicating the note? Because the question was, are they the same note?
Right, but in the C major scale, right, there is no B sharp. There's no
The
B sharp in
clef
a C major scale. It's C.
No,
There's
no.
B
I
sharp.
think what he's getting hung up on is on the clef. The clef does not denote anything about the key signature. The clef just simply denotes where you are on position.
On the staff.
In the position, on the staff line. So you could have a treble clef, which means it's a G clef. You can have a bass clef, which means it's an F clef. You could have a central C clef, which is the ones that you see on the violas.
I'm saying
looks
that
like a
a
K.
note is something you hear.
No,
Not something you draw.
on the staff though. If there's no if you look at a staff and there's no sharps or flats or nothing or anything, you know what key it's in, right? It's either in C major or A minor, right? You know off the top of your head. And so any note that you place on that staff has to correspond to those.
I'm saying that a symbol on a staff is not a note. I'm saying that a note is something you hear in your ear. That's right. So asking if the notes are the same is not the same as asking are the annotations the same.
Chris,
Well, they're claiming
tell
it
me,
is. They're claiming they've appropriated the word note.
Okay, what
They've
exactly?
redefined the word note.
Okay, fair enough. What exactly are you writing, first of all? I'd like to actually see like a visual representation of what you are writing before I understand
I'm
what
not
you're
writing
talking
anything. I'm playing it. I'm playing a note. Notes are things you hear.
When you hear something, I would argue that I don't hear the note C. I hear the pitch C. Because it's corresponding to a frequency. And you can say, I hear the pitch of C, I hear the pitch of B major. Makes no difference because I'm talking about pitch. The pitch is exactly the same, right?
So, and if you tell me this is the convention in musical theory.
You play pitches. So in other words, when you're playing an instrument, you're not playing notes. Is that what you're saying?
If you tell me that this is the convention in musical theory and this is the definition of note, then I can say, okay, I understand why you're using that definition. But if Rumpus turns around and says, no, when I say note, I mean something that I hear, then I can say, okay, I understand what you mean by note. For me, it was like the prime number question is understanding the terms in the question gives you the answer.
I agree. Okay, fair enough. If you're arguing that I don't hear notes, then I accede to your claim that they're different.
Well, we haven't quite established that. Are we claiming that in musical instruments you play notes or pitches?
Yes, I agree with Alexander in the side chat. A tone is what you hear, is note is what you read or you play. You play the note, but you're hearing a tone, a pitch.
That's all right. I don't need to argue about the definitions. Given that set of definitions, I accede.
But I tell you what, we do argue about the dumbest fucking things in this Hangouts. I swear to God. Wow.
Well, I tell you, can I drop something slightly crazy in? You were talking about perfect triangles earlier, and I have this concept that I can't shake from my head that perfect equilateral triangles are in fact the second most common thing in the universe, which I know sounds insane. So, would you like me to explain it?
Okay.
Okay, so how many... Imagine that we have to make a universe, and imagine that one of the things in the universe is going to be space. So what you're going to need is objects of some sort, which are the basic objects, to make this universe out of. And the one that you make space out of is going to have at least one dimension. You can't make a multi-dimensional space out of, for instance, zero-dimensional objects. Are you happy so far?
No, because you have to have two to have multidimensional space.
But if you have one-dimensional objects, let's call them, I don't know, links.
A line
okay.
can exist in 2 dimensions.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so let's have these little links that are one-dimensional objects. You can make a 2-dimensional space just by linking together links, can't you?
Sure.
So the simplest object you could use to make a 2-dimensional or a 3-dimensional space is one-dimensional links. You couldn't do it with 0-dimensional objects. They'd all be in the same spot.
No, not well. I mean, you.
Space is
hang on.
The thing that keeps everything from being in the same spot, right?
Well, the argument I would have about that is only that a line is comprised of an infinite number of points, right?
Now that's why I didn't call them lines. I called them links. So the primitive I'm talking about is simply a thing that has 2 ends. Nothing exists in the middle. It's got 2
Go ahead.
ends.
I'll capitulate everything you're saying. Just go ahead.
Okay. If this model were correct, and the idea I have is that these links are essentially entanglement. So I think we've already found such objects. And the string theorists actually agree that space is basically a bunch of entanglements. It's a result that came out a couple of years ago. Anyway, assuming that you're assembling space out of all these little links, The simplest object that you can get is a perfect equilateral triangle. And the reason I say it's perfect is that a link is the definition of length because it's the definition of space. And so they're all definitionally the same length.
I'm not really following this.
Yeah,
That's all right. I'm gonna make it.
I'm telling you, if I was drunk, you'd probably be like the ultimate genius in the room right now.
No, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Make a video, Chris.
I can't quite picture this thing.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out if triangles actually exist. That's the stage we're at. Right?
Yeah, that's smart. Yes, we're in trouble with that.
Well, if this middle model, yeah, okay. Secondly, the thing about whether things exist, I mean, concepts clearly do exist, don't they? I have concepts in my head. They're emergent
no, that
states
does
of
not
brains.
clearly. No, concepts clearly may not exist depending on how you want to view a concept.
But wait a second, I just explained a concept to you, didn't I? How did I achieve that?
That doesn't mean they
Concept
exist.
doesn't
But what do you mean by exist is the problem, isn't it?
Well, there's the problem with universals, right? Because do these things have an actual construct? Do triangles exist, or things have properties of the triangle, right? And I mean, that's Hogtog's argument. Now, I haven't heard, at least I don't really remember, Ozzy's argument on it. I mean, I'm sure
we've yet to have that debate.
Yeah, he hasn't really said his entire argument. But I think Hogtog has a lot of things that make sense, but I'm not going to weigh in on this one way or another. I don't fucking know.
Well, wait a second. If you were to grant that a triangle is just a concept, then all you really have to do then is grant that concepts really exist.
Again, though, do they really exist? I hold that a concept exists in conceptually. I know that's a tautology. I get that. Do they have any physical thing? No, but since we can point, there's a difference between the object and the concept, right? I mean, an object is something we can actually physically see and stuff. But the concept of that object is completely different. I can ask you to imagine a square, right? And you can imagine that concept of a square, but it doesn't mean that square physically exists. But the concept
if square is a concept, then if the concept exists, the square exists. The concept.
Not necessarily. I don't know if that follows. I think that's what the argument is, right? I mean, just because something exists conceptually, does that concept equate to tangibility of some kind in the reality? Does it exist?
So the question So the question, like I say, boils down to: is the square identically a concept? If you're going to claim that there are things that are squares which aren't concepts, and you only have a concept of a square, then I agree. You haven't demonstrated that a square exists by demonstrating that a concept of a square exists. But if a square is a concept and you demonstrate that a concept exists, then you have demonstrated that a square exists.
I think that's where the problem lies, though. I mean, and I don't think that if you demonstrate that the concept exists, it necessarily implies that the square exists itself. You can get to the step
of the square as a concept. I think you have to agree that it does.
Well, if the square is a concept, you can demonstrate that a concept does exist. Then,
if the square is only a concept, that's the critical bit.
But then again, I see arguments either way. I mean, I don't know which way to go on this particular argument, to be honest with you.
But
it's a funny argument, to be honest with you.
Why are you having trouble granting that concepts exist? I mean, they appear to just be brain states, and brains exist, and states of brains exist.
Well, first of all, I mean, you know what universals are. We don't know what something is thinking of when we say, like, the color green. My green might be different from your green. Now we can do it scientifically and say, okay, green is 495 nanometers or something to 500 something nanometers. But that's just applying a arbitrary range of what we consider green. The concept, the color green itself that we're picturing in our heads, what I've seen
wait a
totally
second.
different from yours.
So what you're saying is that we don't have a shared concept of green, and I grant that.
But let me finish. That's true. That was one of my points. But at the same time, the properties of greenness, right, is a property. But the problem with universal states that we don't know if those properties actually exist. Right? What is green? Is there anything that what we mean that exists that's green that we mean by green? Is it something that has tangibility?
Well, I would say yes. I would say it's green as a wavelength that from the electromagnetic spectrum, and when it's a particular wavelength, we consider that to be green.
But that doesn't answer the question. That's a fact.
Now,
physics.
now I can weigh in on that.
Oh my God, echo. Fuck.
I'm going to weigh in on that.
It's a
I agree with
philosophical
your
question, not a
definition.
physics question.
I agree with the physics definition of green. I also accept that my concept of green does not accurately conform to the physics definition of green, and my concept of green does not accurately conform to Steve's concept of green. There are differences between our eyes, I'm sure. And I wouldn't know pure physics green if I saw it, let's face it. So the green gets defined by Steve and by me and by physics, and that's because it's just a word and we're imperfect humans. There's no perfect green out there.
Right. Chris, can I ask? Go ahead. Can I ask Chris? Is your concept of green that you have now the same concept as the last time you thought of green, or could it possibly be different?
Oh, it probably wanders.
Well, that's why that's the hard argument. I like what Rational said. He said the perception of green is qualia, and it is. I mean, we are talking about a perception of green, right? And my qualia is going to be different from yours, and so I'm not going to say yes, this is how I'm perceiving green, but we can say okay, yeah, we can measure the photon and say yes, this is green, but the property of green. That's the whole argument is what is this property? Is it something intrinsic?
Yeah, I think qualia are a bunk. I've listened to a lot of philosophers talk about qualia, and I don't think they know what they're talking about.
Well, qualia is your own personal perception of things, your own mindset on a concept.
I don't think that's how they use it. Yeah, I don't think that's how they use the term. I think that they attribute qualia almost to be mystical or magical properties.
No, I've never used that word mystical. I think it's a philosophical term, if anything. I don't want to call it a mysticism or anything.
I mean, color is technically called a psychometric measurement because it's not something that it's dependent on how your brain works, as we've been saying. So when Chris mentioned how your eyes work, it's not just your eyes, depending on the green. It's also how your brain works. If we rewire your brain, you'll get a completely different for the same frequency coming in. Your brain could interpret it completely differently.
Right, and that's why when you have to
physics,
right? How do when you smell a color or hear a sound, or smell a color or hear a color or smell a sound, what the hell you do for aphasia? You use a lot of things. Again, I love what you said. How you picture your brain pictures green could be changed, right? It's emergent.
I don't know. I disagree with that. Because I think you can objectively say that a particular thing is green, not based on any subjective view.
I don't think you can at all.
Because, if I can say that if white light reflects off of this at this particular wavelength, that was what I consider green. That's why all of us can recognize green lights. That's why all of us can recognize red lights, even though we may perceive it differently, each individual. But there is a standard by which that I think we can all agree is green.
I think, but you need headphones. I'm getting a huge echo.
Sorry.
But I think you're missing the argument. The argument is not that we won't recognize something as being green. That's not the argument. The argument is what is that property that is green? What is the emergence? What does it come from? What does that green entail from? Okay, I mean it's a semantic thing in our brain, right? Our brain is making us see green. There's nothing intrinsic of the photon itself that's green. It is how our brain is perceiving the photon. That's where the philosophy comes in.
I'm going to say that the real green is the physics green, and all that's happening with our brain, our neurological green, is that our brains aren't perfect.
Yeah, but hold on. There's no such thing as physics green. There's only a frequency. It's up to us to decide where that frequency
range. It's a range. Right?
Sure,
green is anything between 400 and something 500 nanometers.
Yeah, but we define everything we talk about. So we define a nice physics green, and then we agree that when we talk about green in physics, that's going to be that particular range of frequencies.
But you're missing the bigger argument, though. Of course, we can define the range, but what makes the property green?
Oh, okay. So we have cones in our eyes, and some of them respond.
It's what your brain does with that information.
Right. That's right. You're looking from a materialistic point of view, right? Stop looking from a materialistic point of view and look at it from the metaphysical point of view. Okay, and I don't mean like woo woo shit, but I mean the brain itself is perceiving something to be green. We understand the color we're perceiving is something the brain does, right? That's nothing to do with our rods or cones or whatever. I mean, yes, that's the physical, right? I mean, that's the mechanism. But how we're perceiving green, we have no idea.
Oh, wait a second. You're calling it green because you were taught that it's green.
You can call it anything you want. Green is just a label.
Well, now you've
that
got a
particular
problem.
property. Why? We're defining that property as green.
Okay, so when we look at something that is physics green, or approximately physics green, or that we perceive as approximately physics green, we've learned to call it green. Now, all that's happening is our brain state is doing its best to approximate the green that's out there in the world. I don't see
that. But that's the problem. How do we know green's out there in the world? That's the whole argument.
Because we can measure it?
We don't know if green's out there in the world. No, that's the property of universals. We have no idea if green is out there. We don't know if green's a property or not. People have been philosophizing this for thousands of years.
I even asked Josh. We can measure it.
I even asked Josh this question. Josh is one of the most well-read philosophical persons I know in the Pal Talk Rangers. Even Josh had to say, you know what? I haven't really made a decision on that. It's that complicated. It's that philosophers don't know about this, about the universals.
I think the way the brain works, effectively, I think the brain effectively says, here, when I get a frequency between this range, I'm going to light up a particular neuron. When I get a range between this thing, I'm going to light up another particular one. So you've got effectively sort of 10 boxes in your head of colours, and that's just simply the sensation just lights up when you get with each one of those that particular frequency, and just a particular set of neurons goes off in your brain saying I'm going to call that green.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
your neurons did not decide to call that green. The person who taught you what green was decided that you would call that green.
You're missing the bigger picture. You call it anything you want. Okay, green is just a label. The property. We're talking about the properties. I put it on the slide here. The problem of universals. We're talking about the property. The label is just a label. Who gives a fuck? We can call green kibble warts. I don't give a fuck. Okay, but the property that we're describing, right? That we all have the same property of, that we don't know it exists. Matter of fact,
which is the firing of that green
know.
neuron in your head. I mean, it seems to me that the green is the firing of that particular neuron in your head. It's the green neuron. It's a sensation that you have about feeling this neuron's gone off, saying, "Oh, I've got this particular frequency." And then you've got a particular thing in your head saying, "I recognise that as green."
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a little computer, and you look at effectively you're a biological computer, and you look at this input from mind-independent reality, and you interpret it. And I look at the same thing, and I interpret it. And because we have grown up with similar color assignations, we both choose to label this thing green. And I know you're going to tell me off for using the labels, but clearly we're having some sort of similar experience.
Okay.
And the reason we're having a similar experience is we have similar biology in our eyes and in our brains.
Okay, but again, wait. It's not. You're missing the entire picture. There's realism and idealism. Okay, and you're positing idealism. Okay. And idealism is that the universals, these properties, do exist in our head. They exist in the mind of us. Okay, that's idealism. Okay, realism is actually they actually exist in reality. Okay, they're actually a property that green or something like that exists in reality. It's not just something in the mind that the mind produces. It is a property that exists in the reality of nature. That's realism versus idealism. And so I don't know where to go on that. I mean, there's the Plato realism and Aristotelian, as opposed to Kant and Hegel. I've read about Kant. I like Kant. I like a lot of things Kant says. So maybe I will probably say I'm going to deal more to idealism, but I'm not a realist on a lot of things. So, but
this seems to be a little confusing. Well, it just seems to be a little.
Someone's brain, I could make you think you're having a green experience just simply by lighting up a particular neuron in your head. Then you're having a green experience. So all green is just a particular lighting up of a particular neuron or set of neurons in your head.
But the property, where does the property come from? What is the property green?
It's the lighting up of that particular set of neurons, and of course
you have fooled my brain. into having a green experience.
Wait, is Nicholas still with us? Nicholas, are you still here?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're familiar with realism versus idealism. Maybe you can.
Yeah. I've never heard those terms used specifically in that context, but no, I'm well familiar with what you're talking about. Yeah. I understand.
Are you a realist or idealist?
I'm a realist. Yeah.
Okay. Why?
It seems like we're not understanding your point, Steve, because it seems like everybody's talking about the description of an event. It seems like everybody, because every time you keep saying no, it seems like people keep describing, like, this is how we recognize this particular event, through neurons, through wavelengths, through whatever. And then every time we say that, you seem to say, no, that's not what I'm talking about.
I'll answer.
Yeah, so I'm saying, can you maybe explain it in a way
Nicholas,
so we can understand it?
Do you understand what I'm saying, Nicholas?
I do, yeah. Okay. But then you ask me, why do I believe it?
Yeah, well, explain the argument first, because they're losing sight of the argument of the property, right? The property is the argument, whether it's realism or idealism.
Yeah, well, I'm understanding you, Steve.
Yeah, okay, you may be, but it has nothing to do with us saying, okay, the wavelength of this photon is this particular, nanometer, therefore we call it green. It is the actual property that we're talking about of greenness. What is greenness?
But I'm not sure that they even admit that there is perception. They keep talking about brain states and physical states, and so.
Yeah, they're not understanding their argument. Maybe you can explain it better than I am, then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think I can help here. I think you're doing as well as you can do.
I'd just like to say I reject the Platonist.
So I'm not. Well, so does I.
Completely.
Nicholas, I'm not butchering this argument, right?
No, but the thing is that, like, this happens in a lot of different contexts where you'll try to talk about an idea, but people will be so used to talking about physical states and physical natures and stuff like that they'll immediately be talking about that. And you'll be like, no, I'm not talking about that. And there's just, I don't know a way around it.
Yeah,
Can you appeal to an analogy?
Well, hang on. What I've noticed is when you're talking with somebody like who's a background in physics, a hard time. Sometimes they don't want to put aside the hard science and realize that we're talking about the philosophy. We're not talking about the science, right? We're not talking about what green means scientifically. We're talking about what the actual physical property of something is to be green, whether it exists in reality or it exists solely in the mind, called idealism.
Yeah, and they're not in competition. Yeah.
No, they're not. No, you could be one, you could be the other. Sometimes I think both have good arguments. You could be both. Right? I mean, you can have realism.
Like the science and the physical states are not in competition with the.
No, that's already decided. Yeah, that's already decided too.
But I would argue green sensation is simply the lighting up of a particular set of neurons in your head. That's all the green is. In fact,
no, that's physics. We're talking about philosophy.
But the philosophy. Yes, but I would argue that it's nothing more than that. I suppose what I'm saying. That's all green is.
I don't think you do understand the argument then.
This is an artificial. I think this idea of a green is nothing more than a particular lighting up of some neurons, and this Platonic idea that
it's not Platonic. No, it's not a Platonic realism, and it's not Aristotelian realism. That's different. Platonic realism had to do with shapes, not colors.
Is there another example that you can give, Steve?
No. Hold on. You're telling me your properties. You're telling me that Platonic realism distinguishes between shapes and color.
Yeah, Platonic realism was those archetypes of different shapes that existed. They're the archetypes.
And you think it doesn't extend to other properties like color?
I don't think Plato even knew what the hell. I don't think he applied it to that, did he? Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, he may not have done, but I mean, the whole point about Platonism is there's an ideal red out there.
No, but that's what Platonic realism is, right? That it exists in physical form, right? Whether we exist or not, whether human beings completely disappeared, Platonic realism would say that these shapes do have existence, right? Because that's what he was using as examples, were shapes. I don't remember Plato talking about colors.
But colors are just as no different.
Well, I don't know if they fall into Platonic realism, but maybe. I don't know.
Color is different.
Is it?
Yeah,
I thought so too. I thought so too.
How is it different?
Color is the result of your mind interacting with perception of wavelengths of light. It is not something that exists in and of itself. The wavelengths of light exist, but color does not.
It's a psychometric thing. It's a human creation. Yes, I suppose.
Right.
So you're an idealist, Ocean?
No,
you're a realist.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm a realist, but I'm not an idealist.
Okay.
So,
But you got the concept down.
I believe in a material existence. Like I presume one.
No,
so
you believe in a lot of gods. Who cares? No,
right, exactly. Like,
just to point out, Ocean, the way he's using idealism and realism, he's using them specifically in the context of this idea. He doesn't mean them in the larger context of metaphysical realism and idealism.
But I guess in the context of color, I would say that I'm an idealist as far as color is concerned. But as far as context, as far as boxes, I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we're on the same wavelength here. Okay. No pun intended. We're on the green wavelength, but yeah.
I
think Ocean said it best.
Without humans. I couldn't. The box is not brown without a human to perceive it being brown.
Exactly. That's my idea. Green is just simply the excitation. It's nothing more than the excitation in your head of a particular set of neurons.
But you're looking at the mechanism.
Philosophically, but I don't believe I don't think the philosophical thing. Well, I would argue that it is nothing more than that. So philosophically, green does not exist. I would argue.
You would be in this definition, the way I'm using it, an idealist then.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
See, I think I would fall into that too. But again, I would hear arguments. I'm not like set in this, trust me. But I think now you guys are understanding the arguments much better. What it
depends. I guess it depends largely on what you define green as. If you're looking at if you define green as the perception of the color, then yes, you would wind up being an idealist. But if you define green as what green is made of, which is the wavelength that makes up green, then you would have to be a realist.
Well, yeah, but this is an argument over the property, and the property would only be something we cannot measure, right? We can't measure a property like that, right? The greenness.
You can measure the wavelength of light, and you can say
in the mind. In the mind.
No, you can't measure the mind, but you can measure that there is light bouncing off of it at a certain wavelength, and then that would result in the perception that is green. Therefore, the wavelength
not necessarily.
can be considered
Your perception of how you can perceive something as being green can come from all sorts of directions, and sometimes incorrectly from nothing to do with vision. It's just the green thing is just something happens in your brain.
If you look at it that way, then yes, that's definitely true.
Ocean, but how do you suggest that if you define green as the thing that you, Ocean, perceive as green, or the experience of green, can that ever be exported? Can I ever use your green?
No.
Yeah, I think that's completely internalized.
So the problem there is that if Ocean's green isn't my green, then how can it have some sort of independent existence?
I think we were just saying that it doesn't.
So doesn't that completely torpedo the idea of this ideal green that exists somewhere in the cosmos or the extended reality?
I think we were just saying that it doesn't exist.
And you could you also, Ocean, could you also extend that further though? I mean, okay, now I'm going off on La La Land, but it whole goes to the concept: does the universe exist if there's no one there to observe it? Right? You could actually could you do a deductive thing saying, look, if the properties such as green doesn't exist, or the properties of platonic forms, they don't exist. Okay, like Hogtie would try to argue that like shapes don't exist, triangles don't exist. Could you probably make an argument to say that at some point that if no life existed in the universe, that the universe itself wouldn't exist? And I don't think that would.
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm not arguing with this.
I think the examples that you provided with what Hogtie was saying about like shapes and shit are about theoretical objects, so to speak.
No, okay, not concrete objects.
Color,
okay.
Color is based on perception, which is something that we experience. But without anything to have that perception, then green suddenly just disappears. That doesn't mean that the wavelength that would have given you that perception
disappears. That's a good answer.
It just
Thank you.
means
Yeah.
That the perception is gone.
And I think that's unavoidable. I mean, one day all life in the universe will, or at least our observable universe, will cease to exist. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I definitely believe the universe is still around. I don't think that we're special. That if we did not exist, the universe would somehow go, oh, there's no humans left. I don't need to be here. I don't think it would work that way. Because I mean, what would happen if Earth did like? Just
if you want to do some simple. If you want to do some simple reading on the topic, Steve, it's usually talked about in terms of primary and secondary qualities.
Yeah, you're going to say Kant, aren't you?
Yeah, he's involved there, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've tried reading Kant, and I actually had to get, especially on the primary and secondary
He called me crying
I did. I actually invoked Ocean. I invoked Hypatia. I'm like, I don't understand this. I really fucking don't, man. I was lost. I tried to understand it on my own, and it was just such a fucking complicated, twisted. I think Hypatia explained it the best, but I totally forgot what she said. But it was at least I understood it. But yeah, I know. I've tried. That's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit familiar with this argument, because I have read that from Kant. So. He was a smart guy.
Your mom's a smart guy.
Oh. Yeah, I don't remember answering. When I called you up crying, did saying, "Please help me with this"? Did you? I don't remember.
I did not have any responses because I don't understand Kant either.
Okay.
I can't understand him.
I can't understand Kant. He's not a light read, guys.
That was good. That was good.
Basically, the question isn't whether or not the perception is in the mind. It's whether or not the perception perceives something objective of greenness, and that's not just the wavelength. And I think a thought experiment might help us get around some of the ideas of the physicalism. Is like if we were to say that just tomorrow everybody woke up and the sun appeared to be brown instead of yellow or green or whatever. And everybody saw that. And then we looked at everybody's brains and we saw that the neurons that usually fire, let's imagine that we have this data, for perceiving brown are firing, whereas before perceiving yellow or green or orange or whatever you want to say the sun is, those lit up before. And so these people are perceiving it, but then we measure it and the wavelengths are still the same wavelengths as before. I think most people would be tempted to say that the sun really is brown now, even though it still matches the physical wavelength of what we called green or yellow or whatever.
But because of that,
the physicists would disagree.
Well, yeah, but we're not talking about physics, though. Again, people need to stop talking about physics.
No, wait a second. Physics. He said most people. Yeah, that's some of the people would disagree.
But I'm leaning to argue that if nobody observed something, colors wouldn't exist, and that puts me into the idealism rather than the realism. I do think colors are perceived. I think they are perceived in their mind. I don't think at this point that they have an actual reality. I don't think that properties exist in the real world. Again, I could listen to arguments on that. I'm not like, like dying on a hill here. I'm not saying this is my absolute, full opinion, but so far that's what I'm seeing to be heading toward. Yeah.
So I'd like to go back to that marvelous example of the sun turning from yellow to brown. Would you stand
actually, the
by
sun's
that?
not yellow; it's white.
That's cool. If the sun had turned from ultraviolet to microwave, would your example stand? We can't perceive either of those wavelengths. The only way of noticing that the difference had occurred would be by using measurements that are not directly perceptible to us. Would your argument that the sun had actually changed color still stand?
Well,
no,
ultraviolet is not really color, is it?
I didn't say it actually changed color. What I said the way that most people think about color, they would say it changed color.
Color is
okay, so it's the same.
When
so
most people talk about color,
so it's the same wavelength in all of our brains.
They're not talking about it in the physical wavelength sense. They're talking about the perception of it, I would say. And we tend to attribute, whether we're projecting that or not, that property onto that thing. So we don't say, I see the sun as white. We say the sun is white.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with something here then. Let's imagine, and I think this really happened. Let's imagine that everyone woke up one day and realized that the beautiful, skinny woman was not as beautiful as they had thought because they discovered that she was bulimic. And so everyone's perception of her really did change. Did she suddenly go from being beautiful to being pitiable?
I think I could answer that, but I think my answer would be uninteresting to you.
I would directly relate that to idealism and realism, right? I mean, if beauty is in the eye of the beholder, the beauty is in the brain, right? It's a concept, right? It is idealistic. It means that beauty doesn't even exist in realism terms. unless you're a realist, right? Beauty, is there such a thing? Well, some people argue for, some people can argue against, right? Do you want to argue for realism?
That
you think beauty is real, is a realism, or you think beauty is more idealistic?
I'd say that her beauty doesn't change as a result of an eating disorder, or as a discovery of an eating disorder.
Well, it could to somebody. But to somebody it could, right? If they're concept of beauty.
If it depends on how you describe beauty. If you're describing beauty as a physical incarnation, then nothing should change with the bulimia.
It's a type of perception, though.
But the beauty is an emotional response, surely. So if your emotional response did change, then surely her beauty has changed, at least in your assessment.
It's responding to something that isn't part of the physical aspect. It depends on what you view as beauty. If you're looking at physical beauty and you're describing that as that, then great. But if you're looking at, then there shouldn't be a problem. But if you're looking at beauty as a description of the wholeness of someone, then there's a different description there. But usually,
neither. I'm saying it's an emotional response.
Well, I mean, I mean, you have to look at
the just perception as far as what you can see. Like, I don't know.
But if you go to the thing I posted on the side on the Universal, this is a perfect example. That, I mean, it's kind of a tautology, but the Aristotelian realism is defined, or the example of the Aristotelian realism is beauty of being a property that exists only when beautiful things exist. Okay, so beauty is a property that only exists when beautiful things exist. So
no, that's immediately
it's tautology, obviously, but well, clearly it's tautology. But it makes sense, right? I mean, beauty is a property, and
assuming beauty is a property, that's the
actually
position.
exist?
Yeah.
I don't think beauty is a property. I think you've demonstrated that it's a relationship between me and something I'm observing. I don't think it's a property. I think it's a relationship.
Well, it is a property. I mean, in Platonic realism, beauty is a property. Aristotelian realism, beauty is a property. And in idealism, beauty is still a property, but it's property constructed in the mind.
I have a question.
And I agree with that.
I have a question for you guys, because I think I'm the odd man out in this room. I've got a really weird view where I think things like beauty are objective.
You're Catholic, we know.
Well, that too. But I think that things like beauty that we perceive are objective. It's not our perception of the beauty, but we're perceiving an objective property. And I would ask you guys in the room, I think everybody believes in the physical world. And why do you reduce your skepticism in terms of metaphysical realism to these things like beauty and color and stuff like that?
Well, first of all, I'm not a metaphysical naturalist. You know that.
Well, so no. What I'm asking is, you believe physical objects exist, right? It's not just in your mind, right?
Absolutely.
And well, Steve sort of is correcting me, and I just want to make sure. Do you believe physical objects exist?
Yes, I believe physical objects exist.
Okay, why? What convinces you? Because you perceive physical objects, and so you feel like, I'm guessing that's your inference for why the physical world exists.
Yeah, but beauty is a property of the physical objects, right? I mean, beauty is a property. Physical objects isn't a property. Physicality, like something being
actually physical as being actually physical as opposed to just being in your mind.
Yeah, obviously, if something exists, I mean, it's not just conceptual, right? It has a physical, tangible form. Now, do I believe that everything has to have a tangible form to exist? No, I'm not a true materialist in that regard.
Let me walk you through this. Okay, I'm Steve. Okay, I believe this table exists. I bang my hand on this table, and I feel this table. I perceive this table, and so I believe this table is actually physical. I don't just perceive it being physical. I believe that it is objectively physical. But when I see something is beautiful, I don't believe it is actually beautiful. I believe I'm just perceiving something. I believe that's totally in my mind. And if there were no minds to perceive beauty, there would be no beauty. Why do I believe that? I'm asking you that. Yeah, so why
yeah, I mean, if you're being me, then that's probably something I would say. But the only difference is that, if we perceive an object like a wooden desk, the reality is that's not really an object, right? It's comprised of a bunch of objects stuck together that they're not even bonded together, right? Atoms are actually loose in those things, right? It's not solid.
You're talking about forms now. You're talking about particles.
Now we're talking about forms.
Exactly. You think that whether they're just particles or they're forms, you believe that they're physical, right? They're objectively physical.
Yes, I believe they're objectively physical. Do I think the beauty is objectively physical? At this point, no. But you could maybe convince me, or at least give a good argument.
I'm wondering what the divide there is, what the divide in that skepticism is.
Yeah, can I take a swing?
Go ahead.
When I get up in the morning, that table that I believed in yesterday, I still believe in today. Whereas my perception of whether something is beautiful can change from day to day or year to year.
But you thought something was beautiful once and ugly tomorrow?
Oh, it's absolutely. Sometimes I get a new appreciation for something, a picture, and I think that it's beautiful after I've looked at it and thought about it more. Absolutely.
And so you think that thing actually, like, it is more beautiful now. It's not that I was wrong about how beautiful it is. You just believe that it is more beautiful now.
No, I think that the beauty that I perceive in it is a relationship between it and me, and so the beauty is not a property of it. It's a relationship that my brain has to it, whereas the table is something that I continue to observe to be a table. I don't notice any particular difference in my perception of it as a table, and so one of these things is a relationship of my brain to the picture, whereas the other thing is a mind-independent reality impinging in a rather solid way on my brain.
So it's the consistency in your perception.
Well, wouldn't it be the inconsistency because it changes?
Like
the consistency versus inconsistency.
So we've all had women where we thought maybe were kind of attractive. But we all had women that we thought maybe kind of attractive or maybe not so much attractive over a period of time, not very long. I mean, it could be hours, and not with beer. But yeah, okay, that could be a good reason too. But look, they could be more beautiful to us after we get to know them for a little while and talk to them. There's something that we see them in a different perspective, right? That happens to every guy in the world that's ever dated a woman. We've all been there. That's not them changing what they look like. That is our perception of the beauty, correct?
Yeah, so basically,
Nicholas has never dated, but
from my weird position, I would say I was wrong about how beautiful she was. I think it's possible to be wrong about how beautiful something is because I've got a weird position here.
I see what you're saying, but I think I'm going to go with Chris on this one. I think it's actually my perception that's changing. I don't think her beauty has changed. I don't think people have intrinsic beauty. I think it's all perception. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that you're wrong, Nicholas.
I think it's the slight majority of cold philosophers believe in objective aesthetics, but I mean, it's really an open question. And in terms of people that I talk to, I've almost met no one that shares my view.
These are interesting questions. A lot of people think this. A lot of people may think these pointless, but these are philosophical questions that people have discussed for thousands of years. I mean, this is not. And I love you, Mark. This is not word salad. This is actually really deep philosophical shit, and I find it interesting. But a lot of people just don't have a philosophical mind, and I didn't years ago either. I have to say that if I would have never had a discussion like this 3 years ago, I've been like, God, fucking Nicholas is an idiot. He doesn't know what the fuck. Well, I wouldn't have said that, but I've been like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on, and it's just pointless drivel to me. But after I learned a little about philosophy, and I was reading a lot of as much as I could on Google Books and picking this up over the last couple of years, I find it to be very fascinating. It's very, very enlightening to really contemplate some of this stuff. It's not your normal analytical, logical shit, right? It's more nuanced arguments, and I think that really helps people to think. Do you agree, Nicholas, on that?
I think it's really great, but you have to be brave enough to do it. And if you're not careful, you can really think yourself into circles to convince yourself of whatever you want to do. Like EMK? I'm thinking more along the lines of general presuppositionalism, not exactly the way he applies it, but the way that it's applied by people like Saiken and stuff like that, or like a lot of academics. A lot of academics are actually like this as well. They're very, very well educated. They have a lot of confidence behind them, and they're just impossible to talk to and inform about clear things.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question about I wanted to ask a question about this because I am not trained in philosophy. I actually hate philosophy, but my understanding of this argument seems to be when we were talking about colors, we all kind of agree that there is some standard by which we can kind of judge what a color is, photons or whatever. But then when it comes to beauty, there seems to be a pure subjectiveness about it. Each individual person can have their own perception of beauty. And we kind of come to some consensus together of like, this woman's beautiful, this picture's beautiful, and everybody kind of has a consensus of what is beauty. But it almost seems like, Nicholas, you're saying that there is some objective beauty that is out there that we can all, that no matter by which standard or who's perceiving it, we'll say this is beautiful. Am I understanding
No,
the
not
argument?
necessarily, because the second part is an epistemological question, whether or not we all have good access to what is beautiful. We could be totally wrong. We could be incapable of perceiving beauty, or we could be totally wrong about identifying what is beautiful. That doesn't mean that things aren't objectively beautiful. But I would say that when I'm convinced something is beautiful, and you say, no, that's ugly, I believe you're wrong. I don't believe you just disagree with me and we're both right in our own way. I believe you're wrong. Now, I could be wrong about that.
That's a big claim, though, dude.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I expect you to believe that you're wrong, but I'm convinced that you're wrong. If I'm convinced that something is beautiful and you're convinced that it's not, I believe that you're wrong.
Let me run you by a counter argument, and again, going out there, if ugliness is a property, right, and I assert that what we're seeing has the property of ugliness, and you're wrong, how do we determine which one's right?
There might not be a way. That would be another question. That would be a question of epistemology. And that's why when we get down to it, when we get down to it, my view is going to be very uninteresting to the people in the room, because it does take a mystical aspect in terms of how we come to know things.
But doesn't it get rid of the object? The claim that beauty has an objective quality to it. Because if I submit that ugliness is objective as well, has no subjective component to it, then if I say, yeah, that's ugly, that picture's ugly, and you say, oh, that picture's beautiful, well, it can't be objectively both, right? It has to be one or the other, I would think.
No, but if you believe that there is objectivity to it and you're confident in your own view, then the lack of access to the truth doesn't mean that there isn't an objective truth. I mean, there may be certain physical truths, like scientific facts, that human beings don't have access to, and we might be totally ignorant of them, or we might ignore them, or we might disagree about them all the time. That doesn't mean there isn't a fact of the matter. It just means we don't have access to that fact.
Are you a dualist, by the way?
Because
this kind of reminds me of
I am right now, but it's really on its edge right now.
Okay.
Can I just interject something here? Nicholas, you were saying that if you believe something's beautiful and Steve believes it's not beautiful, then you believe that Steve is wrong, right? You don't.
Right.
You're not implying that you know.
And I would
Steve
believe
is
he was wrong, right?
Yeah.
And I would believe that he was wrong, right?
I don't think you would believe that I'm wrong. I think you believe just different perceptions, and that's all we're talking about. But I'm talking about something objective, and that's why you can be wrong about something that you perceive.
But I would make the same argument, though.
No, but I mean, what I'm saying is that if it's just about perception and not about an objective property, then you can't be wrong about your mental state. It is beautiful to you, or not beautiful to you, and it is beautiful to me. But what I'm talking about is something further than that, which is the property that's objective. And if there's an objective property, then it's not just dependent on our perception of it and whether or not we perceive it to be beautiful. It really matters. We could be right or wrong
I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying, but I could use the same argument saying, look, the objective reality is that's ugly, and Nicholas is just wrong. He's not recognizing that it's objectively wrong.
If you believe in objective,
it really is ugly. He's just wrong.
If you believe in objective aesthetics, I would say you'd have to do that. Yeah, if you're confident about your view, of course.
But first of all, I want to say, but now we run into a dilemma, though, because we're both asserting an objective quality there, and maybe is it possible that it could be ugly and beautiful at the same time? Possible. It might be possible. I don't know if they're mutually exclusive, because sometimes you look at something and go, God, that's ugly. At the same time, it's strangely beautiful. So maybe it could be both right.
If I objectively assert that evolution is the theory of two big rocks banging together, I'm asserting something objectively, and you would assert something else. That doesn't mean that there's no fact of the matter and that I'm not wrong.
Okay.
So I'd like to point out that there's a place in metaphysics where I'm not sure which way to jump, and that's actually the Platonic solids. And we can talk about green and about beauty, and those are a bit fuzzy, but the concept of a Platonic solid, say the ideal tetrahedron, for instance, that's set in stone. That's set in mental stone, I guess. And I guess I haven't decided whether the ideal tetrahedron is more real than the ideal green. Anyone have any thoughts?
I don't accept. I don't accept archetype forms. I don't accept orthotic realism. It's very similar, though. I mean, this is the whole argument. That's why it started, right? Is there such a thing as a form like a triangle, or is something just have a property that we attribute, what we call a triangle, but it doesn't have any property in existence itself? It's conceptually only. That's, I think, what Hogtie would be arguing. And then I think that when they have this little debate, that Ozzy would be arguing that it's from a more realist point of view. Maybe I'm getting their positions wrong, but I think that's where they're coming from. Anyone else can throw in on that, please do. Besides, who wants to really have a debate against Ozzy? You know you better know your shit, right?
I'd like to have a friendly conversation with Ozzy. I don't think I'd want to debate him. I don't think he'd want to debate me.
Well, it's not going to be like a debate. It'd just be a friendly conversation. But I mean, still, Ozzy's intimidating. I'm not going to lie.
I have so many questions for Ozzy if I can ever get him on.
Have you talked to Ozzy?
No, I've never had the opportunity. I really, I've got this terrible problem where I've stopped believing in the possibility or that true basic randomness exists in our universe, and so now I've got this real problem with assessing what possible means.
Okay, so wait, even on a quantum level, you don't believe in randomness? You don't believe in stochastics?
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that actually there's the randomness that we perceive as emergent from something that's non-random, and I understand the Bell inequalities and so forth, and I think I have a way around it.
So, well, there is something around the Bell inequality. It's called, oh my goodness, what is it called? There is something I can't remember but the way it gets around the Bell inequality is you lose the ability to have local. Was it local variables?
Yeah, no, I don't believe space is local at all. Wait a second. That's not true. I believe space is made of entanglement, and so all the non-locality that we observe comes from entanglement. So it basically just if two things are entangled, they're basically definitionally adjacent, which means everything really is local. It just sometimes doesn't look like it.
Yeah, but I mean, okay. First of all, we had a similar thing on this not too long ago. Matter of fact, it was when Max was in here, and who was the guy we were talking to? Greg Bray. Let me ask you, Chris. You seem to know a little bit about this. I mean, do you accept that hidden variable models don't work, and that the Copenhagen interpretation is probably the most likely understanding, and that inside systems such as spontaneous fission or weak nuclear decay, that information doesn't exist prior to the system? Because to get around that, you have to start delving into other things and then you start getting into Bell theorem and a few other things and locality, and so it gets a lot more complicated. So I was just wondering, what's your opinion on that? Because that came up the other day. Does hidden variable models work?
My opinion is that there are the outcome of any experiment. Let's see. It's a little bit complicated. I'm going to have to make a lot video on it sometime. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't give a simple answer to that question. My thoughts are clear, but I can't express them clearly.
That's cool. I mean, we're going to have a hangout about one of these days on this. One of the things I want to do a hangout on is especially on A theory, B theory of time, and Neo-Lorentzian modeling, vice Minkowski modeling. We have a few people that want to be able to give the presentation, but they need to brush up on it as well. I think it's going to be a majorly awesome hangout if we can get somebody that actually knows this shit to come in and have a little bit of dialogue on it, because I find it to be fascinating, but it's so fucking hard. It's not something that the average person is going to go, okay, I get this. And so I want to be able to have the audience actually understand it and not be lost 5 seconds into the conversation, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, even just finding a person who understands that time has a different Lorentzian what's the word I'm looking for? Time-like dimensions have a Lorentzian value of greater than 1, and space-like dimensions have a Lorentzian value of less than 1. And
I don't accept Lorentzian. I do accept Minkowski that space-time is 4D rather than 3 plus 1. But that's just a personal thing. I think that either model can actually work. But I mean, I don't know much about like manifolds, and I don't know much about topology that well to understand how these manifolds actually exist, right? And maybe you do. If you know what a Banach space is, or Riemann, what do they call it? Jesus Christ! There's Banach space. But what's the other one? Hilbert space. Thank you. I mean, who am I saying thank you to? Nobody even told me. Yeah, but I mean, this stuff is complicated, right?
Yeah, no, I understand. I actually think that I actually think that all those are different ways of modeling space, and I think that the basics of space are so basic that they need to be modeled to be understood, rather than. But they have to be modeled accurately to be understood before you can make useful mathematical models out of them. In much the same way as, I don't know, are you familiar with Conway's Game of Life, for instance, the little squares that light up and follow rules? Okay, cool. That's good.
I remember I used to know the rules, you know. If two things were like this, then it would kill. If it would die, if it was surrounded by this.
That's right. If they've got 2 adjacent, then they'll spawn. And if they've got 4 adjacent, then they'll die. Yeah, it's okay. So the idea is that space is emergent, and the behavior of things in space are emergent from a system that's a little bit like that, except that in Conway's Game of Life, unfortunately, the space is already defined by all these cute little square cells. And the thing that we're attempting to explain our universe with has to also have space and time be emergent. It can't come with space built in already. So it just gets a little bit more complicated.
All right. So do you think that space-time is an emergent property of the universe?
So I think that space is truly basic. I think that time is first level emergent. Time is what happens when an updating event occurs to the space, and because the space is quantized, the time is directly proportional to the updating event in space, which is why you see such a strict correlation between the speed of light and effectively the distance in space.
See, the way I use time is I define time basically is the change of entropy between one state and another. That's I go by the simple. The simple arrow of time is basically the direction by which the universe increases entropic states. I think that's a very simple way of putting it. When you start getting into the level you're talking about, I get a little lost, and that's why I want somebody to come in that knows this shit, right? But it can explain it to the average lay person. Because if I got just a physicist, like a PhD, to come in and explain this kind of shit, I don't think they would be able to downgrade it to a level would be useful to the audience. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. That you need someone who's the perfect combination of knowledgeable and a good communicator. I agree.
Yeah, I think General Han Solo would probably be the best so far. He probably has to review it a little bit, but he's as a physicist, and he's very smart. He teaches PDE. By the way, who's got the static? Is that you, Chris?
I don't know. I'll mute my mic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You got really really hard static.
Oh, I apologize. I'll try and get a better one.
Maybe you just need to refresh.
Yeah. It's just about bedtime here anyway. And
what's your background, Chris? Can I ask?
I'm an engineer, electrical, electronic, and then I ended up basically I watch everything I can on physics and some.
Okay, so you're not your average schmuckatelli moron.
No, I'm not. But I'm also not a the reason that I have this crazy idea about entanglement and so forth is I've read all of Susskind's books and watched all his lectures.
I like Leonard Susskind. Yeah,
he's marvelous.
How do you feel? How do you feel like about ER equals EPR?
Yeah, I'm on the fence about that. I haven't.
You got to admit, if it holds true, if it is valid, it's pretty amazing. Susskind holds to it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess there are cases of things in the universe where I think that the model that one uses it need only really be chosen on the usefulness of the results it gives, and so realistically, I'll just go with whichever gives the best results. You know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm a scientific instrumentalist, anyways. When it comes to scientific theories, I just think that they're instruments that we use. I don't think that they are real, right? I'm not a scientific realist in that regard. But so you said your background is electrical engineering, and so obviously you took a lot of maths.
Yeah, look, I went all the way through the bachelor's and then into the master's, and unfortunately, I started getting various sleep problems when I was going through the master's, so I dropped off out and got into industry.
Well, that's why you asked about J&I.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. I'm glad to hear that you're able to find work in your industry.
Yeah. Oh, look,
Yeah,
there's.
seriously.
I took up rock climbing. I took up rock climbing, and that meant that the high power industry, the high voltage electricity industry, just leapt on me. Anyone who's not afraid of heights, I've dangled off helicopters and abseiled down hydro dams, and that was all before I was designing the things. But yeah, there was no problem finding work once they learned that I had no fear of heights.
Dude, I got to remember it's Ohm's law, Kirchhoff's voltage law, and shit like that, and that's not that hard. I did really well in electrical. I mean, because I had a cross study in the Navy, electrical distribution systems, and I didn't think it was that hard. I thought we went for three-phase wiring. Now the math was in the middle of much. Don't get me wrong. For Laplace transformation and shit like that. But other than that, it's the electrical theory not that difficult.
Yeah, some of Maxwell's equations, when you went to apply them, were a little bit exciting, and then we got into. I did some master's papers.
B cross product E. I don't know the vector. I mean, I never had them memorized.
Oh, it's
Maxwell
beautiful.
equations.
You do a whole page of complex calculus, and you come up with some incredibly simple answer in the end, and it's a thing of beauty. But then I went on and I did modeling on human hearts. I helped develop some of the mathematics that went into the defibrillators that they use in New Zealand. So that was heaps of fun too. And of course, the maths those are ill-posed problems. So some of the matrix maths was quite exciting.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious because you were talking about these things, and the average person doesn't really talk about this kind of stuff. And the ones that try, I can instantly, they're like this. I can see that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and you clearly did have an understanding. So I was just wondering what your background was. And yeah, that makes sense.
Basic understanding. Anyway, all right. Thanks heaps. I'm going to hit the sack. Good night, all.
Sleep well.
Take care. I've got a topic regarding conduct in the Hangout community I wanted to bring up with you, Steve, if that's okay.
Yeah, but I'm not Ocean's keeper, right? How he acts as
Ocean. It's nothing to do with Ocean. In fact, I was
go ahead.
I was going to bring up any names.
Hangout's got an hour left, so.
Okay, well, I wasn't even going to bring up any names. I don't think that's important. What I was going to say is that it specifically regards what we call in the community sniping, which seems to be a feature advertised by Google. It seems to be very simple. It seems to be something that's set up and something that's in it. And I understand a little bit of the sort of wars that go on in this community. But something I really don't think is right is going into somebody else's room and sniping them out of their room and trying to destroy their Hangout because you don't agree with them, you don't like them, or you don't agree with their conduct or anything like that. And I realize that's not a violation of terms of service, but I'm like, if the Clan Core Posse wanted to come in here and do that to you or whatever like that, that wouldn't be right? Even if they don't like the way that you run your room or whatever, right?
Yeah, so where are you going with it?
Do you agree that that's not good conduct, and that among this circle, anybody that we know that does I think that.
I talked about this earlier in this Hangout. Actually, this came up, and when my definition of sniping, is modified a little bit. It's not too much different. I mean, yes, if you kick somebody out and you don't have mods, that's sniping. Now, I'm using it more towards the people that you said, that destroy the room, that shut down the room by knocking out the channel operator and then having to start a new room. Now, I deplore that kind of thing, right? I don't give a shit who you are. If you go to Antonio's hangout or Gman's and you or even Ronnie's, and you snipe their hangout where you kick them all out and stop their feed, you're not welcome in this hangout. Okay?
What if you just went in and kicked out the moderator, like the room owner?
Well, that would be effectively shutting down the channel, wouldn't it?
I agree, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot different than having a spat and all of a sudden, one person, like for example, if we're all here and you guys all have mods and somebody else doesn't, not in my room, but in some other room, yeah, and all of a sudden, somebody says, well, you know what, they've got mods and they're being big pricks or whatever, and they're ejecting people left and right, and I'm going to kick them in the room because they're just ruining the hangout. That's up to you guys to see what's going on, right? If somebody would snipe somebody in my room here just because they're mad at somebody, I can always invite them back. It doesn't kill the hangout, right? So I'm not going to say, hey, I might ask them, don't do that, right? I might give them a warning, don't do that. But it's not life or death, right? It's not that critical. But if you ruin the hangout by taking out the channel op, then yeah, I think that's abysmal, and I don't want everybody. I don't ever tell anybody to go do that to any other channel. I think that's bullshit. Not even Darwin's. Even if Darwin's is having a hangout, I think it's reprehensible for somebody to go over there and shut him down. I believe in free speech, no matter how fucked and stupid they are. It's free speech, right?
And don't you think that people sort of have the right to host whatever kind of room they want, even if it's extremely backwards? Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I think it's especially destructive. I don't like the kicking and the sniping and stuff that goes on between people, but I agree it's a lot more serious when it's the host of the room, because the host of the room can't go anywhere. Like, the person can just go to the next room and start it again. And something I really appreciated about these Google Hangouts was that it was open and that you could leave the link out, which is something you can't do anymore. Yeah. Right. And the thing is if we had a community of people that weren't willing to cross that line, then we could do that more,
It gives us, it gives us information. It gives us material, right? I mean, the Hangout title today, which Kelly Butts made a little thing about, that, we don't talk about the title. We would do. Yeah, Nestle, you can come in. Oh, shit, I didn't put out the link. Fuck, God damn it. Hang on. Yeah, Nestle, come in. Invite you internally. If somebody was to go over there and just snipe all their hangouts, I'm not getting anything to talk about from them. Now, I can always find other shit to talk about, but I like talking about them. I'm not going to lie. I mean, good, bad, or indifferent, they put out stupid shit, right? And yeah, so I would never advocate destroying anybody's channel, ever, their hangouts. No, fuck no. I think that's absurd. I think you got to be a coward to shut down free speech. If somebody has to go to Darwin's Deity's room and snipe him out of the hangout, then they must be really scared what he motherfucker has to say. And if you're scared of Darwin, something's seriously wrong.
I would describe it as cowardly as well.
Yeah, I'm all for
at least extremely opportunistic.
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of things on the YouTube that I don't agree with, man. But I would never advocate for their channels to not be able to say what they want. That's why we have the ability to respond, though, right? I mean, that's how you do things on YouTube. You respond. You don't just say, oh, I'm going to shut down their channel because I don't like their particular political views. Oh my God, this guy's a fucking Trump supporter. Let's go shut down their channel. That's fucking crap, man.
Yeah, I think it ruins the platform for us. Yeah.
Was that your full question though?
That was it. That's all I wanted to bring up. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it should be pointed out to people. I don't want snipers on my hangout now. Now, bear in mind, again, I know people that have actually sniped individual people. I mean, Godless Girl, Gus, Bob. I don't care anybody in that shit. I know Godless Girl just the other day sniped out Iron Nation. Couldn't give a shit. I don't care for Iron Nation too much as it is. And Godless Girl even let me know. She's like, telling me what happened. And I said, I wasn't even aware of it. Godless Girl has my support. I mean, I like Godless Girl. I don't know why. She's a troll.
They were just in a hangout together, so.
Yeah, I mean, so they worked it out, right? But she was like, Steve, I want you to know about this before anybody else tells you that, I did snipe somebody again because of this situation. I got really upset, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I only know. Thank you, though. It's respectful to me that she knows I stood up for her, but that's not the kind of sniping that I give a shit about. She didn't destroy a room, right? That'd be different. I would have words with her or anybody else that went into a hangout just to destroy the entire hangout.
Oh,
So you'd have words with anybody that you knew that went into somebody's hangout repeatedly and sniped them out of their own hangout.
Yeah. Now, like I said, if there's a friend of mine and they do it, I'd hate to say that I'd ban them right off the bat. I'd like to know why they did it, and then kind of, like if I found an Ocean had, went into another room and sniped it all, I don't think I'm like ban him right off the bat anymore. We did that initially. We're like, okay, if you do this, you're done. But I think people, I don't know. I at least want to know what the hell.
I better have a
going
damn
on.
good reason for doing that if I was to do it.
Damn good reason, but I would ask him about it. Yeah, sure, I would inquire. Say, Ocean, what? But if Ocean said, you know what, I sniped fucking a cocksucker out of the room because it was just whatever, I'd be like, okay, whatever.
But a good reason would not be the person is mercurial and they don't run their hangout fair and they can't stand up for themselves.
Not a good reason.
Crappy mod.
Are you talking about Gus?
I am talking about Gus actually, because he's
not a good reason.
He's done that repeatedly to MK, and I don't know if that's related to
I
MK knowing to have a
thought he only did it once.
No, he's
No,
repeated.
he did it
and
repeatedly
people
over
have talked to
several
Gus
days,
about
yeah.
this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah,
I am not. Yeah, I don't agree with Gus. I've actually had major words with Gus before on certain things. I don't like how he. What's the word? I like Gus, right? But he even knows he can be a bully. And when he's destroying EMK's hangouts, I do not like that at all. I think it's completely wrong. I think he needs to stop. And I think that people need to tell him, you know what, you can disagree with these all these guys want, but you know what, don't go in there if you're going to be doing that. Right?
That's the way I feel about it. Yeah, vote with your feet.
Yeah, but I mean, he likes to be the bully, right? Yeah, so no, I agree with you on that, 100%. And Gus, I've only had to eject Gus once.
I've only seen it once from Gus. Is there?
No, he did it recently.
Recently?
Yeah. I found it from MK. I brought it up with Gus. Gus was nice enough to discuss it with me, and he gave me his reasons for doing it, which I appreciate. He also said that he doesn't care if people don't like it, which I think that's fair. But I'm not trying to bring this up about Gus. I'm not trying to bring this up about Gus. I'm talking about the conduct in the community, because
you don't ever snipe a channel.
One argument could be made that this is just.
You don't shut down the channel, the hangout. Sorry, you just don't. I don't care who the fuck it is. You don't shut down the hangout. That's not their choice to make.
Yeah, that's the way I feel about it too. Yeah.
Oh, if Gus is guilty of doing it for multiple times, does that mean he's going to be banned eventually, Steve? If he continues?
That's up to the community anymore. I have no say in the matter, right? I mean, Gus is welcome to my room.
I'm talking about on your channel, like.
He's welcome to my room, but I don't think Gus would ever snipe me, right? I mean, if he sniped me, then yeah, he would be done, right? Yeah, no chance in hell of ever coming back.
And I want to reiterate that I'm not trying to bring this up to gang up on Gus or anything like this. I wasn't even going to mention Gus's name.
He mentions he fits the bill. What you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not. Nobody's saying that you are, Nicholas. And you have to talk about it, right? These things need to be brought up in the community.
There's somebody that a lot of people like anyway. I like Gus as well, and the sniping that I saw of him that he did to MK, I think it was the first time that it happened. I was just like, I didn't really mind.
He needs to stop. He needs to stop. No, he can't snipe MK. I mean, you just don't snipe a channel operator, man. You just don't.
No, that's what I said.
That's cowardice.
It's like, dude, don't. That's the guy holding the room. And I told him I didn't agree with it, but at the same time, it's like, I kind of see what he's. I kind of see his
look, dude. If he's that frustrated, he just should leave, man.
His position. I see his point of view. Put it that way.
It's also really hard when we talk about it specifically with Gus, because Gus is so likable. Like that's I wasn't trying to get
unless you're on the bad side of him. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been on the receiving end of a Gus lecture, but he can go off.
I think so. I think when I first met him a couple times, he ranted on me, but he's so funny when he does it. I actually kind of enjoy it.
It's like I appreciate being lectured by Gus. Mm-hmm. Or it hasn't happened lately, but like when the first couple of times I bumped into him, he was like, "Oh, you're a stormtrooper, but you're not me, buddy." And
I would say that in the community, he probably has the sharpest tongue of anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's definitely aware of it. And that's what's funny though. Why does he have to like shut down EMK when he has the ability to effectively, communicate? Yeah. Oh yes, and then some. I mean,
he can destroy a hangout just by ranting.
The destruction he did on Darwin was epic.
Yeah, I think so. But I think from his perspective, he says, "Look, this is one of the powers that are available to me. I can do this. I will do this." And my position is it's not a violation of terms of service, but I think we should have a gentleman's agreement against it.
Okay, if that's the question you're asking, that's a little different question. I understand that he's saying it's something available to him. I get that. But there's something available to the rest of the community. It's not allow people, as you said, from an agreement to do it. So, eventually somebody might say, you know what, we're just not letting him in the Hangouts anymore. I don't know. But that's going to be something that people on an individual basis for their own Hangouts are going to have to determine. EMK might just say he's not welcome here anymore. He did for a while. He got it back.
But he can't put his links out then. But I'm not trying to get Gus banned or anything. I really want to reiterate that I'm not asking you to ban your room.
We understand that.
Okay.
I think that everybody's brought up kind of how tedious that situation is because Gus is so likable. But
putting out,
it's like if to bring it from like an international relations perspective, it's like you got nukes and then all of a sudden the country everybody likes starts using them. God damn it.
It sucks when that happens. But,
why?
But putting out the links is dangerous anyways, right? If it's not just Gus, but it could be anybody who, if you put out the link, I have put out the links on sometimes, and sometimes I will because there are Hangouts where I don't give a shit if it gets sniped. I'm only going to be on air for a little while.
Right.
And sometimes I still will. And even though I've got outbound and he's threatened me no end. He's like, you put out a link, I'm sniping your Hangout. He's made that very clear.
I met him just the other day.
That? What the fuck is going on with outbound and down corner? Why do they do that shit?
Because they're reprehensible people.
But is there a reason why he singled you out?
Because I ejected him.
Oh, you ejected him once and then he just okay. All right, he just is butthurt about it? That's stupid. God. I think it had a better reason than that.
I don't remember if it was outbound or down, but I just met them the other day, and they're among the stupidest atheists I've ever met in my life. Like just amazingly ignorant.
Well, I guess they're both kind of.
Swear to God. Well, I mean, outbound is marginally less stupid than downs, but marginally. But yeah, they are the dumbest atheists.
Yeah, I have the opposite opinion. I think that down is marginally smarter than outbound.
Really? Okay. Well, maybe it's maybe it's time of day. Hey,
I had a debate with outbound where I talked with him about he was telling me that like belief in God is illogical, and I explained from an epistemological perspective how it could be logical, and then he started saying that it was illogical. I was like, well, where's the fuck up? Like, where's the problem? Yeah. And we had that conversation. I think I showed you this conversation. It was a good 40-minute conversation of me trying of him be going, okay, so where's the problem, and then say not pointing out a problem, just asserting that it was illogical over and over and over again.
That's it. He doesn't know logic.
It's like what? Ah.
And they don't know fallacies. They get all their fallacies wrong.
I think that down corner would eventually get out of that though.
Well, no, he's gone. His brain is shot. Nicholas, did you ever see the video I put out when they had actually made a video about me, and I made a counter response video. And it points out just how goddamn stupid both of them really are. It's called Steve.
No, I'll have to check that out though. I've never heard of these guys before.
It's called Steve McRae, the Man, the Myth, the Legos.
Okay, I'll have to check that out.
You gotta watch. You're gonna shit yourself, dude. You're gonna be like, oh my god, these guys are dumber than I even thought.
Yeah, I was really surprised because that's the sort of people that I really encountered a lot in the YouTube comments before I came into this community. And there are some people in this community that are that dumb, but it was very shocking. Yeah.
Yeah, I want more YouTube comment atheists in this
community. They are the worst examples of atheists I've ever seen in my entire life.
They're the best examples of atheism because they're so fucking numerous. It must be like the lowest common denominator of atheism.
No, atheism. Okay. There are a lot of atheists we know. Nobody is that fucking stupid like these guys.
But yeah, that's just the YouTube comment atheist is such a ubiquitous creature. Like the only atheist that I have like nuanced conversations with about theology or any other subjects really are I find on Hangouts. When I bump into them in any other forum besides like real life, if I bump into them on a Facebook group, at a YouTube comment section or something, they are fucking simplistic shit. That you keep repeating the same crap that you get onto people about, Steve. You personally do.
They are the fruit on the ground atheist.
Well, let me tell you about that, guys.
The ground is filled with fruit, sir.
Let me tell you about that, guys, is that I commented on YouTube videos for years before I even knew about the Hangouts community. And of course, because of my theistic position, I was encountering and correcting atheists like constantly. That was where the people that I was doing battle with, right, was these YouTube atheist commenters. And I was just convinced that these people were so stupid. I was like, I've met intelligent atheists, but man, like, what is it about atheism that makes you so stupid? And then somebody like made a comment about how most Christians don't believe in evolution, and I was like, "What?" He's like, "Oh yeah, over 50% of Christians don't believe in evolution," and I was like, "What? That's ridiculous. I've never." Yeah, exactly. I was like, I've met maybe one Christian that didn't believe in evolution in my life. And then he sent me to a Pew poll about the states, and that's true. Like over 50% of them don't believe in evolution. They believe in young
not even
Earth
the
and
United States. It's not 50%. It's
40
something.
That's the poll I saw.
43 in the
40%.
40 something.
Okay, 43. Okay, well, it was friggin' ridiculously high. Like I was really embarrassed.
Found one Pew poll that says what he wants it to say, when the majority of the polls point the other way.
Listen, man, over 40% is bad enough.
I think that.
I agree with you. It's terrible. It's just
I think that poll was very high. I think the question they asked, the way they asked the question was, yeah. So I don't think it's actually in the 40s. I think it's a little bit less than that. It's probably in the high 30s.
Okay, well, let me finish let me finish my story anyway. Is that and then I was like who are these people like in the States? Like what's going on? And I was really starting to question whether or not there was this correlation between idiocy and atheism and theism and enlightenment. And then I came into the Hangouts community. And the first room I came into was Gman's Hangout.
You found him.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, as somebody who converted away from Christianity, I started bumping into those Christians on a regular fucking basis. But I also live in the South of America, so I found these people in real life on a regular basis, where I would have, and it would be over a disagreement of some simple bullshit position, like whether or not the flood was real, and I was like, no, I don't think that it was like a worldwide thing. And they're like, heathen, you devil worshipping fuck. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't. What? No, no. I'm putting it down.
First of all, make sure you watch that video, okay? And then when you comment on it, read the comments underneath, right? Because the comments are all positive. And by the way, I don't delete negative comments. I want everybody to know that I don't. These are all legit positive comments on this video, and not many people saw it. It's really one of my older videos, one of the older videos that I did. So it doesn't have a lot of views, but it really shows the stupidity of these guys.
I think that the title might be the reason why it doesn't get a lot of views, but I will check it out. The title isn't very descriptive, I don't think. Like I understand it's kind of poetic and it does have meaning, but you don't see that title and be like, oh, I really want to watch this video because it's not clickbait, you know?
No,
you should have just labeled it "Outbound as an idiot." You think you would have gotten more views?
Oh yes, yeah, boom, there you go.
You know what? I could change that, but it's too late now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of run its thing. You could change the title and then reshare it.
How about this? I'll just add it on there. Outbound is an idiot.
No, tell you what, delete it and re-upload it with the title "Outbound is an idiot."
Well, if he deletes it, then he'll lose his comments.
Comments, yeah.
Yeah,
oh, well.
and I don't want to lose the.
That's a lot of comments down there.
Yeah, well,
there's
a lot of comments on there. Yeah.
You have to remember. Oh, so go ahead. Sorry.
Change the name and then share it again.
Well, I just added it on there.
No, name it "Outbound is a fuckhead." That'll get a lot of views, I think.
I could take out the response so people can
do it in all caps.
Yeah. I have it. Now it's called Steve McRae. The man, the myth, the logo is Outbound is an idiot. There you go.
I thought about it.
Like watch your statistics on that one, man. If it's in some sort of feed where people will see it, watch your statistics on it. I bet you'll get up.
I don't think I have any tags on the older stuff, right? I didn't really use a lot of channel tags. I still don't. I'm very sparse in my channel tags, and I do that for a reason because one, I want people to know that I actually have legit tags, right? Because a lot of people don't. And second of all, if you use too many tags, they cease to exist. They work altogether, right? If you have 100 tags, nothing's going to work on them. The algorithm kicks you out of the system. So you got to have like 10 tags on your meta tags, and you really need to keep them specific to what your video's about.
Oh, I thought there was a maximum because I use a ton of tags on my videos, and I think that's how most people find them.
Yeah, but I think after a certain amount, I was reading that after like 20 or something like that, the system just doesn't recognize them.
I use about 10 to 15 usually.
Yeah, that's 10.
That's probably
about
about
optimal.
where I am. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about people that use like 50 and 100. Or I mean, have you ever looked at a true empiricism video? Holy shit!
I've never looked at the tags for his videos, but I have given a few of his videos a try. Yeah.
I think he probably has a list that he copy pastas into it.
His tags are like UFO, Nephilim, it's like UFO, aliens, conspiracy. I mean, just
to be honest, that's where he gets a lot of his information: is UFOs, alien conspiracies.
Probably.
I mean, it's like where else? I don't know.
But yeah, you can see the tags that people use. You just need an extension called vidIQ.
Oh, I just assumed they were going to be in the description.
It used to be.
Yeah,
They
I never
took it
looked
out.
for them.
Yeah,
Oh,
they took
okay.
them out. Yeah, let me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna screen share real quick. This is really cool. Really, really cool because I mean, you can actually add tags. Screen share. Where shit. Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
So normally it would show the tags down here, and it, like this video, I didn't put any. But if I wanted to add tags without having to go into my Creator Studio set, I can do it right here. So I can say like, okay, I don't know, logic, because I do logic. Now that tag's in there, right? And I usually put science. I usually put religion because my channel's about. But when you go to another video, like for example, if I go to my Creator Studio. Let's see what's a good video.
My gosh, did that one video have 145,000 views?
No, I don't have nothing like that. But see, here's the tags I put on this one, right?
Oh, the channel has 145.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, my channel, yeah. But these are what I put down like for this particular video, right? And so I don't go overboard by any of my things. But this is a really cool program because it gives you scoring rates. It tells you,
Wait. So you can look at this information in other people's channels with this program?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
I really love the thumbnail of that video.
The thumbnail, which one?
Of the previous video. No, it did, yes.
Which one?
The thumbnail. This one,
Oh,
yes.
yeah. It's random. Okay, so if you go into true empiricism, right, and you pick one.
Are you a Sith, Nestle? Is that what that picture is?
What?
Are you a Sith? Is that what that picture is, or is that some sort of wrestler or something?
No, it's someone they painted as the devil, and it looks like Aaron Ra.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so like this is the video that he put out a couple days ago. By the way, we didn't talk about Ronnie this entire hangout. Damn, you almost made it 8 hours without talking about Ronnie. But these are the tags he uses, like supernatural, magic, UFO, government, skeptic, Darwin, Brett Keane. What the fuck does any of this have to do with Quran? Have to do with this video? It's really strange how he uses.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
I have to be honest though. I don't blame as much as if it's something he doesn't think other people are seeing. I could see somebody being careless about something like that and just be like, well, nobody's ever going to notice.
Ring not destroyed, win loses.
Yeah, but this is padding, and this is against terms of service. Now I don't care, but I mean this is absurd. But this is the metric I like. These right here and these referrals that not this. This is messed up on his, but it actually gives good information for your own videos. For example, like again, when I go to one of my own videos,
he even has UFO on one of his tags.
Let's see.
UFO. Yeah.
Like here, I have one refer from Google Plus that somebody pointed out. 10 hits from Google Plus, but let me show my video with Gman. God damn it! Stop. Skip ad. You can't watch your own ads. Okay, so if I go to Gman, and what's the name of my video? Meltdown. By the way, I get a lot of referrals that way from people searching for Gman. So right here, so from people using Google Plus, I've got 102 referrals for this video. Way to go. Here we go. And then Stumbled Upon, which I uploaded, it has 64. So these are pretty good metrics because this view count has gone up considerably. This is my highest rated video, so I don't have anything that higher. But this tells me where they actually comes from. You know.
Wait. Your channel only has 145,000 views.
Yeah.
My channel has like 200,000. And you make money? Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong stat. Never mind. No, I'm 50,000. There we go. Okay.
Well, Ronnie has 240, I think, thousand views, but I'm averaging. He averages about 700 views a month right now. Do you know what my average views a month are? 23,000. And so I'm going to far outpace him in any time. By the
okay, so basically your popularity is just sort of exploding now. So that's why we're so close. Like, because
he's been around a year longer than me, right? And so I'm averaging 23,000 of views a month. And so if he's 100,000 views ahead of me in 4 months, I will be ahead of him. That's how fast.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. No, I was just not a competition, but just comparing your channel to my channel is like comparing to a big brother to see what kind of stats you are, because you make some money, right?
Oh well, you count 80 cents a video money.
Oh, okay. So you're not making a ton of money either. Have you gotten a cash payout yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. I thought you were making a bit of coin on this.
No, fuck no. Okay. I wish. The biggest amount of money I've ever made on a video was $3.25, give or take.
Oh.
Yeah, that's about
enough for a McDonald's.
I've got a video where I made $26.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I lied. Forgive me. I lied. $3.84.
I got one that I made $26. But no, your channel is going to do really, really well. Good luck with that. The reason why I'm asking is because I'm interested in expanding my channel. You and I have vastly different content, but I'm interested in expanding my channel as a viable business model, and I'm sort of looking at other channels to see what potential there is there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to expand my channel. It's never going to be a viable business, and I certainly won't. If it is like that, it's not going to be like Nadia's type thing, because I mean, the way that was absurd. How she I mean. People are support and you get money and stuff like that, but you don't spend it all on cigarettes and coke and I mean, it was just ludicrous, right? I mean, I am so thrifty you don't even know, right? And anybody knows I quit smoking in December.
Well, can't really. I don't think you can really criticize Nadia for her life decisions. She's not really in a good place.
Yeah, but I mean, when people are that much generous to you, it's like, you know, you should use the money more effectively. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. But anyways, I don't want to talk about Nadia, but if you look at my likes and dislike ratios, it's pretty good, right? 94.8 like ratio.
94.8. That's cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me see what mine is.
But you go to any True Empiricism video, holy shit. Oh my God, does he have a lot of dislikes?
Go to whose channel?
True's. So this is the epic fail. Let's see what he's got here. 33% like ratio. Yeah.
My channel's been getting a pretty good like ratio, but then again, it also hasn't been getting a huge amount of likes.
One thing you notice about his, do you guys notice anything really interesting about his comment section? Oh, you'll never see a negative comment. Oh, look at that.
Oh, he deletes his negative comments. That's interesting.
Yes, he does.
Steve, what did you say your percentage was? 98 something?
94.8 was it or something?
Oh, okay. Again, it's not really a real comparison because your channel is so much bigger than mine, but I got 97 or like 0.975.
I've got a lot of I've been getting some comments on my Matt Slick video. Really happy about that.
The videos that actually, that's funny, the videos that actually have the highest watch actually are not monetized, because a lot of them are like TV things that take people to take off TV. They're not original content. It's really hard to have original content get a lot of views. It really is, because you can't draw on other sources, right? If I put up a video and it's like clips of something else, like a wrestling or whatever, or
yeah, they can proxy it to them.
Yeah, it's not monetized, right? So people aren't making any money off that kind of stuff. You see people with a lot of views on their videos, but unless it's unique content, they're not making anything. The ones that are making content will be like Leafy, right, or PewDiePie, playing games. That's all original content. That's where the money to be made is. Those guys make bank.
Or stuff that doesn't have original content in it, but you use it under fair use, and then you have a Patreon.
Yeah, you can do that. But mine is I use stuff in the public domain, and then I read it. And so it's kind of original, but it's just classic works that people like to listen to.
You got to be real careful because I mean, I thought something was in public works too, public domain. I used a video clip from Star Trek, right? And like a 7-8 second clip, but it got demonetized because of that. Now I didn't lose that much. I lost like 70 cents, but
everything I've done so far has been hundreds of years old.
Oh, well, it's hit or miss. The algorithm, what it does is it compares like known sequences of information, like databases, with videos, and so this algorithm is constantly scouring YouTube. There's how many hundreds of thousands of hours of YouTube videos. So I've had videos be up for a very long time, and all of a sudden it goes demonetized for some reason, and then it comes back monetized. I don't know what the hell happens. And I'm not the only one that has it happen.
Yeah, I've never had a video demonetized, but I do appreciate that they do have the algorithm and stuff like that, because people steal my content and put it on other sites, and there's just nothing I can do about that.
That's fucked up.
Well, I mean, it's bound to happen if you're. What kind of videos are you making, Nicholas?
Like just reading like Zen stories and sections like the Hagakure and like Aesop's fables, that sort of stuff.
Are they re-uploading it under their name, or are they
They are sent, like, they don't change anything. They don't give me any attribution. They just post it as whatever that thing is without my name, right? So, like, I've got a video that on YouTube, my highest earning video is $26, and that's all 101 Zen koans. And the thing is that they're not even Zen koans. I basically mislabeled the entire video set, but they have it on their site as all 101 Zen koans, even though it should be all 101 Zen stories.
I've thought about, Steve, I want to run an idea by you.
Sure, but I just want to reiterate here that I don't make the money off the videos. I make the money off the Patreon. So I do want to point that out.
Okay, so you're getting some support that way. Well, good for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, my Patreon's open, so I've got like 25 Patreons. That's been very, very helpful. I mean, it's not a huge amount, but it's definitely anything that I can get right now has been helping me out. So yeah, Patreon it's definitely my thing, because I'm not making that much off these videos. The highest, like I said, was that Gman one, and that was what, $3.84. My average one's about 80 cents, literally.
And I kind of disrespect people that beg, but I don't think you beg. I've noticed that you've got the link down there. I'm totally okay with that. If people want to support you, I'm totally okay with that. I just don't like people that beg.
Yeah, no, and it's about content, right? I want to give something back. Matter of fact, I was really curious when True made a video, because people know I wasn't feeling well for quite some time, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But I don't want people to give me freaking Patreon because I'm having a difficult time with that. That's not what it's for. The Patreon is I have content that I provide, videos that I make, and the hangouts and the structures and the getting guests on, and that kind of channel that I want to build.
Oh, you're not doing too bad, Steve. I'm looking at your Patreon.
Yeah, that's like 170.
You're doing good, man.
Yeah.
Steve, I just want to say I didn't hear about that, and I'm sorry to hear that you were struggling. I hope things are going well for you, or as well as they can right now.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not like a naughty thing, right? It's not an excuse by any means. It's just I don't feel well a lot. I'm laying down a lot. I had to go to the hospital over the weekend, as people may know. Everything.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you had tests that turned out okay, right?
Yeah. No, in fact, the 8 kg they said was absolutely perfect. However, I do have some other issues that I need to get more further testing done. But the big stuff that I was more concerned about, like cancer, he said the blood work would probably show that, but he's not. He wants to have other tests done, but preliminary is unlikely.
Right.
Well, congratulations, and especially if it were like advanced cancer, then it would be more likely to show up in the blood.
Yeah.
So
that was good.
Far.
I do have a definitely a minor umbilical hernia, which is annoying as fuck, but it's nothing serious. It's just really fucking annoying.
That must really bother you, considering how active you used to be.
You know what? It doesn't bother me when I'm physical. It bothers me when I eat certain foods. Like if I eat hot food, that's the point where it kills me. I can tell exactly where it hits that that umbilical hernia, and I'm like, oh fuck my life. And I'm not talking about spicy food. I'm talking about simple jalapeno or something. It's really, really painful.
I'll say real quick though, Steve, rocking the beard, man.
It's getting there.
All right, I like it.
Everybody hates it, so you're the first.
No, I totally like it.
Good, thank you.
The thing for me, Steve, is it just makes you look so much older. Like it makes you look like a wise old gentleman, but it does seem to add like 20 years to you.
No, and No, if I shave my beard and I dye my hair, I would look exactly like I used to. I mean, I could lose 10 years easily.
Yeah, you had that's nice dark mustache and everything. You look pretty slick.
And now you're a wise man.
Yeah, I could go back to that look.
Or a
easily.
wise ass one.
Yeah, and there's no problem with that. You know what? I'm trying something different, and I just want to let it grow out. See what happens. If I want to dye it, I could actually.
You
dye
grow
it.
you grow a solid beard, man.
This is the most beard I've ever had in my life. You've seen pictures of me with a beard, but it's been really, really short, right?
Yeah.
I let this grow out before. I let that grow out.
You had to get past like the itchy stage, I guess, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna give it another couple months to see how it turns out.
Yeah,
it looks good, well groomed. I don't know how to trim a beard. I probably would grow one.
No, he's not grooming it at all right now.
I'm not grooming at all. Yeah, I'm not. I'm in the don't even groom it stage.
So here's what you do. Because I did what you did, and then it started looking stupid after. Like I got to where you were at, and I was satisfied with it. And then 2 months later, it started to look dumb. But there was a YouTube user that I looked up called the Beard Baron. Mm-hmm. And he has some tutorials about beard trimming and shaping.
I've seen him. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Really, really good channel about.
Yeah, no, I was looking at how to do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used the strategies that were applied there, and I'm
definitely going to check that out.
Yeah. And by the way, I appreciate when everybody says, a lot of people say, I wish I give more, and I get that. No, dude, if somebody gives me $1, I'm grateful for it. I mean, they get full credit of my videos, and they get on my Patreon list forever. It doesn't matter how big this YouTube channel gets. I'm appreciative for anything. I've actually had people have actually donated some cash. A lot of people actually donated cash. Somebody even through the mail. I was never expecting that, and it was pretty decent sum. I didn't even solicit it. It was just out of the blue. And this microphone was actually bought too. So, I'm everything I have is transparent, right? I want people to actually to know exactly where things are going to and what's happening, because I want to be transparent on it, because I don't want people ever to think this is a Nadia type situation. So that's why I'm glad Patreon does have transparency there, because 175, 173, whatever the hell it is, it's not a huge amount monthly, but to me right now that is an enormous amount, because it pays for my living expenses right now. And that to me. Mm-hmm. So I would literally, I'm not lying. I'd be living in my car, because I can't go to my mom's, because my sister's house. My sister has a name, and I never talked about this before, but I might as well bring it up. My mom's trying to move out from my sister's, and my sister has dominated her funds and literally had taken over. Even her Social Security goes to a credit union. My mom is penniless. Even she's worth $500,000, and she has nothing to her name, right? Because my sister has taken everything. And my mom does not want to live anymore. I can't get her out because I don't have any money to move her, and she cannot get to her funds to be moved out. And she called me up to date. Somebody had called the Social Security worker, and they went out to visit her because she has no electricity in her room. Her toilet is a disaster. This is $1 million home that my mom lives in, and it's absurd that she's living in those squalor conditions.
How did this happen?
Because my sister's a fucking bitch.
Well, how did your sister get?
Because once my dad passed away, my sister decided to basically take over everything, because she's the executress of the will, and that thing gives her rights while my mom's living. Now I'm supposed to get a power of attorney. I'm trying to draft one up, and my mom wants me to do that, so I can maybe have to try to extricate her finances from my sister's, because.
What state are you in?
California.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, and my sister's concerned that, and I'm again full transparency. My sister's concerned that if my mom extricates her funds, then that she might want to give me some money, and I'm like that. First of all, it's her money, right? And I'm not doing this to get money out of my mom. That's just bullshit. And my sister thinks that it is, and it's like, look, this is our money, right? When something happens to my mom, we will be hopefully decently set for a while. But I think my sister's going to try to take it all, except for what's allocated to my daughter. And she's even said she'll fuck me out of it. And we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's why.
Man, what'd you do to piss her off? Fuck.
Nobody knows. My dad never knew. My sister, my mom never knew. I mean, there's money to be made there, but I have nothing until then. And I will remember the people that helped me, by the way. I mean, I will, if I ever get to that situation where I get a dime from the family estate. But I haven't got anything from it. Well, my mom gave me $10,000 once, but I mean, my entire the entire life insurance my dad went to my daughters. Everybody knows, for a college fund, and I was fine with that. But I got to figure out how the fuck to get my mom out of there. She wants to move out because she just can't stand living with my sister. Yet she doesn't even have a credit card. My mom has AAA credit. She has a credit score in the 700s. And she doesn't have a credit card to her name because she doesn't want to have any debts because she can't pay it off because my sister has controls all the money. It's a fucked up situation. Trust me. But anyways, I don't know why I went into that, but it is a messed up situation.
A lot of adult children will abuse their parents in that way. Yeah.
My sister's not an abuser, though. I don't think she's doing this intentionally. I don't know what the issue is with her. I don't know.
If your mother doesn't have electricity because
Something's
of the way
wrong.
that your sister is controlling her money, that's abuse.
Well, that's why Social Security
in my amateur opinion.
Yeah. Well, that's why social services went out there. And I tried calling the guy back, but I leave messages, but he doesn't call me back because he got through his card and said, look, I'll help you with this. And so I was trying to contact him and say, how do I do this? How do I extricate my mom's money and get the Social Security number, Social Security back into her bank account so she has funds? She doesn't have a dollar to her fucking name. My sister won't have her access to her own money. And I'm like, this is fucking absurd. What am I supposed to do?
I wonder if there's a seniors advocacy group in California that would be willing to work pro bono for her.
I might have to reach out to somebody, and I need at least a mediator. I don't talk to my sister. I've disowned her. I'm not going to lie. I've completely disowned my sister. I want nothing to do with her. I don't want to ever talk to her. I will communicate with her through email if something has happened to my mom for the assets because she is the executress. But she's going to screw me out of money. My parents gave her $300,000 to buy that house that they're in, and on the condition that they would get paid back plus part of the equity. Well, since my dad passed away, that there's nothing in writing, and my mom's, has nothing either. So she's under no obligation, I don't know, to give my money back to my mom, but that's my mom's fucking money.
Well, Steve, this is a little bit sly, but if you wanted to, you could secretly record her and have the conversation where she admits that she agreed to pay that back.
Well, that was well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was kind of like one of those things where it's supposed to become a living trust. Now, I can do the paper trail. I know the lawyer. And so because the money was taken out of the living trust, I'm under the impression that there's clearly a paper trail there that if something happens to my mom, we can go after the equity in the house and the money for that loan for the property. But there's still $200,000 in cash. That's my mom's. That's in my sister's credit union, in her name only, that nobody could fucking touch. And then again, I don't know why I'm explaining all this, but I mean, there are a lot of things going on in my life that's just more than just fucking YouTube, right?
Yeah. I get that. I realize that would be really upsetting. No, I'm glad that you're getting some money on Patreon. I thought you were doing a lot better on your YouTube channel just because you're on here so much. I thought that you're on here so much because you're getting something out of it, really.
I have not even had a payout yet from YouTube, so I don't even know how it works. I mean, it's supposed to go to a check, I think, and it gets mailed to you.
Well, I think they used to do checks. I think now they just do e-transfers. I'm not certain, but I haven't gotten mine yet. I should get mine probably next month or the month after.
No, let me know, because I thought, like I said, I'm pretty sure that they give checks. But yeah, no, I'm surviving on that Patreon. There's no question about it. But my mom's this sounds weird, but my mom is 84. She's in the best of fucking health imaginable. She's probably going to live to be 100. Okay, so I mean, I am not sitting around waiting for any of their finances, and I never have. But my sister lives in a very, very nice place. She's worked hard. My sister's worked hard, but she doesn't seem to understand that my mom has to get out of there. She wants to be in a senior citizen center with other seniors. They don't get along. They don't talk.
Wait, your mom wants to do that?
Oh, my mom wants to move out. Yeah,
a lot of seniors are not interested in moving into those settings.
My mom is a very social person, right? She's been living on her own since my dad passed. She lives with my sister, but she never talk. They make dinner every so often.
It would be a high functioning seniors home, right? It wouldn't be
activities.
Right, I gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so she wants something similar to that, and I'm like, go for it. I don't care if she spent every dime doing that in the last couple of years. I've told the entire family, spend your fucking money, go on vacation. I don't care. Right, just get the fuck out of that house.
I had a shoot. I had a shoot just recently in one of those homes. That was interesting.
Yeah, you had a photo shoot.
Yeah, it was a commercial.
Yeah, we visited one. It was about last year. We had looked at one over here, and my mom kind of liked it, but she wasn't in that state yet to make a decision because it was not too much after my dad passed. and she hadn't really decided where moving was worth it or not because, you know, the house she has is pretty nice. But now it's at the point where she's just so lonely, has no, I live too far away. I can only go down there once every couple of weeks, and I barely have the gas to do it. But she just has nobody to talk to. And I'm like, Mom, you're going to die here if you don't. And she's too healthy to waste away. And so I got to figure out how to get her money back to fucking move out. So I figured the power of attorney might be the best way to go. And then
the power of attorney is going to be the best way to go if you can get your mom to sign it.
So my mom, she's like, Steve, do whatever you have to do. She's like, I will sign a power of attorney. She said, I'll change the executives to you, and I'll give you.
If you sign a power of attorney and she changes, okay, dude, you sign a power of attorney, you have control of everything.
Yeah, but the money is in my sister's account.
Wait,
right?
She's moved it to her personal account?
My mom's Social Security goes into my sister takes it out and puts it right into her credit union.
No, okay, hold on. She takes it out and then puts it into the credit union, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So she's moving money from okay. There will be a paper trail on the bank.
Oh yeah.
If she's moving from the account, obviously, and you could, if you have power of attorney, you can say that this money was not spent in her favor, and you can demonstrate that. Obviously, because she's living in squalor. So
yeah, but can I have it reversed back? I don't know. I mean, once it would require legislative, like not but it would require you to sue your sister. Well, that's what I told my mom. And she's like, well, I don't know if I want to go that route. And I'm like, well, you might have to think about it. She's like,
either your sister is honest about it, or you have to threaten to sue her.
Yeah, well, I told her the same thing. I told her this morning. I said, Mom, you know, you won't, if we sue, you won't even have to do anything but sign the papers. She's like, why wouldn't I have to go to court? I'm like, Mom, if I get the power of attorney, I can sue on your behalf.
Right.
Okay. So,
but here's how that would work usually is that it would be like no lawyer is going to defend that.
I think it's an open shut case. I mean,
yeah.
I really do. I mean, I don't think litigiously it's that, yeah.
If there's no extenuating circumstances beyond what you've described, it should be open and shut. Hey, this money is rightfully belongs to the mother. The mother and beyond that, you can get access to Social Security that she gets from there on out anyway. So once you have the powers of attorney.
I've already told one of the last things I spoke to my sister was the day my father passed, and it was a couple days afterwards. But I had told her, you know, Mom wants her money to put it back in her account. She wants to have a separate fundage, and you know, my sister went fucking nuts, and she's blaming this on me. Matter of fact, she was funny was one of the reasons I moved down here was obviously being my daughter, but also to help my dad because he was in not convalescent, but he was, what do you call it, in the hospice, I guess. He was in bad shape, right, in his house, and he had to go to medical appointments and have his dressings from his leg wounds, which was like a water seepage from a diabetes change and stuff like that. And my sister got pissed off that I was helping too much. I swear to God, it sounds weird, but I was doing their laundry, I was doing their dishes,
sucking up
for the money, right? Because my sister had taken care of them for a long time. And she saw this as, oh, look at Steve. All of a sudden, you know, Dad's not feeling well. Steve swoops in, tries to help out, and becomes the golden child. And my mom and dad are like, no, that's fucked up. That's not what's happening here. And my sister now actually kind of wishes that I was still living there because the whole grass in the front went to shit. It used to be this beautiful green lawn. Now it's all brown because I was taking care of all the gardening. And I was taking care of all the chores, and I was giving my mom somebody to talk to. But my sister, she chased you out. You give me an eviction notice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my mom was livid. My mom was fucking completely livid. And now my mom was like, you know, if Steve was here, he was doing all this stuff. And my sister's like, yeah, well, yeah, he was doing all this stuff, but he was just doing it because, you know, blah, blah, blah. And my mom's like, what does that matter? It wasn't true, but he was helping out. He's doing more than you're doing, right?
Well, I realize this is very personal business, but Steve, I'd be happy to hear any positive updates that you have in the future.
Yeah, I will. I mean, like I said, I haven't really discussed this too much. People knew I was asking about power attorneys and some of the reasons, and people knew that, you know, my sister's a bitch. But I mean, it's getting really bad. I mean, my mom's pretty desperate of what's going on, and I think it's a shame that she's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but has to live in a place where, you know, in her room. I mean, the house is nice, but her room the electricity doesn't work. I had to go and get her phone to work, which doesn't require electricity. I put in one that doesn't, right? She had the fax machine that required electricity, so that wasn't working. So I just used an older phone where I can just use a module plug and take the line off that. But her toilet was just a mess. They have water doesn't work half the time in the house.
That's fucked up, man.
Yeah, I know. And it's like I said, it's a beautiful home, but it's dilapidated because my sister doesn't take care of it. Because she's always working and stuff like that, and she doesn't want to be around my mom. So
this video just reminds me so much about like training videos and studies and stuff like that I've gone through about like adult children abusing their parents.
It destroys families. Money destroys families. And you know what? I appreciate you lending me guys' event again. I don't really.
I can tell you.
I kind of needed to. I think
My pleasure, man. I'm happy to be here.
I've got power of attorney on my mom as well, but me and my brother have a much more cooperative approach to things. Yeah,
I've had a power of attorney before. I've drafted one up. I did it from one of my ex-girlfriends, and I had her power of attorney over her, and that was fine. Everything was fine. So I do know how to do it. And again, there's legal reasons why I had a power of attorney over her, but.
Right. No,
I don't ever abuse. I don't abuse any of this stuff, right? My mom definitely knows that she'd much rather give me the power of attorney because I try to explain to her that the executress only takes over after the will. After the death.
That's what was confusing to me about your story is that she's an executor of the will and she's taken over.
Right. That's the problem. She thinks
your father died.
Yeah, but my mom's still alive. My mom is the beneficiary to everything.
Right. It goes to next of kin or marriage.
Well, no. If the finances were in their father's name and it was her father's will and she's the executor, then it's her responsibility to execute the directions.
But everything goes to my mom. My mom is the sole beneficiary.
But that's the description in the will. Was there a will that was described that?
Yeah.
Oh, well then.
Yeah.
Your sister's kind of.
Yeah, and so everything goes to my mom, which is fine, right? But the only thing we decided together that the life insurance we never changed. That was just a verbal agreement that the life insurance for my dad, based upon his last wishes, right? Because when he knew he wasn't doing well. He didn't expect to pass away, but he knew it was a possibility. He said, we'll go to Samantha, my daughter. And my sister agreed with that. I agreed with that. My mom agreed with that. My sister has hold to that, supposedly. She's got the life insurance money, but she hasn't put it in my daughter's account, a separate fund.